Good morning, Chetty House. All kinds of people have been here. Ramsey got the belt. We got Russ Dog. What's that?
Nice job, Ramsey.
Russ Dog, how was your birthday celebration?
Party time.
We got Warren up in here. Miguel, hello. Johnny G. Casey Tucker. Casey Tucker, you need to have like in the Sunshine Band or something. You need to have some sort of band name put on the end of that. Greg Tabers, Johnny G. Wheezy. Norm. Hello, Dave Garcia.
David's here from Disneyland.
Oh, Dave.
Cut the shit.
Who are we gonna see on Monday?
Johnny,
Who's coming out? Hang out with us Monday morning.
Good morning.
Chris,
Tyler, hello.
Chris Ochoa. Yeah.
I agree with Brian. If you're on the video, hit the little thumbs up. Hit that like button.
You do.
We'd appreciate the hell out of that. Oh, good question.
Probably Adam. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. We do have like a weird thing. We're trying to balance everything out on Saturday. Are we drinking at 10 a.m.?
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Okay.
Okay. I hit the record button, and it's not supposed to be rolling audio right now, but it was rolling audio, and it's because somebody had said something right as I started recording.
Oh. All right. We're good.
You're welcome, Soren. Yeah, I'm just dishing out the best fantasy advice on Twitter. You're all welcome. Someday I'll make a joke on the internet, and people will get it.
That Jamar Chase kid, he's pretty good, eh?
Little player. Here we go. Oh, good morning. A happy Friday, everybody. Donuts in the kitchen. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Salute to Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the program. How we doing?
Good. There's not many donuts left in the kitchen, Kyle.
Yeah, no. I the problem is nobody's here really on Fridays anymore, so I don't get used to do 2 dozen.
Yep.
I was always too many. There'd always be like 9 donuts left.
Yeah.
So went to 12.5, but now with 4 people in here on the office on Fridays, I just went back to the regular dozen, especially since I know a couple of the people here aren't going to get a donut.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's just kind of how it goes. All right. Lots happening this weekend. The Las Vegas Raiders on a bye week, much needed. The 49ers enter what is ostensibly playoff games from here out for them. We've got a Kings game tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. We'll dive into that. But we got a really fun start to the NFL week when the Bengals visited the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
35-34, your final in Baltimore. And look, Jamar Chase was unbelievable. If you had him in fantasy football, salute to you. Really proud of you, Jamar Chase. 17 targets, 11 catches, 264 yards and 3 touchdowns. Here was my takeaway. The conversation about Lamar Jackson has completely jumped the shark.
Yeah.
If you're still sitting there as a person who thinks Lamar Jackson is not good at football or can't win, or that you're not going to believe in the Ravens because of Lamar Jackson, I can't entertain that conversation any longer. I won't entertain that conversation any longer. Lamar Jackson is not one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in football right now. He's one of the best players I've ever watched in my life, full stop.
Yeah, he's developing into one of the great quarterbacks of all time.
There are so many plays and so many instances in a game where he does things that nobody else on the planet is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's evading a pass rusher, whether it's making a sick throw, whether it's outrunning a player, whatever it is he does. There are 4 to 6 plays a game where Lamar Jackson does a thing that only Lamar Jackson can do. And then last night in a divisional game against the Ravens, in the fourth quarter last night, Lamar Jackson goes 11 of 13, 197 passing yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Ooh.
He also ran it 3 times for 9 yards. We're seeing a development from Lamar Jackson this year where you can't say, all right, we're going to take away the run game, we're going to do this, and we're going to make him beat you from the pocket. Because if you do that, he's going to go 11 of 13 for $197 and 3 touchdowns in 15 minutes of football. Not even. They had the ball for 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 14 seconds. He did all of that.
It's crazy. He's turning into just like the most dominant player in the league by a long shot. And we can talk about how Mahomes may still beat him and go win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But he's already a 2-time MVP.
Yep.
And this is like a no-brainer. He's already, he is locked up, it looks like, as of right now, locked up the MVP again. Right now, he's got 24 passing touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Yep.
Not only that, but he's got another 538 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Like, he's second in the league in passing yards.
Yeah.
Like, it's so crazy to watch how he is developed as a passer, but hasn't lost who he is as a player.
Yes. And
so for me, I'm just so incredibly impressed with the development, what we're seeing from him. And look, he had some years where he was a great runner and wasn't good enough as a passer. Those years are gone. And now this guy, I mean, he's 69% passing percentage, completion percentage. Just like absolutely incredible what he's doing.
Yeah. 84.2% last week against Denver, 75.8% last night. Over those 2 games, 7 touchdowns on 41 pass attempts.
Yeah.
That's insane. That means 1 of every 6 or so passes is going for a touchdown. That's outrageous, dude.
That is outrageous.
He is, and I understand you got to do it in the playoffs, and that's the conversation for every athlete who's ever been an athlete. Until you win a ring, there's always going to be some contingent of people that thinks there's a contingent of people that thinks LeBron James isn't good because he lost 6 times in the finals. Like that's always that's always going to be a thing in sports talk. That's fine. But I'm done hearing it from the Lamar Jackson standpoint.
Yeah.
He has become the player. You can't I understood it early in his career. It was a lot of he was unbelievable, like incredible player. Don't get me wrong, but I understood the critiques of, man, but you get in the playoffs and you can really make life difficult for him as a quarterback, and the team doesn't have as much success. And I understood that, and I got it. And I didn't necessarily agree with it, but okay, I'll hear it. I won't hear it anymore because he's become the player that people were asking him to be 3 years ago, 4 years ago. He's just doing it on a week in, week out basis. You set the goalposts, and now he has cleared them. So to me, I mean, maybe he wins the Super Bowl someday. Maybe he doesn't. If I'm betting yes or no, I'm inclined to bet yes, just because he's that good of a player. But I will go to my grave very comfortably saying that Lamar Jackson is one of the best football players I've ever watched.
Yeah.
And I'll feel great about it.
No,
he's incredible.
He's put himself in that sort of realm. He's put himself in like the equivalent of Barry Sanders in the 90s.
Yes.
Where it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You have to take you got to tip your hat. And the other thing I'd point out too is last season, he was adapting to becoming a throwing quarterback last season. And he got sacked 37 times. He's been sacked 13 times this season in 10 games.
There were multiple plays last night. He should have, every other quarterback in the league is going down and he somehow escapes.
Oh yeah.
He's a ludicrous football player. All of that. And then we have Joe Burrow, 34-56, 428, 4 tutties. And Jamar Chase, 11 catches for 264 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like the fact that Lamar Jackson had the night he had last night and played the way he played and was not even statistically the best player on the field,
crazy,
is so dumb. Yeah. And I don't understand how the Bengals are 4-6. I don't get it.
Yeah, they can't win when it matters, which is weird.
I understand T. Higgins been out. That obviously matters a little bit.
Okay.
But Chase Brown's been really good. Jamar Chase is obviously incredible. Joe Burrow's incredible. Lou Anarumo, their defensive coordinator, is one of those guys that every head coach hiring cycle they mention him as a potential head coach.
Mm-hmm.
They're 4-6 now. A couple of close losses to the Bengals or to the Ravens.
It's crazy. Jamar Chase hasn't had he didn't get off to what you would consider like a great start.
Yeah, he had the Brandon
season.
Ayuk off season.
Yeah, and then he gets to week 10 now, and he's at like 981 yards and 10 touchdowns. Like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it took a 264-yard touchdown.
He's back on track. He's back on track.
Right back on track.
Good.
He's now leading the league in receiving yards. Yeah.
I think one of the things that impresses me most about, you have the Joe Burrow game, right? 428 yards, 4 touchdowns, but 264 of those yards and 3 of those touchdowns went to Chase. For Lamar, his 4 touchdowns, one of them was to Tylan Wallace. That was that long kind of tiptoe down the sideline, catch and run. 84 yards on the score there. But then Mark Andrews had a touchdown catch. Rashad Bateman had a touchdown catch. Nelson Aguilar had 1 catch for 6 yards. It was a touchdown.
They got a bunch of receivers, man.
But I don't know that they do. That's what's amazing.
Yeah.
Is Mark Andrews is incredible, but Rashad Bateman not been the player they were hoping that he would be when they drafted him. Zay Flowers didn't play last night. Who's awesome, but like Nelson Aguilar, past his prime contributor.
Zay Flowers had 4 catches for 34 yards.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, no, he did. He had not been playing.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, Zay Flowers last night did not have a touchdown. 4 catches, 34 yards.
Yeah.
He's a good player, but like Nelson Aguilar, fine. Mark Andrews, good player. Tylan Wallace, no idea. Like TBD on him. Maybe he's awesome, but I don't look at them and go, dude, I don't know. Just what an incredible receiving core. This looks like the Eagles or the 49ers or whatever.
No, but they've got a bunch of guys that can catch a ball. I like Deontay Johnson, the addition of Deontay Johnson. I don't think
1
it's
catch, 6 yards last night in his first game.
Yeah, I don't think it's like earth shattering, but I would say too, watching Mark Andrews catch a couple of balls and rumble, he looks 100% healthy. Good for him.
Yeah, he had a really slow start to the year. Did he get in a car crash and had some weird injury?
I don't know. I just remember
got off to a slow start, but he appears to be back.
His backup was the number 1 tight end pickup after week 1.
Isaiah Likely was incredible.
Everyone's like, Likely.
So yeah, awesome Thursday night football game last night. Probably the best game of the week. We'll go through the NFL slate later, but not a ton of great games on the schedule this week. One of the games on the schedule this week is the 49ers visiting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa Bay is coming off a Monday night football game, so they have a short week.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to overtime in that Monday night football game. Ooh. And it was on the road. Well, the 49ers were on a bye week. It's like the most rest advantage you can have. A full week off versus Monday night on the road overtime.
That doesn't seem very fair.
It's insane.
As someone who complains about the schedule on occasion,
yes,
now the 49ers are getting an advantage one, but that doesn't seem very cool. Like, I don't understand that.
Given how many games the 49ers are at a massive rest deficit this year, I'm not going to shed a tear for the Bucs.
No, that's true.
But to your point, how do schedule makers let that happen? Okay, we're going to go short rest for this team and 2 weeks off for this team. Or a week off, I guess.
Random.
Insane. Christian McCaffrey is supposed to be back. Kyle Shanahan told KNBR that yesterday. The team will activate McCaffrey off IR. He went through Monday's bonus practice, pain-free. And Shanahan said the next goal is to string 3 practices together. McCaffrey got through the last 2 days. He was a limited participant in practice, but he is pain-free. I expect that he'll be a full participant today. In today's walkthrough, and then Saturday they'll officially activate him off IR. So Christian McCaffrey will be back for the 49ers this week.
Yeah, it's super exciting.
Major deal.
Yeah, it's huge. I want to see what they look like with him back in the fold and how much that changes their passing game. I mean, just not having him has been such a blow, and it's a big reason why they're 4-4. You know, like they easily could have snuck out 1 or 2 more wins, and we'd be talking a lot different if they're 5-3 or 6-2, and you lose one of the best players in the NFL for the first 8 weeks of the season. It's tough.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I've said this a million times, and I'll continue saying it. Their issue on offense was not moving the ball. They go every metric. They are very good offensively, except for the most important one, and that's touchdowns.
Yeah,
scoring touchdowns is an important thing, and they were not doing it at a particularly high rate, and that's just where Christian McCaffrey led the league in touchdowns last year. Like, he just by virtue of being on the field, whether he's the one scoring touchdowns or not, it's going to help the 49ers in that area that they've really, really struggled in. And that's why I think we didn't see them get super active at the trade deadline, because they know they weren't that far away offensively, and defensively they get Yetur Gross-Matos coming back, who they brought in to be a pass rusher from the inside outside pass rusher. You can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
He's coming back from a knee injury. I think they're looking at that and going, great, be able to score upwards of 30 a game, and can the defense be middle of the road and just good enough to get off the field on third down?
Mm-hmm.
Can you be up 5 with 2 minutes left? Other team has the ball. You feel good about defense getting a stop. And I think they have the personnel to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously we've got to see it. 4-4 is 4-4. They need to play pretty significantly better here in the second half of the year if they're going to make the playoffs. And the postseason starts now for them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
You can. I think they can lose 3 more games. 10-7, I think, maybe get you the third wild card spot, but it might be 11-6. You might need to go 11-6, which means you can drop 2 games, and you have games left at home against Detroit. You've got one at Green Bay. You've got one at Buffalo. You have the Rams left. You have the Seahawks left. You have the Cardinals left. You have the Bears left. This beat up Tampa Bay team is like the most winnable game left on their schedule.
Oh yeah.
If you're dropping this one,
yeah,
your margin for error is gone.
Yeah.
You need to win out against a brutal schedule. So
yes,
you gotta go. You gotta go win this one. Jordan Mason, interestingly, was a full go on Wednesday. He's dealing with a shoulder injury, but then limited yesterday. And that's important, not because Jordan Mason is going to need to carry the ball 20 times, but my expectation was Christian McCaffrey would come in and start and maybe be more of a passing down guy and kind of get eased into the game because Jordan Mason is there and they know Jordan Mason can handle a significant workload. If Jordan Mason is not available and it's Isaac Orendo as RB2, I think it changes the calculus for how much Christian McCaffrey's playing. I think he's going to play more if Jordan Mason doesn't go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, look, I don't know how much you want to rely on Christian McCaffrey right off the bat. How much you really want him to carry the ball here in the first couple of weeks as he's fighting back from like a very long absence. So you need somebody else to step up. And I'm a lot more confident in Jordan Mason than anyone else that they have. But
yeah, same.
But like, look, the injury thing has been kind of bugging him for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So you're hoping he's on the good side of it, but not great if you're coming out of a bye and you're still nursing the same shoulder injury.
Yep. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and the Sacramento Kings play tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. They are at Golden One Center. The Clippers enter this game at 4-4. Still no Kawhi Leonard. But this, I think, standings-wise, this is not the case. But just bouncing around League Pass and watching the Kings and watching a little bit of Clippers, this might be the toughest game the Kings have had since the Laker game.
I totally agree. And like, look, I think they're heading towards a couple of games here that could be tough. You got the Suns coming up as well. Like, these are quality opponents that you need to bring your A game to win. And a lot of the games that we've seen over the last week and a half have kind of been, in the category of either you should win or there's a possibility of a scheduling loss, but overall you should win all 4 of these or 5 of these games. And so to finally face another, I don't want to put the Clippers in a top tier opponent. Like,
no,
at all. Like, I'm not there, especially without Kawhi Leonard. And, again, they lost Paul George and they didn't really replace him.
Apparently Norman Powell is just Paul George now.
No, I guess so. He just decided to convert into Paul George out of nowhere. Yeah, I think it's interesting. This is a good team. It's not a great team, but it's a winnable game at home.
The Los Angeles Clippers are 4-4. They are the 11 seed in the West. 4-4 would have them tied for the number 3 seed with the Pacers in the East.
Oh, wow.
That's outrageous.
That is outrageous.
The Clippers, who do the Clippers remind me of? The thing with LA specifically, excuse me, with the Clippers specifically, LA could I guess be the Lakers too, but the thing with the Clippers specifically is the Kings are a better team. Let that is 100% the case. I feel great about that take. But the Clippers have too many good players to, if the Kings play the first 3 quarters the way they played the first 3 quarters against Toronto, they're going to lose tonight.
Maybe. I don't think they're a pull away team. I don't think they're a team that just like all of a sudden you're down 20 something. Like they play at such a methodical pace, and they're trying to play a defensive brand of basketball. They have Jeff Van Gundy on the staff now, like who's been a defensive guru throughout his career. And I feel like the way that they slow everything down, that sure they can pull away, but are they an explosive team that all of a sudden pulls away by 20, by 25, and like you're looking up at them like, oh, we can't catch up. You know, if you can somehow dictate the pace of the game, then you're going to have the ability to like sort of erase big deficits or pull away from them because they just don't play fast.
Sure.
And you know, they don't have a lot of offensive weapons outside of James Harden and Norman Powell.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah.
If you're playing defense the way the Kings played defensively against Toronto the other night, Toronto is not good, and they had so many easy looks early in that game. If you're letting the Clippers get easy looks, I know James Harden is not the player he was. James Harden will still cook somebody.
Oh,
and when he's breaking down the point of attack and he's getting into the paint, he is a nightmare. And if Norman Powell is going to go score freaking 30 and Derek Jones Jr. and Terrence Mann or Amir Coffey or whoever else is contributing, like you could have a problem on your hands. That's the thing. If the Kings play well, they're going to win. They're just better.
Yeah.
But I think if they sleepwalk through 3 quarters like they did the other night, I think they're going to be fighting uphill against a team that they're not able to fight uphill against.
I'd be intrigued to see what happens. I hope that that's not what we see. I hope we don't see the Kings come out without like the same pop that we, you know, that they need to have on their home floor. But I just don't think that this is a pull away team. This isn't a team this isn't the Phoenix Suns. It's not OKC. It's not a team with a bunch of dynamic scorers. In fact, like after you get past their 2 lead scorers, it's a bunch of, you know, 8 to 12 point per game guys. And they're good defensive players, and you'd love to have a Derek Jones Jr. You'd love to have a Terrence Mann, and even Zubats can pop you for 20, but they don't have another guy who can get 30 on a night in and night out basis.
They have yikes. Nicholas Batum is shooting 28.6% from 3.
Yep.
Terrence Mann 20%. Kevin Porter Jr. gross 10%. Chris Dunn, 45.5%. Amir Coffey, 60%. Derek Jones Jr., 37.9%. James Harden, 28.4%. Ugh.
Yeah, they're not a good 3-point shooting team right
Norman Powell scoring 25 a night. Yeah, the Clippers aren't a great 3-point shooting team, which means they're going to shoot 47% tonight.
Very true. Very true.
25 points a night from Norman Powell, which is insane. 20.8 for Harden, 17.1 for Zubats. And then it's Derek Jones Jr. at 10.6 a night.
Yeah, so that's my problem is once you get past, you know, their top 2, and then you can throw Zubats in there. Zubats is going to score.
Zubats a good player.
Yeah, like once you get past that though, they really don't have like another fastball.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's where you look at the Kings who have like 5-6 guys that can go for 30 on any night. And
they're better.
Yeah, that's where they have an advantage, like especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think that they can put up points on that team.
Yeah.
Although like they do have a lot of good defensive players.
Yeah, they should. This is a game the Kings should win. I would imagine. I haven't looked at the lines. I would imagine they're favored and probably favored pretty hefty. But I think they need to come out and play well. That's the Clippers being better than the Raptors is not a hot take.
No.
I don't think. Confirming this real quick, we'll get the line from our friends over at BetMGM. Then we'll get into our starters injury report and matchup of the game. The Kings favored by 6.5 tonight.
Ooh, that's a big number.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
But to your point, like if they come out and throw their jerseys on the court for 3 quarters, I think they'll run into a problem. If they come out and play well, I think everything that you're mentioning comes into play, and there's a chance that the Kings run away and cover that 6.5 comfortably.
Yeah, this is not going to be the 176-175 battle from 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, I'm not thinking so.
I don't believe that that's who these two teams are.
Yeah, the over-under is only 223.5. Not
Oof.
a ton of points.
Wow.
Okay. King starters tonight: De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. For the Clippers, you're going to see James Harden, Norman Powell, Derek Jones Jr., Terrence Mann, and Ivica Zubac. Not a bad starting 5.
No, not bad. And then they have a bunch of like oddly interesting pieces off the bench.
Yeah. They look so, it's so funny if you insert Kawhi Leonard into this lineup and push Derek Jones Jr. down to the bench, and you have him coming off the bench, you'd feel just so much better about the Clippers as a team. But you remove Kawhi, you put so much on James Harden and Norman Powell. It's like, ugh.
Well, that and
ugh.
I mean,
you'd probably move Powell to the bench. I don't know. Anyway.
Paul George was on this team last year, and so if you had Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, all of a sudden this becomes a lot more interesting team. But again, the Kings went 2-2 against this team last year, and those guys were there.
Yep.
So I don't think that this is a team that like really scares me, especially as much as it did last year or the year before that.
Yeah.
It's not a team that like puts the fear of Jesus in you.
I put them in a tier above Toronto, Atlanta. They're probably in the same class as Miami for me.
Okay.
I think they're in that tier of team.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Injury report. Nothing new for the Kings. Devin Carter and Orlando Robinson both out. Kawhi Leonard out for the Clippers. Mo Bamba out for the Clippers as well. What's your matchup of the game?
My matchup of the game. Let's see. I don't know that
you got 2 options here.
There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna go Keon Ellis versus Norman Powell.
Yeah,
because I think you are gonna need Keon a bunch in this game.
Yep.
And I mean, for me, that's a really, really good, fun matchup because Norman Powell's just playing out of his mind.
Insane. His previous career high was 18.6.
Yeah, something like that.
Not 20. He had never scored 20 in a season. He's averaging 25 a night right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he's a bucket though, and he has been for a long time. And you know, there was a point last season where he was in the 6th man of the year competition, and then he went in starting lineup, and it was like he played way too much as a starter, which
so there is a boundary.
That didn't matter for some people, but it did matter for Norman Powell.
That's good to know.
So poor Norman Powell, he kind of left out in the cold. But look, this is a good player. He's been a good player for a few years, and he's a player that the Kings probably should have gone after when he was traded for very little a couple of years ago. He's a good ball player.
Matchup of the game for me, I'm with you. And to what you pointed out earlier, if you shut the faucet off on Norman Powell or hold him to 15, they don't have a lot of other clubs in their bag.
They don't.
So Keon's going to be a big one there. Keegan Murray against James Harden is the matchup I'm watching. I think you're going to see Keegan on James Harden quite a bit. And when James Harden can break down the point of attack and get in the paint, he's a problem. And I think the Clippers then become a problem. But if you can slide your feet and keep him in front, force him into step back threes, they become a lot easier to defend. And I think Keegan can do that. He has the size and the athleticism to do that, to hang with James Harden.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't the old James Harden where you have to throw the kitchen sink at him.
Yep.
He's just not the same player that he once was. But I would
say
try
to be.
The other matchups to watch here is we've got a couple of really, really impressive defensive players who are long and super athletic. They've got 2 of them. So normally the Kings force a team to either defend DeRozan or defend Fox. I think we're going to we'll see Jones on one of them and we'll see Terrence Mann on the other.
Yeah.
That makes it really tough. They are going to try to muck this game up and slow it down.
Yeah. We'll have keys to a Kings victory. We'll revisit some of our key matchups and plenty more right here on ESPN 1320. He's James. I'm Kyle, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. More Kings basketball coming up.
We go over.
Here we go. Hang on. James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we are the Insiders, and we are sponsored by our friends over at Jiffy Lube. James, I got to tell you, it is the holiday driving season. You want to get your wipers checked. You want to get your brakes checked. You want to get your filters checked.
Get your tires rotated.
Get the tires rotated. That is very important.
Yeah, have the air checked. The air levels changed, Kyle.
It's all very important. And you can do that with our friends over at Jiffy Lube for the holiday driving season. Because trust me, if you're on the road going out shopping, maybe you're heading to a friend's house or you're heading down to visit family, you don't want to find out that you needed a car service in the middle of your trip. That's a good way to ruin your trip and your holiday. Jiffy Lube is your holiday driving headquarters. They got fast oil changes, wiper blades, light bulbs, and many more services.
Yeah, Jiffy Lube is super thankful for all of their customers. They've been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. Open each morning at 7:30, Monday through Saturday. Get in there early, get your car fixed, make sure everything is roadworthy before you head out to your family's house.
Jiffy Lube thankful for all of their customers. Well, that's us.
Yes.
We're thankful for you too, Jiffy Lube. That's so nice. Wow, what a great relationship we have. So get ready for the holiday driving season today. Visit jiffylube.com to find a location near you and get some valuable oil change coupons while you're there. That's jiffylube.com. Clear. I lost my read at the beginning there. Whoops.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I had to pull up because we don't print it. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, we're a little. I'll let you know on the next one.
Oh, I just forgot. That's my bad. I asked beforehand. Pitching is ruining.
Oh, hey, actually, you know what? We were almost exactly right.
On timing?
Yeah, we were 0.668 seconds off.
Sweet.
Being exactly on the dot.
All right. Sweet. We're supposed to have Faraz here in just a sec. I've not seen him jump in yet, but if you guys have questions, throw them in there. Hello, Charismatic Enigma. Hello, Spencer. Hello, Tyler Jennings. Soren. P-Dub, what's up? Spencer, yeah, Jason, oh, let me see. Jason Anderson does travel with the team, but he doesn't travel on every road trip. It's tough to do a back-to-back. Like if you have a home and road back-to-back, it's tough to do a home game on a, what was it, Monday night and get to Utah for a game on Tuesday. Because you have writing duties and everything else. So he had Chris Biederman go out on the trip. I think Jason will do a good portion of the trips, but I think Chris has a couple of big trips this year. So, yeah, Jason's been freed up a little bit over there, which is good. He works himself to death. It's not good. What's my record? My fantasy football record? Chatty. My fantasy football record in my big league is 4-5. Kyle and I just roll through everybody. I think we're 7-2.
I wanna help Ramsey real quick.
Nope.
Every time we ask him this, he says he hasn't looked at the lines yet, so we're not gonna ask him this, Ramsey. Sorry.
I think it's a bit.
Just want to let you know we're not ignoring you. If it is a bit, I'm sorry for missing it.
Greg, I think this is going to be a game-by-game thing. I do. I don't think that there's going to be one way in which the Kings handle the fourth quarter. And I certainly hope that they don't just like abandon what they've done the last couple of years. Fox is one of the best closers in the game. And like DeRozan is great as well. But you have two of them, and I would even say three if Malik Monk is there. Hey, there's Faraz.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, I don't got him.
Now you should.
Hello,
You
Faraz.
hear me now?
Yeah, we got him.
All right. What up, everybody? How you guys doing? Ooh, this way. Chilling. That's awesome.
You guys put your questions in so we can hit Faraz with questions here in a minute.
Christian McCaffrey back, huh?
Oh,
49ers fans must be feeling good. Debo back. Jennings back. Looking a little healthy, huh?
Yeah. Little post-trade deadline influx of talent.
plus they went out and made that big trade. Big
Yeah,
trade
here's
for
Khalil Davis.
Khalil
Watch out.
Davis.
Here we go. Oh. I'll get this right someday.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, thanks for bailing me out, voice guy. James Ham there. I'm Kyle. Faraz Siddiqi in the building, Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram, upperhandfantasy.com, and the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast and Odyssey Podcast. Get it wherever you get your pods. It is a Fantasy Friday. What's up, Faraz?
What up, everybody? What's going on?
Dude.
How you guys doing? Chilling.
Want to remind everybody, if you want to hit us with, if you want to hit Faraz with your questions, because we do this for you, you can hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. You can also jump on YouTube and Twitch and jump in the chatty house, ask your questions there. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Get your fantasy questions in for our expert Faraz Siddiqi. And Faraz, I'm going to ask you first of all, I want to give you a little anecdote. We have a guy in our league here at Odyssey Sacramento who had Jamar Chase, obviously. He also had Chase Brown and Lamar Jackson.
Oh my God.
104 points with 3 dudes.
Oh my
he's
God.
a winner.
Like, dude, at that point you just punt the week, right? If you're his opponent, like put our guy Abe, our afternoon drive host at 98 Rock. He's just like, I don't know what to do now. Like, you don't do anything.
Don't do anything. If I were on the other side of that, I would just take Sunday off. Like, I wouldn't even watch football, because it would just make me more sad. I would just go outside and touch grass and do some stuff.
That's the only recourse. That's my least favorite part of fantasy is there's not like, oh, I can actively do something to combat this.
Yeah. Well, I have this problem where, like, if the day isn't going good for me, for fantasy on a Sunday, and by the later games, like, I know that I'm probably losing, I honestly just have to stop watching for like an hour and just like go do something else because I'm so invested, right? And it's just it doesn't make me feel good, so I got to go do something else. So yeah, I totally feel that. And congratulations, that's a win right there. I love it.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's a huge win.
Huge win for a guy we don't know. No idea who this person is.
We don't know who he is. Yeah, he's in our league. We know everyone else. Like, I don't know where he came from and how he got into our league.
To JD, whoever JD.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. For us, we saw last week the revitalization of Patrick Mahomes with DeAndre Hopkins as his main guy. Is this for real, or should we be a little concerned that this was fool's gold?
I would be concerned. I mean, they were going up against Tampa. This was already a good matchup, even if DeAndre Hopkins wasn't there. Kelsey was obviously able to just go crazy against that secondary as well. So yeah, this was 2 good matchups, right? The Raiders, the Bucks, and this week he has Denver, right? So a much tougher matchup. Much tougher matchup for DeAndre Hopkins as well. I'm not necessarily going out of my way to bench DeAndre Hopkins this week. Obviously, you're a little bit worried about Patrick Surtain, but they've started to play a lot more zone defense lately, and he's not necessarily just like following opposing number 1 wide receivers all over the field anymore. Especially lately, we saw that last week with Zay Flowers, where even when Zay Flowers was on the outside, we saw that he was able to kind of take advantage. And we didn't even see Surtain on him for a lot of that game. So I'm not going to look at last week's game and say that, okay, Patrick Mahomes is officially back. I would love that to be the case, though, because if Hopkins is truly, the real deal, then I think it's possible that this could be the case. You never know, but I would pause the brakes. I would pause the brakes. No, I would hit the brakes just a little bit.
Hit pause.
Tap the brakes.
Tap the brakes.
Tap
the brakes. Hit pause. That's right. That's what it is.
Tap the pause.
Tap the pause.
Before we get into some listener questions, I'm going to ask you a question about the team James and I run together. We have a running back question for you. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, J.K. Dobbins starting. We also have Tyrone Tracy Jr. on our bench. Should we be starting him over one of those two guys?
Okay, so Tyrone Tracy over who? Sorry.
So we have Tyrone Tracy, J.K. Dobbins. Pick one.
Well, that and DeAndre Swift.
Well, I'm going through a thing here.
Oh, okay.
Tyrone Tracy
Let's
or
go through
J.K.
a thing. I got to go Tracy. I think Dobbins has a little bit of a tougher matchup, and Tracy's so hard to bench this week against Carolina.
Okay, J.K. Dobbins or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs starting no matter what?
See, it gets tricky here. I think I'm personally starting Swift over Gibbs. I have Swift. I have Gibbs. Tracy's right there alongside Gibbs, and I just don't know what to do there personally because it's so hard to bench Gibbs regardless of the matchup, right? And I think I lean Gibbs personally over Tracy only because if I use my brain, like Tracy's the answer. If I use my heart, which that's how I make all of my fantasy decisions, by the way, with my heart.
It's the only way to do it.
I go Gibbs, right?
Okay.
And I'm starting all those guys over Dobbins personally this week.
Okay, that's what we're doing.
That's what we're
Tyrone
doing.
Tracy in our starting lineup now over J.K. Dobbins. Faraz, thank you so much for doing that. We'll get to listener questions here.
We get to start 3 of those guys.
Oh, you're starting 3. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I would not.
Gibbs and Tracy. Swift, Gibbs, and Tracy are our.
Gotcha. Okay, good. I'm so glad because I would have never heard the end of it next week. So.
And then we also, just so you know, we started Derrick Henry as well. Like we drafted well.
Yeah, our team
I see that.
Let's talk about our listeners' teams.
Yeah.
Soren wants to know. Tony Pollard, DeAndre Hopkins, or Ramondre Stevenson in his flex spot in a PPR league.
This is tough. This is super close. It's between Pollard and Hopkins for me. I think I'm leaning Pollard here just by a hair. This is all super close, but we saw him get like a bell cow roll last week. The matchup isn't so great, but the matchup wasn't great either last week. So I'm going to go Pollard, just getting all those touches. It's close though.
Before I hit one of those, I'm going to ask you the big 49ers question. What do you do with McCaffrey? What do you do with Jordan Mason? Like, how do you think this is going to work out? Or do you have to wait a week or two before you actually make a determination here?
You play him. If you got McCaffrey, you play him. I'm playing him as an RB1. I have him as my RB7 or 8 on the week. I'm treating him as an RB1. Even if he gets like 13 touches, I think he could still finish as an RB1. So he's going to be efficient. He's on a great offense, and he's going to get the money touches, I think. So, and the matchup is good. So the 49ers implied total in the week is very, very high, and I am all in. I'm going to play him.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. UpperHandFantasy.com is the website. The Upper Hand Fantasy podcast and Odyssey podcast. Get it wherever you get your pods. Let's stick with DeAndre Hopkins here. Are you taking him or Brian Thomas Jr. In that flex spot?
I loved Brian Thomas Jr. coming into the week, but now we're finding out that that shoulder injury for Trevor Lawrence is going to cause him to miss this game. He has been ruled out, and now we got to deal with Mac Jones as the quarterback. I don't want to poo-poo all over Mac Jones here, but I don't think this is going to be the same type of potential for Brian Thomas Jr. Also, he's going up against a team. Minnesota plays some of the most too high safety coverage in the NFL. And Thomas has made a lot of his money, going over the top against single highs. So I'm going to go Hopkins here. I'd rather let's go with Patrick Mahomes than one wide receiver. How's that?
Okay.
Great. Love that.
Okay, let's see. I guess we got it with Lawrence out and QB's on a bye week. He needs an emergency. Mac, Rush, Mayo, Bryce. This is not good. I'm sorry this is happening for you, Adamel.
Mayo.
Jeez.
What's that?
Mayo.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a play on May and Mayo. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Gerard Mayo. Gerard.
Yeah.
I am gonna go with I'm gonna go with Drake May here. Drake May, honestly, he's doing more with without anything. Like he has nothing. He has no coaching. He has no offensive line. He has no weapons, but he's getting it done. And you watch him play, you're just like, is this dude a rookie? Because he's playing like a vet, to be honest. And just get him some weapons, get him a real OC, get him a real system, get him an offensive line. The dude is gonna be good, man. He's getting it done. for fantasy. I'm gonna go May.
Sneaky rushing upside too. Three rushes for 46 and a touchdown 2 weeks ago, and 8 for 95 last week.
Look at what he did in college too, man. This is him. This is who he is. So I'm in. I'm in on
Salute to Drake May. Stephen McBride has a crazy quarterback question. Do you start Jaden Daniels or Daniel Jones this week?
You can't sit Jaden Daniels for Daniel Jones, man. Don't do it. I know Daniel Jones had such a good matchup against Carolina, but we're talking JD here, man. Start him.
Yeah, that would be a gamble. That would be. I don't think
it would be.
I never want to be in a situation where I have to root for Daniel Jones. I don't give a damn about the matchup.
I know we started.
I just don't. I don't want to sit there and have to root for that's part of fantasy, right? You're doing this to enjoy the football games more.
Yeah,
true.
And I get zero joy out of sitting there just grinding through a Daniel Jones game because I need him to score 18 points. That's a thumbs down for me.
Exactly, which is why I like to draft players on good teams, right? Because you want to watch the good teams. You don't want to watch a crappy team hoping that your fantasy guy ends up scoring this garbage time touchdown, with 3 seconds left in the fourth quarter. That doesn't matter.
Ain't that the fact? Let's get to Michigan Wolverines. Pickens or Calvin Ridley?
No, this question asks Faraz, Pickens, or Ridley. That's what it says. So
I'm taking Faraz.
I am taking Faraz.
I'm going to go Pickens here. I don't love the matchup. I'm picking him over me. I don't love the matchup for Pickens. And Marshawn Lattimore, by the way, is not going to play this week for the Commanders. Apparently, his hamstring injury was real. It was not faked for the trade, which is interesting and not what I was expecting. I thought he was just going to miraculously end up playing. But Pickens, he thrives against single high, right? Similar to Brian Thomas Jr. This week, he goes up against the team, a lot of too high safety coverage. But it looks like Will Levis is back for the Titans, and we haven't seen success with Ridley and him together since week 2 or whatever it was. So I'm going to go Pickens here.
Fun fact about Michigan Wolverines, our guy in the chatty house, he actually invented the forward pass. Moving on. Johnny G. Not every joke's gonna land. He's old. That's the bit.
Johnny G knows that. Not all. Johnny G is our prankster in the chat.
Johnny G in the chatty house. He's trying to trade for McConkey. Lad McConkey, Chargers wide receiver. Is Walker and maybe Denver's defense worth it?
That's are we talking? I'm assuming we're talking Kenneth Walker here. Yeah, so I would say definitely not. I would say that's way too much. This would be a steal for the other person. I would try and trade maybe another running back, a much lower running back, because Walker's a solid RB1 every single week. So I would not do that.
Okay. Let's see. We've got a couple of choices here from Philippe. We've got Terry McLaurin, we got Debo or Jennings, and he's got to play 2 of them.
Okay. First of all, I love Debo. Debo's in no matter what. He's a top 10 wide receiver for me. Go trade for Debo if you can. This is the week. He could blow up this week, honestly. And then Terry McLaurin. Those would be my top 2. Both top 12 wide receivers this week, I would say.
Yeah, McLaurin's been really good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Our guy Tyler Jennings going. I'm assuming that's Nico Collins.
Oh,
I would assume so.
Practice window open today. Who we think? Cooper Kupp.
I'm assuming Amari. I'm assuming Amari here.
Amari Cooper. Okay. And Xavier Worthy.
Pick 2.
We need 2 of them.
Well, listen. If Nico plays, if Nico ends up playing, you're definitely playing him. And you're going to play Cooper. So definitely, I would say Cooper definitely in your lineup. And if Nico ends up playing, you play Nico. If not, then you know who to play.
It's kind of bizarre they opened his practice window today, right?
It is bizarre, and it's hilarious for all the people. Like, if he ends up playing, it's going to be hilarious for all the people that were going up against Nico this week, and they're like, you can't play Nico this week. And then all of a sudden he practices, because he's back in practice today, and he looks okay. I don't know. So, Nico's one of those players who doesn't need to practice in order to play, right? So, if he was truly okay, and they just want to give him a couple more days, they could do that with someone like him, and it wouldn't matter so much. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Nico ends up suiting up. It was a surprise for me that they ended up opening his practice window today after 2 DNPs. But yeah, so if he ends up playing, some people are going to be really upset. Some people are going to be really happy, and some people are going to be really upset.
Upper hand fantasy, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, we might need to sub him in at the last minute, Kyle.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
We do have him.
Awesome.
We've
Awesome.
got this from Russ Dog. Baker Mayfield or Aaron Rodgers.
I have tried to, really, Baker Mayfield is somebody who has just been getting it done. Like he has, he lost Godwin, he lost Evans, and he's just getting it done for fantasy and just overall. I can't sit Baker anymore, man. Like I've been one of those guys who have been saying, like, hey, listen, without Mike Evans, without Godwin, it's gonna be tough for him moving forward. And every single week he proves me wrong. So I'm done, talking smack about Baker. I'm just gonna play him every week.
He's just a baller, dude.
Yeah,
he's just a really freaking good player.
That's it.
We talked a little bit about Trevor Lawrence earlier here on a Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi, Upperhand Fantasy. Upperhandfantasy.com is the website. We talked a little bit about Trevor Lawrence and what that means for Brian Thomas, but what are we doing with the Jags backfield these days? Travis Etienne is back, but Tank Bigsby looked good while he was out. What should people do if they have one of those two guys in their lineup?
Bench them. That's what you do.
Just get rid of every Jag.
You just can't start any of these guys right now. It's interesting because it's funny. Bigsby, believe it or not, like you might not notice it, but he's their lead back, but he's not scoring any fantasy points. He is their early down back. Like if you say who is their primary rusher, it is actually Tank Bigsby right now. ETN still getting limited practices. He is their primary passing down back. So on an offense that is going to basically be down and be in negative game scripts most of the time, can't really play Bigsby, right? Because the game script is not going to support him. If you're going to play one of them, it most likely has to be ETN, and you would hope you're in a PPR league because he'll rack up a couple of receptions. But you really can't trust the situation right now. They're both on benches until further notice.
Yeah.
All right, we've got
so sad.
A trade question here. Should I trade CeeDee Lamb and Brian Robinson for Kupp, Hawkinson, and Jonathan Brooks? Is from P-Dub. In a PPR league.
Man, this is tough for me. I would say no, because I don't know what to expect from Jonathan Brooks at this point. The fact that they drafted Jonathan Brooks, they traded multiple picks to get up to the second round to draft Jonathan Brooks, and then they give this big contract to Chuba. And by the way, remember Miles Sanders? He also has a huge contract as their RB3 right now. It's okay. So this is crazy to me. I'm not saying that Chuba doesn't deserve it. He really does, because he's a good running back. Good for him. But I don't know what the Panthers are doing right now. Anyway, I would not make this move. I would keep CD. I would keep Brian Robinson. He's a high-end RB2. CeeDee Lamb is he's probably like a low-end wide receiver 1 right now. We'll see if he ends up moving towards the wide receiver 2 ranks with Cooper Rush as their quarterback. But all you're getting in this deal is really Cooper Kupp. Hawkinson can end up being a tight end 1, but that remains to be seen. I would keep these two guys, even though I love trading for Kupp. Listen, I'll say this. If you're really good at running back, right, and you're chilling at running back, you have like Achane, Kyron Williams, then sure. I think the upgrade to Kupp is worth it. But otherwise, I don't think I would.
Hey, CD's dealing with the shoulder thing too, right?
He is. I'm not as worried about that because that could go away in a week or so. But I think, I think he takes a little bit of a downgrade, with Cooper Rush. And what if Dak is out for the rest of the season? He could require surgery with that injury.
Yeah. Hamstring torn off the bone.
Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
That's unpleasant.
That sounds like the worst.
Didn't roll up his
thing.
leg though, right?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I haven't seen the images yet. Miles has a flex question. Rico Dowdle, running back for the Cowboys. Javonte Williams, running back for the Broncos. Or Lions wide receiver Jamison Williams.
I think I would go with just take the volume, and I think Rico's going to get the volume. So I would go with him. Not the best matchup in the world. The Vegas is not expecting the Cowboys to score a bunch this week, but Javonte is losing work. He had his lowest rushing share of the season last week, and even Sean Payton has said that he's going to work in the rookie a little bit more. So I think I'm leaning Rico just by a hair over Jamison. Jamison's boom bust. If you need a ceiling, go Jamison, but I think I'm leaning Rico.
Great.
Yeah, what do you make of Jamison Williams here down the stretch?
It sucks because in the beginning of the season, he was getting a legit target share. So you're like, oh, he's not really boom bust. Like he is getting a legit target share behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. But then that target share just completely depleted. And regardless of game script, he wasn't getting the target share. So now he just straight up boom bust, getting 2-3 targets a game, like one long catch. That's not going to do it. That's not the type of asset you want. Unless you have a good team and the boom bust will help you out. But right now it's not looking great. I'm not chopping them. I'm not cutting them or anything. I just want to hold them on my bench to see if that returns.
Got a couple more trade questions here for you. First one's from Julio. He got an offer of Travis Kelce and Tony Pollard for Breece Hall and David Njoku.
Ooh, I like this.
So he would be acquiring Kelce and Pollard.
Yeah, I as much as I like Kelce and Pollard, I can't trade away Breece right now. You would be trading him low. Over the last 2 weeks, he's had, last week was a tough matchup. He didn't come through. He's still getting the opportunity though, and he has overall RB1 upside every single week. So I am going to keep Breece Hall. I think Njoku, as long as Jameis Winston's their quarterback, and that's what you got to kind of have to hope for, Njoku can be a solid tight end 1. So I'm gonna hold Breece. I'm gonna hold Njoku here.
All right, let's get to Chris Ochoa. I'm trying to trade for CMC. I offered Hopkins and Williams. Is that a good offer? I mean, I think this depends on which Williams, because there might be 400 Williams in the league, but
right. Are you talking Kyron Williams, Jameson Williams? Right. So I have no idea. Now, I offered Hopkins and Kyron Williams for CMC. I would not do that. I would keep Hopkins and Kyron Williams.
Okay.
Hopkins and Jameson Williams, hell yeah. I would definitely do that and go get CMC. What other Williams are there? Caleb Williams? Yeah, I would do that too. Who else we got? But yeah, I think that's about
Denver
it.
running back. There are a
Javonte
lot of
Williams. Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
That would do that too. Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
went through all the
We're gonna try something for the first time ever. We're gonna try and have a caller ask you a question.
Uh-oh.
For us.
Oh, nice.
So let's hope this person is calling the right number, because we can't screen calls.
Okay.
So we're just gonna wing it. Hey Don, you're on the Insiders with James, Kyle, and it's a Fantasy Friday. So Faraz Siddiqi is here. Fire away with your fantasy football question. Hey Don. And they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
They probably
We
didn't
tried.
know that. We sure did. All right, couple more here. Last couple before we get out of here. Sam Laporta or Hunter Henry in a PPR league.
Oh my God. Same thing with Laporta, man. Where is his target share? It's nowhere to
So
be found.
weird.
I'm
So
going to go
weird.
Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry.
Right. And then you got to pick 2 here: Jalen Waddle, Rico Dowdle, or Jalen McMillan. McMillan hasn't been practicing.
Agreed. Waddle and Dowdle.
Great. And then Stroud or Baker, and Collins or Worthy.
Definitely Baker. Stroud is a bench, especially if Nico doesn't play. And I would go Nico over Worthy again. Yeah, if he plays.
Unless Nico doesn't play, obviously.
Unless Nico doesn't play.
Don't leave it empty, for sure.
Yeah.
So leave an open spot.
Get those liners in. Faraz, hang on. We're gonna try one more time. Hey, caller, you're on the Insiders. It's Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi is here with Kyle and James, and you are on the air.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I wasn't listening on the radio. I think you were trying to go to someone named Don earlier.
Oh no, our call screener wrote Don for your name. Sorry, they got it wrong.
No worries. Wasn't not necessarily a fantasy football question, but I know everyone is talking about Lamar and value and where he's at. How many quarterbacks how many active quarterbacks in the NFL have more playoff wins than Lamar Jackson currently in the NFL? Anyone want to take a stab?
It's probably a bunch.
Well, I know
More than
Mahomes.
half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mahomes,
Rodgers, Flacco, Wilson, Burrow, Allen, Goff.
We got to run. What's your point?
He has the lowest quarterback rating out of the 13 quarterbacks that have more wins than him. Is 2 and 4.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Address that.
Lamar. Lamar. We've seen a lot of good Lamar this season. This is the best Lamar we've ever seen.
That was a point earlier. And to the caller's point, like I used to, we talked about this at the top of the show. I used to like when people would say what that caller said, I'd be like, yep, no doubt, for sure. But when you're naming quarterbacks who have more wins and it's guys who have been in the league way longer, I'm sorry, that gets tossed. But the second thing is this is, like you said, for us, this is the best version of Lamar. Yeah. And so I'm not holding that against him anymore. Like he has
a long career ahead of him, man. This is going to be his 3rd MVP year.
And he's only 27.
Exactly. That Super Bowl's coming. It's coming. Look at his passing stats this year. Unbelievable, man.
Unbelievable.
It's just undeniable at this point.
Faraz, you're the best. Appreciate you. Fantasy Friday. We'll talk to you next week, 10:30 right here, as we try and get people some wins in fantasy football. Appreciate the time as always, man.
Hell yeah. Good luck, guys. Take it easy.
Faraz Siddiqi, upperhandfantasy.com. You can follow him on Instagram at upperhandfantasy, and of course his podcast on Odyssey Podcast. You can get it wherever you get your pods, and of course on the free Odyssey app. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Shout out to Faraz. All right. We'll talk some Kings basketball. We'll talk some 49ers. A massive game on Sunday for the 49ers. And we'll try and find some interesting football games on the NFL calendar this weekend.
All right.
A lot of weird games. We'll discuss all that next in the second hour. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
We got an episode of The Pretender, I believe. Is that what this is? No. What is this show? Oh, Person of Interest. There we go. My bad. Yeah, I do think it's really tough to compare. Like, it's one thing if we're looking at Dak Prescott, who's been in the league for X amount of years, and he's got 2 total wins in the playoffs, and we're comparing to Brock Purdy, who's been in the league like 2 years, and saying, look, Brock has already got 4 wins, and, you know, clearly he's winning more in the playoffs than a guy who's been in the league longer. But to take a guy who's been in the league like 7 years and start comparing him to guys who've been in the league 22 years or 21 years, whatever Aaron Rodgers is.
No, Lamar has definitely had his problems in the playoffs. That is
Yeah.
inarguable. The caller was not wrong.
No.
My point is he is playing the version of football this year that people have been asking him to play. And also last year against Kansas City, if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble at the 1-inch line, that game looks a lot different.
Yep.
And that's out of Lamar's control.
Yep.
So I don't. If he was just god awful when he got to the playoffs this year, okay, then we can have a conversation. But I don't.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like a 3-time MVP right now. Like, it looks like he will be the MVP again. I don't know who Daniel is.
I neither.
So
Was it that caller?
I don't know. Was that his name, Daniel?
This is a great question. It's a great question by Drew. 0 playoff wins this season for Lamar.
Damn it.
Makes you think.
It's tough.
Was Daniel the caller?
Maybe? Huh. What do we got coming up on the Insiders, Kyle? What to watch? Oh, no. Niners.
We got Kings. We got Mad Props coming up. I'm going to tell you guys about brunch at Sky River.
Oh. Are we going to do Yeah.
So just a heads up. And then we'll dive into Niners.
Mm-hmm. Hey, hit that mute for a sec.
All right, 10 seconds to party time.
Yes, Drew, buddy, we know our mics are off.
Whoa, Matt, relax. This is, bruh. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC Hey, just want to remind you that we've got the weekend coming up. Salute. Shout out to the weekend. And then on Monday, we are going to be live. James and I, our first ever live show at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino.
Mm-hmm.
James and I are going to be live. We're going to have a canned food drive. It's Socktober overtime. So bring a new pair of socks, bring some canned food. Going to be doing that for a good cause.
Mm-hmm.
You can come watch the program. You can eat some really good food. They just posted on their Instagram last night these Irish nachos. It looked amazing. Really good food, really good drinks, whether you like beer or cocktails or just want soda, water, whatever you're into.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a beer or cocktail person, the beers and cocktails are unreal. Some of my very favorites. Then D'Lo and KC, they'll be doing a live show out there from noon to 4. And then there's also going to be a Kings game, so you can hang out and there's a million TVs inside 32 Brew Street, and it's the best place to watch a Kings game.
It sounds like a good little Monday.
It's a great way to spend a Monday.
Yeah, especially a day off for
Yeah.
a lot of people. It's Veterans Day.
And you're not obligated to stay the whole time, by the way.
I think they are.
If you we would love you to, but if you can only come for an hour, for 20 minutes or whatever, we'd still love to have you drop by, say what's up. That's what we're there for. We're there to hang out with you and talk sports, doing it for a good cause with good food and good drinks inside 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino on November 11th. That's Monday. That's this coming Monday, Veterans Day.
I expect people to check in at 10 and stay through D'Lo and Casey at 4 and then watch the Kings game with us.
The entire Kings game.
And we'll all get out of there around 7:30. It'll be like a 9.5 hour shift. I got you with at least 8 drinks and at least 2 meals that you will have to dive
fun.
into. So
It'll be
that way
fun.
you get to test all of the good stuff out at in front of Sky River.
While we're discussing Sky River, I mentioned on Monday I got to do brunch at SR Prime, and they do brunch on the second Saturday of every month. And if you look at the calendar, you'll notice that tomorrow is the second Saturday of the month.
Oh,
If you're looking for a brunch spot or you've got no plans and you want a good ass brunch,
mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, like, go to SR Prime. I'm not getting money to say that. I'm trying to help people out here.
Yeah.
Hit SR Prime. They do the Keep 'em Coming Bloody Marys and a Bloody Mary tableside Bloody Mary.
Oh yeah. They pull a card up, right?
Yes, and they make your Bloody Mary there. So you can be like, a little more horseradish, I want a little more tahini on the rim, or a little more salt on the rim.
I think I'm going to add that to my house. I'm going to make a Bloody Mary cart that I can just push around my house for days where I'm going to make Bloody Marys.
Smart. You know what you should do? You should hit SR Prime, see how they do it.
I'm going to. Yes.
They also so we had the souffle style pancakes. There were these big fluffy pancakes that were unbelievable. Little lemon ricotta, little blackberry jam on there. The cinnamon honey butter was incredible. They had a smoked seafood charcuterie board that was like, it says it's for 2. You could just order that and be full. It is so much food, and it was all so freaking good. I also, my wife had the pork belly. It's got the hollandaise. The name is escaping me.
Oh,
pork belly, eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I had the steak frites. Is the best filet mignon I've ever had in my life, with the delicious like Parmesan fries. It was amazing, and it's the second Saturday every month, and they're also doing one December 8th as well. Brunch SR Prime inside Sky River Casino. I don't do brunch often, but whenever I do, I'm going to do it there now because I have been ruined. Every other brunch has been ruined for me.
That sounds great.
Can't wait. Anyways, Sky River Casino, salute to them. We'll be out there November 11th for our live show. Hope to see everybody there. All right. The 49ers. I'm trying to cut back on the dramatics. Just in my life, I'm a dramatic person. I'm trying to cut back on the dramatics. This is the must-win game for the 49ers on Sunday. I feel good about saying it.
Yes, I believe this is a must-win game.
Must-win.
Must-win.
It is. They're basically playing playoff games.
No, I think it is too. I mean, you look at their schedule from here on out. If they don't pick up a win here, where are you going to pick up wins? And you've like burned whatever leeway you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. Like, this is it. You have to take care of business against teams that are, playing on 5-6 days rest, who are beat up, missing, both of their star wide receivers.
Yep.
Like, this is a team that that you need to go in there and play well against and prove that you're a contender.
They need to go. Yeah, it can't be prove you're a contender. Like that's the bar. That's where we're judging the 49ers.
Mhm.
Like that, and that's what happens. It's like the Boston Celtics in the NBA. The Boston Celtics are going to be judged on whether they win a championship or not. Their season is not going to be judged on 52 wins. That's a good year.
Mhm.
Like, no, if the Boston Celtics win 52 games, it was some kind of disaster happened.
Oh,
right.
Of course.
So that's where the 49ers are. Like the disaster has kind of already happened. They were a team expecting to come in and be battling for the 1 seed and be Super Bowl contenders. They are not in the fight for the 1 seed at all. And they are not Super Bowl contenders heading out of their bye week.
Well, not only that, but anytime you talk about the trade deadline that passed this week,
Mhm.
everyone says this is the most talented team in the NFL. It's like it's the most talented team. They're 4-4.
Thank you.
Just because they are the most talented team, injuries are playing a role in what's
Mhm.
happening here. Brandon
doubt.
Ayuk done for the year. This is the first time we'll see Christian McCaffrey in his week 10.
Mhm.
So nothing has gone right this year. But I also feel like you're at a point where that doesn't matter anymore. Either you're going to buck up and be a team that can compete for a championship, or you're not.
That's it.
That's it.
Can you go beat the brakes off of Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
And Tampa Bay is really good. They scored 24 points and took the Chiefs to overtime. 24 points is the second most points the Chiefs had allowed all year. They gave up 25 to the Bengals.
Yeah, they're an offensive juggernaut. They're
a very, very good team. But here's the thing with this game and why it's a must win. It's not just for the 49ers. The Bucs are 4-5. The Niners are 4-4. You lose this game, not only do you go to 5 losses, you go behind Tampa Bay in the standings.
Mhm.
And now you're back there with Seattle again. This is a chance to gain separation from a team in the mix with you for a wild card spot. And they're still looking up at the Packers, who are 6-3. The other 2 wild cards are Minnesota and Philly at 6-2. This is why they can't lose a ton more games.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at 3 really good teams holding the wild card spots right now. And ahead of San Francisco are LA and Chicago. They're all 4-4, but LA and Chicago have tiebreakers over them. So you need to start stacking wins and then hoping that you get a loss from LA. LA is hosting the Dolphins this weekend. You got to hope Chicago loses. Chicago's hosting the Patriots. Like that's 2 games those are 2 very winnable games for those teams. They moved to 5-4 and you drop to 4-5.
Cooked.
While Tampa Bay goes to 5-5. Your season's done, dude.
Yeah.
So that's the importance here. The Cardinals just moving to the division now. The Cardinals don't have a tough game. They're playing the Jets. The Rams are hosting the Dolphins, and the Seahawks are on a bye week. You have to assume the Cardinals and Rams are winning their games.
Okay. I mean, I kind of want to see what the Rams look like against Miami.
Sure.
I want to see if Tua can lead the team. But if you're just saying if you're the 49ers, you have to assume that everyone's going to win games against lower level opponents from here on out, because that's what you've hit that point in the season. This is at the NBA trade deadline. I mean, the NBA All-Star break, basically.
Yep.
This is the last 25 games of the season where you're either a playoff contender or you're trash and you're playing for Cooper flag. That's where we're at in the NFL season. This is the turn. This is what do you got? What do you got for us?
Yep. You got to hit the gas. You got to start winning games. So here's the situation. Any 49ers loss, they stay in 3rd place in the NFC West.
Okay.
They'd be 4-5. They'd be tied with the Seahawks, but they have the game in hand, the head-to-head matchup with the Seahawks, so they'd be ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
If the 49ers win and the Cardinals and Rams both lose, the 49ers are in 1st place.
Oh, wow.
If the 49ers win and those teams split, one of Arizona or LA wins and the other one loses, the 49ers are in 2nd place.
Okay.
But if you lose, again, you're in the basement. And now you're looking up at probably a game and a half behind Arizona, and they have the head-to-head game in hand. The Rams have the head-to-head game in hand, and they're going to be a full game up on you if you lose and they win. It is not a good spot for the 49ers right now. And they're ostensibly playing playoff games the rest of the way. Maybe they get on a roll, and by week 15, you go, okay, they could lose this one, and it's not a big deal. But they got to get there first.
Yep.
And it starts against a beat-up Buccaneers team.
playing on short rest.
Looks like Baker Mayfield is going to play.
Mhm.
He missed the first couple of practices of the week with a toe injury, but he was back today, and he is on track to play.
He's been so good.
He's been really freaking good, man.
Yeah, I mean, he still makes mistakes and still turns the ball over too much, but he's been really good. I'd also point out, Kyle, that both the Cardinals and the Rams are both riding 3-game win streaks. Like, they figured it out. They know where they are in the schedule. They know that they have to win right now.
The Rams are getting healthy.
Yeah, if the Niners didn't get the memo, then it's going to be a very quick end to the season here.
Yep, for sure. Baker reminds me of, like, I don't know, who does almost, this is not apples to apples, but follow me here. In fact, you know what? We'll keep it local because he's a better tier of player than this, but follow my comp. He reminds me of Keon Ellis in that he just the other way, I guess you could do this as Sabonis, but he's not quite at that level. But anyways, he's just that player that, yeah, he might not do everything perfect all the time, but damn, you'll take him in a foxhole.
Yeah, you want him on your team.
Yes, he's just a gangster. He's just going to do what it takes to try and win. May not always win. Even the game last year when the Niners played them, when the Niners hosted the Buccaneers, you go look at Baker's stat line and you go, oh, he wasn't that impressive. He didn't play that well. I think it was 240-something yards and a touchdown and a pick or whatever. Mm-hmm. But he made 3 or 4 throws in that game that were just dots. Like absolute freaking dimes. And you go, oh, yeah, this guy was the number 1 overall pick not that long ago.
Oh, yeah, he's a gunslinger.
Yeah. I am all the way in on Baker, man. He just scraps. He's going to fight. He's going to claw. And he's going to go, no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin. All right, we're going to go into Kansas City. We're going to hang up 24 points.
Yeah, he's a guy that realistically should not have played for 4 teams at like 8 years into his career.
Yeah.
That weird little season and a half where he bounced around. That should have never happened. He's way, way too good of a quarterback to have that happen.
Really odd.
Yeah.
I want last quick NFL thing before we look ahead to the Kings-Clippers game tonight. You know how we always talk about, like, in the NBA, the Clippers are 4-4. They're the 11th seed in the West because there's so many teams that are 4-4 or 4-3 or 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
The New York Football Giants, who play against the Carolina Panthers this weekend in Munich, are 2-7. If the NFL draft was today, it's not, but if it was, the New York Giants would pick 7th. They are 2-7. There are 7 2-7 teams in the NFL.
Oh no.
New England, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Carolina, Cleveland, Las Vegas, and New York. Right behind them, Miami and Tennessee are 2-6. Tennessee is 2-6 and would hold the 9 pick if the draft was today.
That is absolutely crazy. This is I think the bottom end of the NFL is the worst it's ever been. Like,
yeah, dude. It's
historically shockingly bad.
The 3-5 Dallas Cowboys, 11th. Just
what's crazy is
incredible.
This isn't like Caleb Williams isn't available. There are good quarterbacks in this draft, but this isn't like the chase for a Cooper Flag. This isn't Wembanyama standing there. This is like, it's a good draft, but it's not like an over the top, like, oh my gosh, franchise quarterbacks everywhere. And so, like, what is happening here? Like, this is just bad football.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's just a lot of bad football every single weekend.
Yeah. New England, just not a good roster. Jacksonville is a disaster.
Oh yeah.
Like, Trent Baalke is not it. New Orleans had fired their coach. Carolina, just not a good team, rebuilding team. Cleveland, Deshaun Watson, disaster. Vegas, disaster. Like you said, it's just not. Yuck. None of these teams are performing like well below at Cleveland.
Yeah.
And maybe
Jacksonville. Yeah.
But, man.
Oh, well, and maybe Miami.
Well, Miami had the injury stuff.
They had the injury stuff.
Yeah. All right. Let's shift gears. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We have a Sacramento Kings game tonight at Golden One Center. The Kings playing host to the 4-4 Los Angeles Clippers. It's James Harden, Norman Powell, Ivica Zubac, and then some other guys. Salute to the Clippers. A team that, look, we we talked on the Insiders, 10 a.m. to noon every day right here on ESPN 1320. We talked a little bit earlier in the week about stock up and stock down.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers have done nothing. I didn't think the Clippers were going to be a playoff team this year. I thought they might fall all the way out of the play-in. Nothing has happened that makes me think otherwise, really. Especially if Kawhi's going to be out just indefinitely. And maybe he comes back and turns things around for them and they can avoid falling into such a hole that his return doesn't matter. But through the first few games of this season, through the first 8 games for them, I've seen nothing that moves me off of, oh yeah, this team is just kind of
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think you got to be careful with them. I think they have some talented players that they can punch you in the mouth. But on a game in, game out basis, I don't look at LA and go, oh man, dicey.
Yeah.
They're better than the Hawks. They're better than the Blazers, better than the Raptors. But are they?
They feel more like a 500 team.
Yeah.
They're 4-4, which is a 500 team, but they feel like that's who they are for the season.
Yep. They're going to win some games they shouldn't. They're going to lose some games they shouldn't. I think that's just going to be what it is.
Yeah, they're just going to be marginal the whole season.
Yep, for sure. So, how do the Kings avoid losing to this Clippers team? We've got some keys to victory for you right here on ESPN 1320. James Ham, number 1.
Move the ball. Don't let it get sticky. The problem that you have with this team is while they are a little funky, they've got really, really long athletic defenders.
Mm-hmm.
You need to move the ball. If you decide to go one-on-one against Man and against Derek Jones Jr. and bunch, you're going to lose that battle. These guys are very, very good defenders. Move the ball, play team basketball, start to develop your identity as a group, as a passing team. I don't want to see this get to the mid-third quarter and Sabonis has 11 assists and the rest of the team has 4.
Man, yes. That is the most frustrating thing with the Kings is when it doesn't happen super often, but it happens often enough that it's annoying, where the offense just stops. It's standing around and watching whoever has the basketball.
Yeah.
And look, that's just, do they have players? If the league mandated, hey, you can only pass it 3 times per possession, would the Kings be okay? Yeah, because DeMar DeRozan one-on-one fine, De'Aaron one-on-one fine,
Malik
one-on-one fine. You do okay, cool. But that's not it. That's not what the league does. And the Kings offense is just so much worse when it bogs down. So I'm with you. They got to move the ball. That could be a key every game, but especially in a game like this where that's what the Clippers want.
Yep.
They are trying to play that style of game. In fact, because of that, I'm going to move key number 2 up to key number 1 for me.
Okay.
Pace, dude. The Clippers in their wins are averaging 83.5 field goal attempts.
Oh.
In their losses, it's 88. When you pick up the pace and you increase the number of possessions, the Clippers get worse. So go do that.
Yeah.
Get out and run. Get into your offense. Don't let them get their defense set. Crash zone, offensive boards, all that jazz. Anything you can do to make the pace of this game faster than the Clippers want to play it puts you in a position to win.
Yeah, they're 28th in the league in pace overall, according to Basketball Reference. They're 96.7. That's just molasses.
It is so slow in the modern NBA.
In the modern NBA. And the Kings could easily go for like a 102 pace in this game and just blow the doors off them.
Yep. Just for reference, last year, the Kings finished. Hang on. Where's my summary? There it is. Just for reference, last year, what'd you say their pace was?
96.7.
96.7. The Kings last year as a team were 98.8. 96.7 would have been 28th in the league.
Yep.
102.7 was the Wizards. They were the fastest team in the league. It's 6 more possessions per game.
That's wild.
Than the Clippers this year.
Yeah, they just want to slow it down. Yep. Like you have to dictate the pace in this game.
Yep, 100%. Number 2, James.
Don't let some rando bust you up. It's like the mantra of every Kings game, but realistically, if you get past the top 3 scorers on this team in Harden, Zubats, and Powell, they do not have any scorers. And so you got like a guy like Amir Coffey that I could see busting the Kings up. Kevin Porter Jr., who's shooting 33% from the field and 10% from three. There's a world in which he gets you 18 points, and the Kings need to figure out how that doesn't happen. How a guy like Bones Highland, who barely plays, doesn't come in and just dominate you for 8 minutes or something.
Is Amir Coffey, I'm going to sidetrack us for a second. Is Amir Coffey the player the player most likely to be the rando who goes for a career high tonight?
Yes. Amir Coffey is like, if I'm betting,
two
yes.
games ago, here's his stat line against the Spurs. 8 of 10 from the field, 5 of 6 from 3, 6 boards and assists, a steal, 21 points.
Yeah, he can score, but not consistently.
No. He shouldn't. He's not a player that you go in and you're like, oh my God, you got to watch Amir Coffey. But if some rando went for 25 tonight on the Clippers, it's him.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yikes. Number 2 for me, keep James Harden out of the paint. We talked about this earlier. When James Harden can get a step on his initial defender, he is a nightmare. He's going to hold the ball out there. He's going to draw fouls. He's a very talented passer. He's a very talented finisher at the rim. He's still got that in his bag. He doesn't do it as consistently as he did, but when he can get a step on his defender, it becomes a problem. So I need Keegan. I don't know if Keon Ellis has the heft to stay in front of him. James Harden's a hoss. He's a big boy. So
yeah,
I think Keegan's probably going to be like the only guy with the real size to stay in front of him. So I think it's going to be a lot of Keegan, and you cannot let him get in the paint. Force him to shoot step backs, force him to do all that, and if he hits a billion threes, then live with it. But when he gets in the paint and you start having to rotate defensively, that's where guys like Amir Coffey start getting open shots.
Yeah, I would say like the peripheral stats on James Harden are really impressive. I mean, he's at 20.8 points per game, but he's at 1.8 steals, 1.3 blocks, 1.3 blocks. I don't understand that at all. 9.4 assists and 8.1 rebounds. He's also turning the ball over 5.1 times per game. That's crazy.
That's so many.
Yeah, like Fox has got a broken pinky and turning the ball over more than normal. He's at 3.8.
Yeah, and that's like, man, what's wrong with Fox?
Yeah. So Harden just isn't playing a particularly good brand of basketball.
Hey, James Harden, of players with 120 minutes on the Clippers, James Harden has the second highest usage rate.
Uh-oh.
At 30.7. Just above him at 30.8, Kevin Porter Jr.
Oh, no. That's grounds for getting in a food fight in a... like Kevin Porter jokes. I don't know.
What a piece. Anyways, go on.
Yeah, so we can get to my
number
third
3?
key. Yeah.
Number 3. Yeah, number 3.
Because it plays into the same thing. You got to make James Harden shoots a 3-ball. He's shooting 28.4% on 8.4 attempts per game. He's shooting 37.6% overall from the field. And that's because he's missing so many 3-point shots.
Golly, man.
So that 20 points, 20.8 points per night is one of the most inefficient 20.8 points. Do not get suckered into his weird sidestep 3. Do not foul him on the perimeter. He's averaging 7.1 free throw attempts per game, which is the only reason he's up around 20.8 points per game. Like, keep your hands off of him. Keep him out of the paint. Wall him off. Make him shoot the 3-ball because he has no problem shooting it, and he's not hitting it.
I'm going to go find if there's ever been a player in NBA history with a less efficient 20 points per night.
I'm going to guarantee he's in the top 5.
I would be, if I was a Clippers fan, I would hate watching James Harden.
I have been an NBA fan forever, and I've always hated watching James Harden play.
Just the worst. All right.
Now he is crafty. Oh. Go ahead.
No, he's an incredible player.
Yes.
But his style of basketball is not my favorite aesthetically.
No, I don't want to watch somebody dribble the ball 450 times. Like, it's just...
And then hold the ball out, and then the second he gets hit, throw the ball in the air, throws his hands back. Again, Hall of Famer, first ballot, one of the best to ever put on sneakers.
Incredible score.
Hate watching him play.
Yep.
Number 3 for me. Did I already hit the ding?
You did. You hit the ding.
Okay. Normal Norman. Normal Powell. I couldn't think of which way I wanted to go with that. So Normal Norman is where I landed. Can I get 17 or 18 from Norman Powell instead of 30?
Yeah.
Just that's it. Put Keon, De'Aaron,
yeah,
whoever's defending him, don't let Norman Powell look like a freaking all-star.
Yeah, can you get like a 5 of 17 from the field from
Yeah.
Norman Powell?
Yeah, that's
maybe
all.
maybe 2 threes. Maybe
I'm not asking for the moon.
yeah.
That's because that's again, like we talked about earlier. That's where you get in trouble. Norman Powell starts scoring 30. Now all of a sudden you're scrambling to defend him, and now other guys are getting open, and now all of a sudden you're going, "Hey, this Clippers offense is cooking a little more than normal." If you can keep Norman Powell from looking like an all-star, this Clippers team is a lot easier to beat.
I agree.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're not just basketball here on ESPN 1320. We've got college football coming up for you on Saturday. Sac State is at Montana State. 11:30 a.m. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. And then Sunday, we're going to have coffee and strudel for you. 6:15 a.m. coverage begins. Giants against Panthers. That is in Germany. And then 4:30 p.m. after that, we'll have Lions at Texans. Sunday Night Football should be a good one right here on ESPN 1320. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And this is Sacramento Sports Leader.
I like strudel.
What
Yeah,
were those? I'm gonna look this up real quick. What were Harden's?
he's shooting
What?
37.6% from the field and 28.4% from 3.
Okay, 37.6 and
28.4. I'm trying to think. There was a super inefficient scorer that had a really bad season, but I don't think it was. I mean, this is only 8 games in. His field goal percentage will come up, but
How many points per game for Harden?
20.8,
Hit me with that 3-point percentage again.
28.4.
Wait. Such a pain. I hate how they do this.
There's a guard. It's like super close to popping into my head that was so inefficient. I mean, I think Jordan Poole's numbers from last year probably won't be that far off. Oh man. I think Steve Francis had a super inefficient season. But there was someone else who's like, "Oh, they're that guy can really score." And you're like, "Yeah, but it's just in bulk. Like just none of it's good."
All right. 20.8 points on shooting splits. As good or worse than James Harden. Survey says, oh my God, there's a bunch of them.
No.
Yeah, hang on.
Monte Ellis.
I'll be right back. I gotta run.
It could be Monte Ellis later in his career. Like when he was young with the Warriors, he was actually very efficient. But I don't know why I'm struggling to come up with the name of who it was. Yeah, Marbury was inefficient. Although Marbury going to the cup was impressive. And you have to remember that players didn't shoot that many threes in Marbury's era. So I think it's got to be more modern. Hey, what's up, man? Maybe like there was a bad Marcus Thornton season, but I don't think so. Not that bad. We're trying to figure out if there's another player who's done what James Harden's doing right now, where he's averaging 20.8 points, but he's shooting 37.6 from the field and 28.4 from 3-point line. I think you have some good guesses. Mustache spider. I don't know why you're asking me the largest spider I've ever killed. But a black widow, I'm sure. I've never killed a tarantula. I don't think you're supposed to do that. Kill tarantulas. I don't know.
You're out of program one, Justin.
What's up, Chatty House?
It's time for Mad Props. What? Man. Is this a fake one? Oh no, NBA Central. Miami Heat are intrigued by Giannis Antetokounmpo, Anthony Edwards, and
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia in the building, as he is every Friday-ish.
Yep, Friday and Monday.
Friday and Monday, typically, unless the NFL schedule is a little bit weird. We will have mad props for you here coming up. I just want to let you know first, Jesse. 49ers fans across the world, nay, the universe,
Wow.
are huge Miami Dolphins fans this weekend.
oh,
I would imagine so. Yeah, I thought about that. I mean, it's a big game given the Rams are what, 4-4, 3-4?
Rams 4-4,
4-4.
but ahead of the 49ers because of that head-to-head tiebreaker.
Mhm.
So the Niners need wins and help.
Mhm.
And the Miami Dolphins could be a big help this weekend.
We'll see. We'll see. What do you want me to do, bro? Like,
we're gonna
Yeah,
need you to bring
keep
home a
believing.
win, Jesse.
Keep
I'll
believing.
try. I'll
Let's
try.
go.
I'll
Come
try.
on.
The believe meter is about as low as it can be, but we're still there. I'll be at Sky River watching that game. So
Can't wait. All right. Jesse, let's get to mad props. I'm not doing anything for the bit this week.
finally,
Nothing is going to be done for the sake of the bit unless it actually needs it.
can you imagine, James? He's just all right. I'm gonna make real picks. Goes like 2-4 this week.
Oh, you guys want me to try? I had a buddy growing up who that was his thing in video games. When you'd start beating him in video games,
Mhm.
he'd be like, "You want me to try? I'll try. Do you want me to actually try?" That was his like, "Yes, dog. Please."
Shout out to that friend too, because it's always like, oh, I'm gonna try it, and then you still lose at every game.
Yes, every
Yes.
time.
I had a buddy who was like, oh, we played Madden at the apartment in college stuff, played Madden and all that, just gets his ass kicked every time. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, well, my game is NHL, whatever, blah, blah, blah. All right. We get NHL. We run the sticks, and he loses like 13-1. Like, this is your game, pal?
My game is Wii Bowling.
Yeah. Love we. Hey, the Wii moment was a great one.
Oh, yeah.
I loved. My parents had one.
Oh yeah.
An incredible gaming system.
Yeah.
Like, I know the technology probably never really took off the way they wanted it to.
That was basically VR.
I'll play some basic Wii Sports right now.
We still have a Wii. I
Yeah,
think we
dude.
have a cracked Wii. Like it's got a Wii with all the games.
I would like
There
to
we go.
talk about literally anything else now. Here we go. I need to turn this button on. I've tried to play out of this pot. I've tried to play sound off of this board 3 times today. 0 for 3. Can we make it 1 for 4?
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games,
Solid day in
2
baseball.
props.
Big time.
Which number will he hire? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
And Jesse.
Here's Mad
And
Props.
Jesse. Yeah, I got to fix that. I am as good at making sounds on this board today as James Harden is at shooting threes. All right. 49ers against the Buccaneers on Sunday. The Kings against the Clippers tonight. Those are the 2 games we're working with.
Mhm.
I'm going to pick a stat from each game. We're going to compare them, and then we'll choose which number is going to be higher. The first one, Christian McCaffrey back for the 49ers this week. Christian McCaffrey touches James. Nope. That was touches. James, this one's for you. Christian McCaffrey does not. James, this stat's for you. Christian McCaffrey touches or Keegan Murray points.
Ooh. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Keegan Murray points.
Right on. Jesse?
Yeah, I'm going to go Keegan Murray points. So I can see Keegan getting anywhere from like 20 to 24. I'd be pretty shocked if CMC gets like a heavy workload this week.
Yeah, if this was last season, I think I'd be more inclined to go McCaffrey because I'd feel better about him getting 20 touches than I do about Keegan getting 20 points,
Mhm.
especially against a team like the Clippers that, like we've talked about, they're going to try and slow it down. They're going to try and limit possessions. I don't know how many opportunities are going to be there for Keegan, but I'm also not super confident that Christian McCaffrey is going to get more than like 14 or 15 touches this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm rolling with Keegan points.
Okay.
Jesse, this one's for you. We're going to start with Juwan Jennings receiving yards. He's back this week, or expected to be back this week. Or King's 3-point percentage against the Clippers. The Clippers allowing teams to shoot 37.6% from three this year.
This is a tough one because Juwan, like he's back and all that, but I feel like Ricky Pearsall has been kind of stepping up a bit where he'll get his targets, but Kings haven't been shooting the three ball the best. So I'll go with Juwan Jennings, I guess. Give me 50 yards from Juwan Jennings. I think you can get it done.
Okay.
I don't feel great, but
I really like Juwan Jennings as a player, and I think with Ayuk out, this is a perfect opportunity for him. I think I'm going to go Jennings as well.
Yeah.
I think he'll have more than that. I think he'll be like 65, 70.
kind of back to where he was earlier this season when who was out when he stepped up?
It's Debo in week 3 against the Rams. So this is the thing with Juwan Jennings. And see, this is where we've been the same. I was going to take Jennings as well, but now I feel like for the sake of the bid, I got to go King's 3-point percentage.
Don't do that. Yeah, you don't.
Juwan this year, week 1, 64 receiving yards. Week 2, 37. Week 3, 175. Then 88, but then 13 and 27.
I'm always just kind of like weary about guys coming off of injury too. I feel like that's when they come back the first week, that's kind of like the revamp process.
Yeah, but he's one of those players that he's so good down the field that he could go 2 catches and have 46 yards.
Yeah, that's true.
And now the Kings need to have a lights out shooting night to win that one. So I'm gonna go with Juwan on this. James, George Kittle targets or Kevin Huerter 3-point attempts?
Oh, I'm gonna go Kittle targets.
Okay, Jesse.
I'm gonna go Huerter, I think.
Why?
Juwan's back, CMC's back. Spread the ball around a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna go Huerter.
I'm gonna go George Kittle because I don't know that the Bucs pass rush is not great. B, I'm not 100% sold that the Bucs have anybody who can cover Kittle. And I think we're going to see Purdy become a little bit more of a game manager where he is looking for those shorter throws where Kittle tends to eat. So I think Kittle targets is going to be upwards of like 7 or 8. I think Kevin gets 4 or 5 3-point shots up.
Yeah, I would put Huerter at like 6. Like he's probably right around 6.5 threes on the season. So like 7, 8, 9 though for Kittle makes sense for me.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. I was going to go try and find that exact number. Kevin Huerter this season is averaging 6 exactly 3-point attempts.
Yeah, but I like him in this game because the other 2 defenders that are going to be defending, Fox and DeRozan, I think it's going to allow Huerter to be matched up against a James Harden or against Norm Powell.
So do you want to take Huerter instead of Kittle?
Yeah, I think I am going to take Huerter.
Whoa, what's going on here?
His pick. Wow.
Love that.
That's why. No, but that's why we talked through it. You don't have to give your pick up front. We can discuss it. We can kick it around. Jesse, if you would like to have a discussion about your pick first, we can.
No, I'm good with my pick.
Okay.
Right.
No, on this one, because you just mentioned Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
So we've got Ricky Pearsall catches or DeMar DeRozan assists.
What is DeMar at for the season right now?
Good question.
3-6.
Good question. DeMar DeRozan assists per game this season. James Ham, very close, 3.9.
That's tough.
So about 4.
Ricky probably be around 3 catches. Let's go Ricky Pearsall.
All right.
Go Ricky Pearsall on this one.
Oof. I'm going to go DeMar DeRozan assists.
Yeah,
It'll be close though.
I'm going to go Pearsall as well.
Pearsall gets 5 catches, and I think that gets it done.
Yeah, the Bucs pass defense isn't great. Their run defense is pretty good. And they get Ricky Pearsall involved. Post by. I like that. Very good. James, Brock Purdy pass attempts or De'Aaron Fox field goal attempts?
Brock Purdy pass attempts.
Jesse?
Yeah, I'll go Brock Purdy pass attempts.
Yeah, I'm going to go right there too. Like I said, the Bucs are just so good at stopping the run. And I think the Niners are going to use the passing game a little bit as an extension of their run game, those short throws. I'm right there. Faraz is big on Debo this week.
Yeah.
Loves the matchup there. So maybe you get some short stuff to Debo as an extension of the run game. All right. Last one, James. Jesse. 49ers Bucs total points or Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists?
Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. 49ers Bucs points, I think. I'm going to go there. Yeah, I'm going to go there. 49ers Bucs points and total points.
James, would you like to know the over-under?
I'm going to go the same. But what's the over? I'm going to guess the over-under on that is 44.
going to guess something closer to like 47. Let's see.
It might. I think it's
50.5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with the
Yeah.
football game.
All right.
Me too.
So I should probably check some of these before
Well, that one
I
there.
do these all. I do these all off the dome. I don't go look at the numbers beforehand to see how
So
well
I think
they
the
compare.
Niners will be around 25 to 30 points in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
at
think the Bucks are
least.
going to be there
Yeah.
too. Yeah, that's. Yeah, even if Domas has like a 15, 20, and 10,
I was trying to talk myself into like
45. Yeah, I know.
Domas being like maybe 25.
tough.
The way this gets and leans Domas is if the Niners defense comes out on fire like they did after their bye week last year, and Tampa Bay so beat up coming off the short week where they played overtime and they were on the road, and it's like a 30-10 type of game. I don't think it will be.
I'd
Liam
be
Cohen,
pretty surprised if
Liam Cohen, Tampa Bay's offensive coordinators are really, really good and doing a nice job this year. And Baker's really good. So I think they're going to score points.
I mean, Tampa's been scoring
Yes.
because it was against the Ravens, right, where Godwin went down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since then they had 26 against the Falcons and 24 against the Chiefs. Like that's not amazing or whatever, but that's still
But 24 is the second most points the Chiefs have given up all year.
Yeah, so I still believe in the Bucks. At least putting up points.
I think it's
Me
going to
too.
be a pretty high scoring game. I
Me
would be
too.
surprised if it doesn't go 50 plus.
50.5 is crazy.
Yeah.
50.5. And what are the Niners favored by? By 6.5.
Oh,
Yeah, Vegas likes the Niners to score a lot of points. This
On the
week.
road too.
I'm checking BetMGM to see if I can get the Niners total.
it's a little crazy this week with the Tampa Bay has such a compact week. I mean, they played on Monday night. I think I play on Sunday. They're playing a team that's been resting and getting a superstar back and getting a legit number 2, 3 receiver back and some other healthy bodies.
Is Baker? How good is Baker Mayfield? Is he top 10, top
I don't think he's
15?
top 10, but
I'm gonna.
Maybe he's 11, 10, 9.
I haven't thought about this a lot, but knee-jerk reaction when you said top 10 was no.
Mm-hmm. I figured that's might be it too.
But I think if you start going through the
Is
league,
he better than Dak right now?
yes,
yeah,
that's where it's like I have so many players who like this year. Okay, Josh Allen is top 10.
Yes.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers,
no,
Tua,
no.
Jesse,
No.
Drake May, no.
No.
Pick a Pittsburgh quarterback.
No.
No.
Lamar, yes.
Yeah.
Burrow, yes. Cleveland, no. Stroud,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you've got Stroud there right now. Still?
Over Baker.
Even though
Over
he
Baker.
Over
hasn't
Baker.
played well this
Yes.
season, but I would still.
Don't make that face, Kyle Madsen. Yes, definitively.
Okay, so we'll put Stroud in the top 10.
Yeah.
Flacco / Anthony Richardson.
No.
Nobody in Tennessee. Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Trevor
No.
Lawrence doesn't get to go there anymore. Mahomes, yes. Herbert.
Yeah.
Herbert's
yeah.
dynamite this year. He's
Yeah.
been really good.
Okay.
I'm putting Herbert there.
He's just not
Comfortably.
throwing a lot of touchdowns, right?
That's fair. Yeah, because he's been putting up a lot of yards. Just haven't been finishing with touchdowns.
Yeah, he's thrown
Shout
one
out
pick.
Cameron Dick. I've been carrying my fantasy.
And his depth of target is way up.
Mhm.
Justin Herbert's a gangster.
Shout out Landon Conklin.
He's top 10 for me. So that's 6. And we haven't put Baker in there yet. No Bo Nix, nobody from Vegas. That's just the AFC.
Mhm.
Jaden Daniels,
Yes.
Yeah.
Jaden-
Jaden's low-key almost MVP.
Jaden's
Not for
incredible.
Lamar.
Jalen Hurts.
They're about the same, honestly, this season.
I agree.
Yeah, they're about the same. So
Yeah.
I'll give Baker the nod just for this exercise right now.
Okay.
Jalen could be 9 or whatever. Baker can be 9. Jalen could be 10 or whatever.
Okay.
We
So
can
we have
bounce that.
we have 7 right now without Jalen Hurts.
Mhm.
Okay. Dak, no.
No.
Daniel Jones, no. Goff.
Yeah, Goff is
Yes.
Goff's been really good this year.
Okay. See, this is where, and this is annoying. If somebody from Detroit was listening to this, they would hate this take because this is the take everybody always has about Brock Purdy. But I think if you were to, I'm with you guys on Goff,
Mhm.
but I think if you dropped Baker Mayfield onto the Lions, I don't think they would miss that much.
Yeah, I'm
If
not gonna
anything.
fight you on that take.
He's more
No.
mobile.
I think they'd be good.
I think they'd be about the same.
Yeah.
But Goff is a better player within his system this year, so
Mhm.
we'll go with Goff. Darnold,
No,
No.
great
Love?
story, but
Jordan Love.
no.
Yes.
I don't think Jordan Love's been better. He's been
You've got
hurt a lot
Jordan Love
this
top
season.
10.
Yeah, because
Okay.
when he's played, they've been like really, really good. When he leaves a game, they lose. When he doesn't play, they lose.
Okay.
The rest of the time,
That's
like,
not true. Malik Willis went 2-0.
Oh, that's true. 2-0 or 1-1?
2-0.
Oh, yeah. I'm still gonna say.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's
I got
9.
love.
We're at 9.
I'll go Baker on that one, but yeah, we can go 9, I guess.
8 or 9.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins.
No,
No.
Baker's been lighting him up.
Kirk's a good player, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have him top 10. Kyler.
No,
Yeah.
he's not been better than Baker. I don't think.
I don't think he's been
good.
better than Baker.
You don't.
Mhm.
He's been really good though.
He has been good. Stafford.
No.
Yeah, no, I'll take Baker. I
Okay.
think we've kind of narrowed it down though.
Brock.
Oof. Yeah, Brock. I'll take Brock.
I'm not taking Brock over.
That's 10. He's a fringe
He's
top 10.
because
I feel
like,
really
he's
good
been
about
as
fringe.
good as Brock, Jalen, and those guys.
So we had 10. We had 10, including Purdy. Then you throw in Jalen. You throw in Jordan Love.
Yep.
And you're at 10-ish.
He's been 10-ish.
Comfortably
yeah, he's been
top
10-ish,
15,
yes.
top 10-ish. Leading the league in touchdown passes.
Yeah,
he's
been-
top 10-ish.
fantasy wise.
He's a gangster.
He's top
I
3.
love Baker, man.
Yeah.
I think
Hmm.
do I have him top 10?
He's like 10, 11, 12, 13 in that range.
Yeah, he's in that range because at this point, it's just,
He's comfortably in
split
that
hairs.
second tier of quarterback.
Yeah.
Where if your top tier is Lamar and Mahomes, and if you want to put Josh Allen there, Josh Allen's been awesome this year. Then there's that second tier of quarterbacks. I think he's there
Yeah, that's fair.
pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I would tell you we're going to put Mahomes up there because they're 8-0, but Mahomes, like by almost any measurement, has not been good at all this year.
Mahomes gets the benefit of the doubt though for being all-time great.
He does. But I mean, outside of the benefit of the doubt, he's completing 70% of his passes, but he's got 11 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. He's 1,942 yards. He's not been good.
I'm really interested to see how that evolves with DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
And if they
I can tell you fantasy wise, the first time he scored 20 this season was this week. And it's the first time he scored 20 since like week 8 or 9 last season.
Mhm.
He has not been good at all.
Speaking of fantasy, I played Lamar Jackson, Jamar Chase, and Derrick Henry yesterday, so I already lost.
Oh, you played against all 3 of them?
Yeah,
dang,
it's about 160 points already.
Yeah. Sorry
Yikes.
about that.
Whatever, dude.
that's tough, man. You want a hug?
No, I don't.
We could all.
I want my team to score points, but
Hopefully the Dolphins do better than your fantasy team.
that'd be
That's right.
nice. Usually it works out where like your fantasy team loses and your favorite team wins. So I'll take that trade off this week.
Yeah, hey, same.
Yeah.
I will also take that. I will sacrifice your fantasy team for this.
I think what we should also
Outstanding.
do, we should start doing the Mad Props like scoreboard here on the whiteboard. Because we got a new whiteboard.
Yeah, that's all right. Good. I'm gonna go get it.
Yeah, we got a new whiteboard, and it's a used whiteboard.
There's all sorts of sales stuff on the back.
I know. Do not look at the sales stuff on the back. But yeah, look at our. Oh man, look at this.
Move it over a little bit more for the class.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Don't break anything.
Just think.
There's not enough room for it.
Think of
Oh god.
Yeah, so
all.
there's another half of that.
Oh no, Kyle's done damage. Just think of all of the salary cap things I could write on that board. That's a huge board.
I just thought of you writing all the salary cap things, and I want this thing out of here. I've never wanted a whiteboard in my room less. I'm gonna leave it there. I think Damien wrote "Good morning" to me. I did not write that to myself.
There it is.
Damian Barley.
I'm not a
I
crazy
think
person.
it's
If you'd like to
probably
know what we're talking about, visit youtube.com/ESPN1320.
It's probably Seth. Seth has that, sneak in here just to write something on the board.
Yeah, he's got
Vibe.
that kind of like skulk about energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Jesse, do you have any thoughts on the Los Angeles Clippers?
They're competitive. I'm not gonna call them good though.
Yeah,
They're
they're in the
competitive.
Miami tier of team for me.
I'm not gonna do that either. I think Miami.
Really?
Yeah. Miami has a better roster on paper. Like the Clippers are just competitive. They're not. I can't see them doing anything going forward or anything like that. Like, sure, you're playing better and all that, but like, you'll be a playing team and you'll be out. I can see Miami getting to the playoffs.
They're 4-4 in the West,
I'm not buying
which would
it.
tie them for the number 3 seed in the East.
I'm not
4-4 in the West does not equal 4-4 in the East.
not buying it.
Not buying what?
The Clippers, like, they're fine. They're not good. I don't think.
This is less. You've turned this into a Miami Heat discussion now.
Well, no, it's just I think Miami has a higher ceiling than the Clippers this season. They're a scrappy team, but it's not like it's like the Kings should it's a team the Kings should beat.
I know we've done this like every day this week, but there are 9 teams in the West that are over 500. Over, not at 500. If we go to at 500, we go to 11 teams. In the East, there are 2 teams above 500. And there are only 2 teams that are at 500. So 4 teams that are at 500 or above.
Yeah, it's nasty work.
That's
I mean,
gross, dude.
The Bucks have been horrible. 76ers dealing with injuries. Magic missing Paolo. Knicks have not been that good. Yeah, it's not looking good over
The
there.
Raptors have been really beat up too. You know, the Kings have beat them twice, but I mean, they're missing 4 rotational players.
Do the Clippers have anyone good as good as Pella Larson? Is my question though.
Oh, well,
don't think they do.
there's gonna be a Pella Larson in this game. You know, there is.
Yeah.
Some
We've-
rando's gonna bust him up.
We've circled Amir Coffey as that player.
Amir Coffey, how many
the
minutes has he been
Clippers.
getting this season?
A lot.
I don't think
Yeah,
it matters
playing a
though
lot for
when you
them.
play the Kings. There's always one dude who
Mm,
gets
Amir
minutes.
Coffey's
Who we
getting
got? Who we got?
22 minutes a night.
All right, yeah, it might be.
See, okay, and here's where, like, if Terrence Mann lights them up, I
hold
don't
on.
feel that bad about that.
I'm gonna say something. Don't let it be Nicholas Batum.
Oh, for God's sake!
Just
don't.
whatever it is. Just don't let
I
it be
would be
Nicholas
so
Batum
heated.
today.
The Nick Batum get right game.
If we leave it after like the game, it's like Nick Batum lit up the Kings and that's why they lost. There's gonna
Uh-huh.
be an issue.
Yeah, man. If Terrence Mann goes and gets 20, it's like, oh, okay, but
Yeah.
like, Terrence Mann's a fine player. Like he's okay. I wouldn't feel horrible about that. I would. You can't let Terrence Mann get 20. I don't know why I said that.
I feel pretty good about what
He
the
can
Kings
get
have,
that,
though.
You can't let Terrence Mann go score 20 damn points.
that, and you can't like Derrick Jones Jr. go for 20.
Yes.
Like, I mean, if those guys are around 12 to 14, I don't think that there's a way. Like the Clippers, I don't think can keep up.
You guys see the Kings have the 6th best net rating in the league
Yeah.
this year.
You
Yeah.
did. They're a good team, man.
They're-
We were going through their schedule yesterday, and that was just kind of the takeaway.
Mhm.
Is like their schedule is soft because they're better than all of these teams that they're playing.
I'm not gonna call them a sleeping giant or anything like that, but I think there'll be like a real breakthrough with them at some point this season.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay.
I think if that's happening, I think it's coming soon.
Yeah.
Where they have a chance. We went through this yesterday. They have a chance to stack up like a bunch of wins here with the Clippers, then the Suns. Okay, tough game in Phoenix, but then it's the Spurs, the Suns again, the Timberwolves, and the Jazz, the Hawks, the Clippers, the Nets. You get the Thunder and the Timberwolves, but then it's the Blazers, Spurs. Like there's so many opportunities to take down a team like the Suns, but also stack wins where you're getting through your first 30 games with 20 plus wins.
Yeah.
And then you feel really good about where they're at.
Yeah. I feel pretty good about this team.
Yeah. What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC today?
A bunch of guests. We got Kyle Matson.
No, you
then
don't.
we got Wilsey, Jay Farrell, the comedian. He'll be in
Jay
there.
Farrell's here?
Yes, those are always fun, by the
Oh,
way. You know
dude, he's an
comedians when they stop by.
impressionist.
Yeah. That's
Dude,
always
Jay
be fun.
Pharoah is one of the best impressionists doing it. I am so
Yeah.
excited.
And those always get a little crazy, so that'll be fun. Make sure you're here for that. Eddie Gonzalez. I think I said Wilsey already. James, and then just a bunch of Kings, Clippers, and vibes.
Just a heads up for you, we're gonna do some producing on the air here. I am not into
Oh, you're not?
I've already alerted Damien.
Okay,
I
scratch
probably
that.
should have alerted you.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the rundown right now. That's all it is.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
No worries.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Our next show is Monday, Veterans Day, live at Sky River Casino. 10 a.m. at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. We're not just in the casino. We're in 32 Brew Street, which is inside Sky River Casino. 10 a.m. The show starts. Bring canned
Nice.
food. Bring new socks. We're going to be out there having a great time from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So stop by, hang out with us. We would love to see you. So until Monday at 10 a.m. at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino, that's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Drink water and be nice to people. Bye. Chatty gang, appreciate y'all. Hope to see you Monday. Even if
Yeah.
you can only drop in for a couple of minutes, we'd love to see you. So,
Not
thanks.
hope. Show up. Show up.
I have all of you there for 9.5 hours.
I can't wait to see everybody.
9.5 hours.
See you guys.
good? What's good?
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one
Talk to me, baby. It's Friday. Let's go. One more time because it's game day. We welcome you in here to the Friday, November 8th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yes, sir. KC is out today, but I'll hit the button anyways.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
And we happy that you locked in here with us on this game day. Appreciate it so much. Jay Pharoah is going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club this weekend, starting tonight. He's going to join us coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. He'll be here in person, man. That'll be a blast. Will Z will be with us. Eddie Gonzalez. James Ham, the final hour of the show, all to get us ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Clippers. Tonight at the Golden One Center, heard Jesse and the Insiders talking about this a minute ago about really what the Los Angeles Clippers are, what this type of game is for the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, they have an interesting stretch of games coming up where you've got the Clippers tonight, you've got the Suns coming up on Sunday, you got the Spurs on Monday, and then you got the Suns again, this time at the Golden One Center on Wednesday. Spurs haven't really materialized yet into what we thought. Wemby doesn't quite look like that monster. I think a lot of us, including me, predicted that he would be entering into the season. Of course, season's very young. Still, things can happen. That's a 500 basketball team right about now. As a matter of fact, the Los Angeles Clippers, that's a 500 basketball team right now. But these are teams very well coached. These are teams that like scratch and claw and they fight. And these are teams that, not to go Alvin Gentry on everybody, but these are teams that don't quit. These are teams that, bust their ass for 48 minutes. And so it's one of those games where it's those situations. I think we saw that a little bit with Toronto. Toronto undermanned, best player not in the lineup, not even near the lineup, but they work. Even in that second game where, they kind of like got blown out in the last, 4 or 5 minutes or whatever, they fought like they had the lead on Sacramento. And I think that's a well-coached team as well. So this Clippers game tonight is one that I'm really interested in because this group in LA, they're going to try to frustrate Sacramento. That's Ty Lue's bag. That's actually, I think, the Clippers' bag. I think he's got the personnel for it. He talked to Terrence Mann, those types of guys. Like, those guys are good for that. But Ty Lue is such a terrific coach. Like, I'm a big Ty Lue fan. And he's a lot like not the same, but I feel like he's a lot like Mike Tomlin in that I feel like Mike Tomlin can get the best out of his players. Like, he will find what a player's skill set is and zero in on it and say, that's your job. I think Ty Lue does the exact same thing. And so it set us up for what I think will be a real nice game at the Golden One Center. Of course, we got a huge weekend for the San Francisco 49ers, the 49ers and the Bucks. That's a big game for both teams dealing with very, very similar issues. Bucks lost a bunch of guys in one fell swoop. I don't want to say a bunch of guys. Bucks lost their most important guys outside of Baker Mayfield in one fell swoop. And then we all know what the San Francisco 49ers have been dealing with, but they might be on the verge of kicking out of that. As the belief is, Christian McCaffrey will be back to play on Sunday, as will Jake Moody and Juwan Jennings. all big additions, all really important to the game. So we'll get to that as well. We'll talk about the impact that this game could have and a potentially, one of those second half swings that we so often see from the San Francisco 49ers. Elk Grove Kia Talk line is open for you, as always, 916-909-1320. Shout out to the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Appreciate everybody tapping in wherever you at. Those on the Odyssey app, those on 98.5 FM HD2. Know that we appreciate you. Man, we got a thriller last night. We knew last night's game was going to be big. It was going to be big for both teams. And, man, did they deliver. Lamar Jackson is the best player in football. And I'm not sure that it's particularly close. That was an incredible game, and I want to give Joe Burrow his props too, because I've been hard on Joe Burrow over the last couple of years. That was a hell of a game from him too. I don't know what else Burrow could have done other than, hey, I love Lamar. I like for the Ravens, but the only thing Joe Burrow could have done on that last drive, on that 2-point conversion even, was throw a flag. I also love that Zach Taylor went for 2 points. Lamar was cooking in that fourth quarter. Like, absolutely cooking. I see Keep It Real G says here in the Chatty House, why did they go for 2 there? The reason you go for 2 right there is because Lamar Jackson had thrown for 197 yards and 3 touchdowns. In the fourth quarter. That's not his game stat line. That's his fourth quarter stat line. I thought it was the right call by Zach Taylor. I love that call. If you're the Cincinnati Bengals, you need to win football games. And you have an opportunity right there on the last play of the game, or would have been close to the last play of the game, to win. Give me that 10 times out of 10. Go for the win, especially on the road. Oh, you go for the win right there. You go for the win right there. And again, I call it what it is. The only thing Joe Burrow could have done was throw the flag there. Tried to make a play, did everything he had to do. Had a great game. 8 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions between those 2 quarterbacks. 8 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Terrific football game. Terrific comeback by the Baltimore Ravens. I was worried about them. I was starting to write their eulogy. Like, what? Boy, and I knew who was going to take the brunt of it, too. Lamar is the most, I don't know if scrutinized is the right word. They talk about Lamar in like a goofy, they talk about Lamar as if he's not one of the ones.
Lamar's still trying to prove to people that he's a top quarterback in the league.
The man right now is leaps in if you did MVP power rankings, second place is so distant right now, they're not even worth inviting. If this was the Heisman Trophy and they tallied the ballots, all right, we take the top 3. Well, there's really no point in bringing 2 and 3. They ain't winning. What are we, 9? What are we, 9 weeks? This week 9?
I believe so. Week 10.
Week 10. This is week 10. Lamar's the MVP. Lamar Jackson is on the verge of his 3rd MVP.
Beat Josh Allen, beat Jaden Daniels. There's plenty of others on the list this season.
And then his detractors, the rich from anywheres, the Chiefs fans will say, well, he didn't beat one guy. And that's all everybody is waiting for him to do, is to beat one guy. And the funny thing about it is, if the Ravens and Chiefs match up, it'll be spectacular because you have the number 1 offense in the Baltimore Ravens versus the number 1 defense in the Kansas City Chiefs. And then you've got Patrick Mahomes and this makeshift offense that he's doing his absolute best with, going with a Baltimore Ravens defense that it's got to be the first time in 2 decades, 2.5 decades. They stink. The Baltimore Ravens defense is terrible. Absolutely terrible. But Lamar Jackson has that terrible defense and that number 1 offense, thanks to Lamar, thanks to Derrick Henry, at a 7-3 record. And I don't know if y'all caught this. You see what we got next Sunday?
I did not.
We got Ravens Steelers next Sunday.
Some good old AFC North football.
Oh, man, give me that. Give me that. Yeah, the 7-3 Baltimore Ravens. Derrick Henry didn't have one of those monster games that he's so prone to, man, but Lamar Jackson did. Again, I give praise to both of these quarterbacks. Jamar Chase, just a ridiculous stat line for Jamar yesterday. He was catching 70-yard touchdown passes. It felt every drive.
Putting up Jerry Rice numbers.
Crazy.
I think the only player other than Jerry to have multiple 225-yard games with multiple touchdowns.
11 receptions, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns. That was Jamar Chase's stat line yesterday. For context, Lamar threw for 290 yards. Jamar caught for 264. But these were two teams with two completely different strategies to this game. That was Joe Burrow out there. 56 attempts, 56 dropbacks, 428 yards, 4 touchdowns. Lamar is always going to be a balance of the run pass, especially when you got Derrick Henry back there. 290 yards, 4 touchdowns for Lamar, and a incredible fourth quarter. A literal perfect fourth quarter. He had a perfect passer rating in the fourth quarter, but 197 yards, 3 touchdowns. Since 2021, Lamar has 3 wins when trailing by 14-plus points in the fourth quarter. He's at the top of that list. No other quarterback has 3 in the last, 4 years. Just him. And I'm sure somewhere someone is saying, yeah, but he can't beat Patrick Mahomes.
You want to be on Bill Polian's side, or you want to be on the right side?
Yeah, talk about it. Oh, he's a pretty good athlete. I don't know if he's a good quarterback. All right. My man Uncle Loon right here says, man, 65-22 in the regular season. At some point, y'all are just going to have to admit that you're wrong. And I know that we don't do that in professional sports. God, I know they don't do it on television. Oh, but if you're a fan, there ain't nothing wrong with going, yep, I got that one wrong. Here, I'll start. I was wrong about the Golden State Warriors. I thought they were going to be ass this year. That's a good basketball team. And I don't agree with James. James says, I don't think that's sustainable. I do think it's sustainable. They're doing good things on the defensive end, and they can shoot the 3. Now, Buddy's going to bite you at some point, but he's playing good basketball. He stepped into that role perfectly. He's like the perfect guy for that team. I was wrong. Now, some of you need to say out loud, I was wrong about Lamar Jackson. You'll feel better if you do it. We are just getting started. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be live this Monday beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. Got all the details when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good start, team. Good start. Let me grab my notepad real quick. Came running in. Your boy messed up a bunch of stuff this morning. Just an absolute mess. Boy, trying to go to the game tonight. Messing all sorts of stuff up in the home studio. Complex calling me like, hey, I think the KSFM segment's airing on all the stations. Fucking idiot. Had to fix that. KC, 4 o'clock yesterday. Man, I forgot to tell you I was off. What? All right. Still on the chatty house. We got a good show today. Gonna miss Kyle, though. Kyle can't be here. He had to run out. That kind of sucks. It's all good. It's all good. P-Dub 916 coming through. I love that. 10 a.m. with the Insiders. Well, we'll talk about that when we get back. That's important. That's important radio content. Kyle saved donuts for us, and they just over here staring at me. I need to at least be rude if I didn't have at least a little bite. No, give me 2 seconds. I ain't going nowhere. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I turn the air conditioner down solo when I'm by myself because I think I get more anxious. So I get hotter. Justin Timberlake in January. I haven't asked Complex about that one yet. Yeah, probably. Yeah, keep it real, G. What do we got here? What do we got? Michigan, you be at all the shows. Michigan, a big concert goer. Like that. Man. Kings, baby, is that right? Is that right? Oh, the Derek Smith. Oh, that's a good call right there. That's a good call. We might have to look that up. We might have to think about that. We'll present some options for everybody. See what that looks like. I love that's the new gimmick. Man, I can't believe Luda is this weekend. We just gave tickets away for that. I can't believe that's this weekend. That's at Hard Rock, Nicole. Right? It's not at the venue, is it? No, that's at Hard Rock. That's got to be at Hard Rock. Yeah, man. Wait till we can't. We're gonna have an announcement on KSFM. I think it's gonna be relatively soon. It might actually be on this station too. It's gonna be a good one for a concert. It's gonna be a good one. Cannot wait.
Are we the only people here today?
I saw New Aaron's here. I didn't make my way down to the other side of the hall. I saw Dallas. I don't know who. I mean, I know the account executives aren't here.
No, those donuts were gone this morning.
Well, that happens. I think we need new rules. If you're not here for 3 hours, you can't eat.
Bro, yesterday Lizzie comes in with the pizza, right? And he's starting to walk to the kitchen. I tell him, no, Lizzie, bring that over here before it's all gone.
Yeah. Sky River Casino, where we will be this Monday, Veterans Day, celebrating our veterans out there at Sky River Casino. Hopefully you got the day off. Hopefully you can come hang out with us. It's a big day for us. The Insiders are going to be doing their show live for the very first time at 32 Brew Street. Of course, D'Lo and KC will immediately follow at noon. We need you to wear your Insiders gear, wear your D'Lo and KC gear. Our new boss is going to be there. We fooled the last group. We got to fool this one too. We got to make them believe we know what we're doing. So pull up, wear your gear. We're going to have an announcement probably in the first hour about our next live show that I'm really, really happy to bring you. It's not going to be too far away. It's going to be in 2024, and it's going to be the biggest live show we've ever done. I'm so hyped to bring you this announcement coming up on Monday. Plus, Matt George said he was coming through. So Matt George is going to be out there with us, hanging out. Of course, he'll come up. He'll talk Kings basketball with us. The Insiders will be there. We'll be able to react to the 49ers and the Bucks together. And then it's the second night of a back-to-back for the Kings. So we're gonna hang out. We're gonna watch the Kings and the Spurs for sure. That starts at 5:00 at 32 Brew Street. But the Kings will have played the Suns the night before. So we'll have a game to look back on and a game to look forward to. We'll grab a group that wants to check out some fine cigars and head over to the Humidor. We're going to have a good time, man. We are going to have a great, great time. I really, really hope you can come see us. Veterans Day this Monday, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. 32 Brew Street, inside Sky River Casino. Also, if you plan on coming, we're kicking off our canned food drive for the Elk Grove Food Bank. So if you got any canned food, non-perishable food, and you could bring that through, man, that would be absolutely terrific. And we're going to work on getting some people on stage who could talk a little bit about the huge news that happened in Sacramento yesterday regarding Wilton Rancheria, regarding the Sac Republic, regarding the rail yards, regarding the state, all of that. We'll have all of that for you on Monday at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. So if you can, come through, see us. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, started the day talking about another tremendous afternoon, another tremendous night, I should say, from Lamar Jackson. The Ravens defense is their biggest downfall right now. They're 27th. We mentioned how that's going to be pretty unique if they wind up meeting up with the Kansas City Chiefs, and how people don't think that offense is very good and that offense is struggling. But then you got the number one offense in the Baltimore Ravens versus the number one defense in the Kansas City Chiefs. Should that matchup happen, because everybody thinks that for Lamar to be considered one of the greats, that has to happen. That's ridiculous. Lamar Jackson is on cruise control to his third MVP. I don't even know who's second, but I'm prone to think it might be Derrick Henry. Give me someone else.
In the MVP conversation?
Yeah.
I don't know. Giving it to a running back's always weird. I think he has to reach 2,000 for that to be real.
But that's what I mean. Like,
Jaden Daniels, I think, would be the only one you throw in there. Josh Allen. No?
No.
Josh Allen's had a good year. Like, I can't make an argument over Lamar, though.
Josh Allen, what are the Bills now? Let me find it.
6-2, I believe.
They're 7-2.
7-2. Josh Allen's been done well. I think he threw an interception for the first time last week.
That was his first interception of the season?
I believe so. Or at least it's one of the few he's thrown this season.
Yeah, really Lamar only has 2. I think Lamar's got like 25-2 or something like that, which is insane. If Josh Allen got better than that, that's crazy.
But either way, I don't think I could make the argument for Josh Allen over Lamar.
Josh Allen got 17-2.
Yeah.
His 2 interceptions were against your boys. He threw one against the Dolphins and the Seahawks. That's the last 2 weeks. 17 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 64% completion percentage, just over 2,000 yards. None of those stats include anything he does on the ground. Lamar Jackson right now, 24 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 2,669 yards, and a 69.1% completion percentage.
Collins in the chat. We got a few of these too. Jared Goff. He's got the number 1 team in the NFC. Super Bowl contenders, I think we all agree.
Won't argue any of that. Jared Goff. Jared Goff. 14 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Good numbers. 1,840 yards, 74.9% completion percentage. Jared Goff, a very good quarterback. Very good quarterback. He's got the best team of the 3. Ravens, Bills, Lions, best team of the 3.
Yes.
I'm not gonna undermine the season Jared Goff is having. But no, I can't do that one.
I'd still stick with Lamar too. And if he gets
I think you're right. Josh Allen might be second. Josh Allen's up there. Lamar's got to finish strong because Josh Allen's right there. You're right. But man, I don't know. What if the Lions only lose 1 game all year?
Might be Josh Allen or Jared Goff. Jared Goff, yeah. Too many J's.
I mean, you can't play. A team loses 1 game and Jared Goff putting up numbers like this, like he's not turning the ball over, he's throwing touchdowns. I mean, 74.9% completion percentage. The man threw 100% against the Seattle Seahawks earlier this year. Yeah, you can't ignore that.
Have the numbers to do it too.
Yeah, you can't ignore that. Like it'll be up there. And he had 4,500. Man, he's had some good season with the Lions. His first one, not necessarily stellar, but 4,400 yards, 29-7 in 2022, 4,500 yards, 30-12 last year. And then, of course, this year he's at 1,800 yards to this point in the season and 14-4.
The way Goff's time with the Rams ended, and then getting traded for Stafford, and the Rams immediately win the Super Bowl after that, really changed how people saw Goff as a quarterback. I think.
Yeah, that's tough. But you're 100% right. But you also got to give Matt Stafford his due. Matt Stafford was further along in that process than Jared Goff was.
No, yeah.
Matt Stafford's another guy who's a really good quarterback.
Yeah, not with Stafford. I'm not talking about Stafford, but just more so like Goff was probably better than we all thought. Like
Sure.
after that.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Interesting conversation. But for me, it's Lamar. Lamar Jackson is the MVP. At least right now. Baker Mayfield looked like an MVP caliber player to start the season. That kind of fell apart. He started, that's my man's. He started throwing a lot of interceptions. He started throwing interceptions in bundles. Like, I think he had 3 interceptions on the season at one point, and then he threw 3 in a single game. And I think he's done that a couple of times. But then his receiving core got completely wiped out. And I thought that game they had on Monday against the Kansas City Chiefs, I thought that was a hell of a game for Baker. I thought it was a hell of a game for Tampa Bay, but they're kind of at the point where, yeah, a nice outing. Yeah, you know, Baker did some good things. You have to win. Like, you can't lose that game. Like, the Bucs have fallen into like, they have to win games.
4-5 right now, I believe.
Yeah, that's tough. Like, it's all kind of like slipping away a little bit from them. And if Atlanta continues to roll, they could find themselves way on the outside looking in, and they'll be in a similar conversation. They might be in a similar conversation that we had about the San Francisco 49ers, a question that Kenny posed earlier this week. KC asked, do the 49ers have to win the division to get to the playoffs? You know, I don't think that they do, but I understood the point. I understood. It makes sense. The Bucs losing too many more games, that's tough. They're gonna find they're gonna find themselves in trouble. I'll give y'all a little peek behind the curtain.
Yeah. We got it, dude.
No,
Don't
it's
worry.
all
We
good.
got it.
It's all good. You know, we lay out the show. No, I mean, and I know my man, my man's, you know, dealing with some things, and you know, we talked about Uncle. We you know, Kenny lost a member of his family. He mentioned, like, you know, a week and a half ago, hey, the funeral might be, you know, next Friday. It's like, oh, just let me know. Well, he let me know yesterday at 4. That's all good. That's my man. That's par for the course with my man. It's all good. It's all right. We got Kyle. We got Eddie. We got James.
Rosie.
We got Jay Pharoah pulling up. Kyle has to go donate socks. Shout out to everybody who sent in socks. And Eddie just texted us that we can't make it. That he can't make it. But it's all good, baby. We here.
Bryce,
here.
you're up. You got a card for us to predict?
Yeah. Bryce, give us your thoughts on NXT and ECW. In fact, anybody, give your thoughts on whatever you want. 916-909-1320. But back to the 49ers and Bucs. So a little bit of a revamped schedule, by the way. Let me run this down here real quick. Jay Pharoah, he's going to be at the Punchline tonight. He's going to be at the Punchline this weekend. He'll join us around the top of the 1 o'clock hour. My man Will Z coming up at 1:45. Lots of Kings talk ahead as the Sacramento Kings, and of course James Ham in the final hour of the show as the Sacramento Kings take on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight at the Golden One Center before getting back out on the road for a couple of more games, a back-to-back with the Phoenix Suns on Sunday and then San Antonio Spurs on Sunday. Of course, we'll be watching that game together, the San Antonio Spurs game on Monday, but we'll be watching that game together at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino. But back to this Bucs 49ers game, all of the attention is going to be on the San Francisco 49ers because of what we believe is the return of Christian McCaffrey. And it's a tough spot for Christian McCaffrey to be in. It's really a tough spot for Kyle Shanahan to be in because it feels like this is all on the shoulders, the figurative shoulders, the Achilles of Christian McCaffrey.
Is that realistic to have the issues that the 49ers have had this season? And it's like Christian McCaffrey Band-Aid, boom, we're good now.
Well, it is realistic if he's healthy, because when Christian McCaffrey put on a 49ers uniform for the first time, everything changed. But he was healthy. So what the thing with I think the thing with Christian McCaffrey that I'm still so like a little confused by is this is the same injury he had last year
with the Achilles, I believe so.
Yeah, and he went through like the off season. I mean, he continued to play, which probably problematic, but he continued to play, and not better through the off season. I know he practiced. I know he was a part of training camp, and then they were like, "Oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's not. Yeah. Nah, Christian McCaffrey, he's not going to play in the preseason. Nothing to worry about." Well, this week 10, we about to see him for the first time. I remember when KC brought up for the first time do you just put him on IR if you think he's going to miss a couple of weeks? Like, no, you don't need to do that. If he's going to miss 2 weeks, like you play him in the third. Then he misses a couple of weeks and they wind up putting him on IR. And it's like, yo, what is going on?
He sat out about 9 months of football or whatever you want to call it and didn't tear anything.
Right. So to answer your question, like, yeah, I think the Christian McCaffrey Band-Aid works if he's Christian McCaffrey. Like, if Christian McCaffrey has a Band-Aid and he's trying to Band-Aid the San Francisco 49ers, then I'm a little worried. And he's a weapon. He's going to change things. But that's kind of the other thing through all of this. Like, it's not like the San Francisco 49ers offense has been terrible. It's not like they haven't been able to move the ball. It's not like they haven't been able to do things. Like the San Francisco 49ers, for the most part, they've played good football. They've played decent football. They've had, man, there's a lot of defensive moments that you can look at. There's some, man, there is a feature film length worth of special teams plays that you can look at. But the offense, for the most part, despite Debo being in and out, despite Brandon Ayuk now being gone, Juwan Jennings in and out, no Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle, I think, missed at least one game this year, if I remember correctly. They still have put up decent numbers on the offensive end, and I think part of that is that I got to admit, Brock Purdy's a steadying influence. Brock Purdy has done well for the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy has kind of kept them afloat while everything has fallen apart around them. While the injuries have happened, while all the different things has happened, like Brock Purdy's been there to steady things. But the Bucs bring a unique set of challenges for the 49ers. Namely, they're desperate. Now, desperation doesn't always equate to execution, especially when you're missing as much talent as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are. But Baker is capable. Christian McCaffrey does not play defense. That defense is going to have to be on point, and what Christian McCaffrey can do to help that defense, what Kyle Shanahan can utilize Christian McCaffrey for to help that defense a little bit, is to keep Baker Mayfield off the field. The Bucs can't score if Baker's not out there. The Bucs can't score if they're constantly on defense. You wear that defense down, they could be in good shape. We saw that. We saw that on Monday night. And the 49ers have this relatively recent, not even relative. The 49ers have this recent history of being able to make runs. They have a recent history of being able to make second half runs. They have this ability to go from a good team to an elite team after the bye week, or a good team to an elite team as the second half of the season hits. And that's where we are. We're at that second half of the season. We're at that second part of the season. We're post-bye now for the San Francisco 49ers. It just lined up perfectly for them. And now we got to see, all right, is there a run there? Is there a run where you close out the season strong like they have on so many different occasions? Is there a run where they can go 7-1, 6-2? What does 6-2 get you in the NFC? What does 6-2 get you in the NFC West? What does 7-1 get you? I mean, you can get greedy if you want to, but you got the Buffalo Bills. I mean, the 49ers have the ability to show something here over the next 6 weeks. Tampa coming in, you could argue they're on the ropes. That's fine. You got Seattle. You could argue they're on the ropes. That's fine. You got the Packers after that. You got the Bills after that. Both of those are road games. You got the Packers and Bills in consecutive road games. And then, of course, you got the Detroit Lions in Week 17. Those are big-time games. Those are big-time opponents. And what will the Packers look like in 3 weeks? The Packers could be at a stage of desperation in 3 weeks. Buffalo looks like they're rolling. Again, tough games coming up for the San Francisco 49ers. And in my opinion, yes, I'm a little biased because I like Baker Mayfield. I do think it starts this weekend. Less because of the talent that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have and more because of the desperation that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have. I don't think Atlanta can truly run away with the division. I think Atlanta can continue to win football games. But to leave the Bucs in the dust, I don't think that that's realistic. I'm taking a quick glance at their schedule. And I might change my mind. The Hawks got the Saints coming up this week. They've already beaten the Saints once. They got the Broncos coming up after that. I don't know what the Broncos are to be. I don't know. Then they got their bye week in Week 12. Chargers, Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Panthers after that. But this is football any given Sunday, any given Monday, any given Thursday, whatever. You know how it is, especially when these divisional games come into play. You got the Saints playing with a new coach. God knows what place the Raiders will be in 5 weeks. Who's going to be the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders at that point?
You're going to be the coach.
I don't think they're firing AP in season. That'd be crazy. That'd be kind of crazy.
I mean, at this point, you already fired your whole offensive staff.
Was McDaniels fired after 1 year? Or was it 2?
It was like a year and a half, maybe.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. That's right. Yeah, because AP coached out the last handful of games. That's right. Oh, man. Bad decision on bad decision. I like the 49ers in this one for a variety of different reasons. I like them coming off the bye. The Tampa Bay Bucs are coming off of a short week. Tampa Bay is also coming off an emotional game, one that they probably wish they could have done differently. I do not think, I said this to start the show, I thought the call by Zach Taylor last night was perfect. Go for 2. You have the opportunity to win the football game. You have the opportunity to beat a really good Baltimore Ravens team on the road on a short week. You take it.
And your defense couldn't stop a nosebleed at that point.
Couldn't stop in the fourth quarter. Couldn't stop anything.
The Ravens had scored 4 times in a row at that point.
197 yards from Lamar Jackson in that quarter alone. Ended. They couldn't do it. Not entirely their fault. But that's the right call. If I'm Zach Taylor, that's the right call. That's the call Todd Bowles and the Bucs missed on. That's the one they missed on. You have the opportunity to beat Kansas City. Or at least take the lead against Kansas City. You take it. You do it. You take that opportunity. So that's an emotional, like that's tough. You had it. It was right there. You're still above water if you beat Kansas City on Monday. You're feeling a little bit different about this short week game against the San Francisco 49ers, where they're probably riding a wave of emotion with Christian McCaffrey returning, with Juwan Jennings returning, and all of that. But that is an emotional lift for the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers are able to get to the red zone and get in the end zone on their first drive of the game. Oh, they're going to be feeling good. And then you maybe have some sustained drives throughout the first half, and you put the Bucs on their heels in the second. And the Bucs just lack the playmakers that they had back in week 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's not a fault to the way that they're playing. It's just the reality of what it is. And we've talked with Kyle Madsen in this very time slot on numerous occasions leading into the trade deadline about whether the San Francisco 49ers needed to make a trade, whether they needed to do something to kind of keep up with the rest of the teams in the conference. Or, shoot, maybe in their case, keep up with the rest of the teams just in the division. Well, as we know, the trade deadline kind of came and went, and San Francisco thought, we've got Christian McCaffrey coming back. We've got Juwan Jennings coming back. Maybe Dre Greenlaw is out there in the distance. Okay. We'll take that. And so Jesse said it to start. They're putting this on Christian McCaffrey. Whether it's realistic or not, the San Francisco 49ers championship opportunities, the San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl opportunities, they sit on Christian McCaffrey's shoulders.
If they lose, are we kind of just accepting this is who they are this season?
Yeah, I think there comes a point.
Because we're 9 game or
yeah,
it'll be like 9-10 games in, whatever at this point.
I mean, there comes a point where it gets tough to make an argument. Like the 49ers have won 1, lost 2, 1, lost, 1, lost, 1. If the scenario you just played out happens, it means they lose again. That's a 500 football team.
Yeah.
And why they would be a 500 football team, I'm not really sure. And as stupid as this sounds, remember, I'm not speaking from a fan perspective. I'm speaking from a guy who watches his football team and has seen this team over the last couple of years in the playoffs. Not a fan perspective, but if they got to the playoffs, I'd still think they'd be dangerous. I think you can wipe out a 500 season by getting to the playoffs. If you're a team the caliber of the San Francisco 49ers, like the 49ers getting to the playoffs and me thinking, yeah, they could do something. It's not like the Jets getting to the playoffs and me going, yeah, I think they could do something.
Are they still that caliber of the 49ers?
I need to see them lose in the playoffs to show me that they're not.
I got you.
And if they do, then I don't know what you do, because now you have the regular season. Now you have the extra emotional energy. You have the experience in the postseason, and you can't get it done. Yeah, it's not a lot of arguments you can make right there. We'll come back. We're expecting Jay Pharoah to join us here in the studio at some point. And can the Sacramento Kings make any definitive statements tonight or this weekend? We'll talk about that. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Zabo, I don't hate this, but I feel like the NFC West is just not good enough to kind of pull away from the 49ers, though, if they do lose.
We got a casket match. What's going on in the chat? What's that about?
Casket match is always funny, like when you look back on him, because the dude just shows up the next week.
Right.
Like we lit him on fire on Sunday.
Yeah.
We're here on Thursday.
Yep. Lit him on fire. Casket match was that's the one that really did in Sean.
Oh, what do you mean? Where he got like hurt?
Yeah. He tried to clear that wooden casket and missed it and hit his lower back.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
That's the one Kane set on fire. Oh, man. Wish somebody would set Kane's stupid ass on fire now. Set them both on fire.
You're gonna get the Undertaker out of here at 8th time.
For real. Jackasses. Oh, man. Giannis and Dame put up some points yesterday.
That team needs a lot of changes.
Yeah. I went back and tried to watch a little bit of that, but ooh. Oof. Man, that's going to be a conversation until it's not.
That'd be perfect, but how do you make that happen? I think because Bobby has value. It's not like you just trade Trey Lyles for him.
Yeah, I don't know. There's draft capital involved in that one. I saw you lurking. You all right? Oh, okay. Got you.
It's always scary when they pop in here.
Yeah, now I got to move the chair over because he doesn't know that someone's coming in here.
Yeah, Johnny comes in. Are you guys on a break? Yeah, we're supposed to be. Why? Is something broken?
Yeah. Are we on the air? On the air, pal. Anyone going to the game tonight? Hey, get on there, Johnny G. Hey, since Kenny's not here, use the promo code KSFM. That's my promo code. Use that one. Actually, let's talk about Prize Picks right here. My man Johnny G here in the chat says, I haven't been on Prize Picks in a while, but you guys are making me reconsider. Well, go and get that money. Go and get that money, Johnny G. Get in there. We're looking at Prize Picks right now. Download the Prize Picks app and use the promo code. Casey's not here, so use the promo code KSFM. Promo code KSFM gets you $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. What do we got here? Let's take a look at this, Johnny G. We got the Prize Picks app open. What are some of the popular picks? You got Phoenix versus Dallas tonight, more or less 25.5 for Kevin Durant. I don't know. A hot one tonight, Steph Curry versus Cleveland. More 2.5 3-pointers. Oh, look at this one. Oh, wait. Am I reading this right? They got Domantas Sabonis at 19.5 rebounds plus assists. I'm going more. Domas might have 20 rebounds. We're doing that one. What else have we got in here? LaMelo 28. Luka Doncic, 9 rebounds more or less. Let's see. Let me look. Oh, there he is. Tyrese Halliburton versus Charlotte. More or less, 9 assists. Y'all know what to do. Hit that less, baby. Hit that less and get paid with D-Lo. What else are we doing here? I need one more. For my Prize Picks. We took less on Tyrese. We took more than 19.5 rebounds and assists for Domas. I might take that Steph Curry bet, man. I might take that Steph Curry 2.5 threes. I'm going to take it. Shoot. What y'all think? Steph Curry 2.5 threes? I'm going to take it. I'm not feeling as good as I was, but I got that Tyrese under in there, so I'm going to take it. Download the Prize Picks app right now and use the promo code KSFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Get in there, Johnny G, and take that Tyrese less. I'm going to take that Tyrese less till it don't pay off. And it's going to have to not pay off multiple times for me to not keep doing it. Looking for some more Kings bets. I might have to go through the lineups a little bit more, see what they have out there for De'Aaron or maybe Kevin Huerter or Keegan Murray. And I asked this question before the break, and I'll ask you now if y'all want to get in. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Can the Kings make any definitive statements this weekend? They got the Clippers tonight at the Golden One Center. That's a home game. That's a game you feel like, hey, and Kenny and I were talking about this yesterday. Beating the Suns would obviously be a bigger victory. Like the Suns they're kind of playing out of this world right now. They're one of the top teams in the league. So it'd be nice to beat them, but that's a road game where you've got them coming in on Wednesday. You want to take care of home court. That's something Malik talked about. That's something De'Aaron talked about. That's something Mike talked about. That's something everybody talked about this offseason. That's something everybody talked about in training camp. Take care of home court. Well, they're 2-1 right now at home. Again, it's a very young season. We're going game to game. That's what we do. But they're 2-1 at this point in the season. Yeah, give me the Clippers game. Give me another win at home. Give me that Golden One Center popping. Give me all them purple lights going off. Give me that buzz that the crowd has. Give me that. Establish your home court. You got 2 road games coming up. Hey, if it takes till Wednesday for you to get one against the 7-1 Suns, whatever. Ain't worried about that. I want them to take care of home floor. All those people who go to the Golden One Center, they're going to be people going to the Golden One Center tonight for the only time this year. Yo, take care of home court. Yo, light the beam. I might stay till the end of the game tonight. I want to see that beam lit tonight. That's an experience for people. Take care of home court. And then if you want to get greedy on the road, man, by all means, get greedy on the road. But this is a game that if the Sacramento Kings lose tonight, it means, 1, they didn't execute. 2, the Clippers probably did. It was death by paper cuts. Because I don't think like Norm Powell is going to light them up for, well, knock on whatever this thing is made of, this counter is made of. I don't think Norm Powell is going to light them up for 35. But there's guys who can score on that team. And they're going to score ugly. Zubac, I can't. It was. I think it was the night before. It must have been Monday because obviously there were no games Tuesday, so it must have been Monday. Zubac had like 10 offensive rebounds. Yo, that can't happen tonight. 10 offensive rebounds is ridiculous. They had 16 offensive rebounds total. No, you can't do that. What's the term? The crash zone? Yeah, I'm going to need to see Keegan in the crash zone. Whether he's following De'Aaron's shot or he's following his own or whatever. I'm going to see him out there in the crash zone on the offensive end and the defensive end. 10 offensive rebounds for a single player. That's crazy. That man got a double-double. Zubac got a double-double just in points and offensive rebounds. But this is a team that can execute. This is a team that's going to play a lot of their guys, and Mike has been running basically, 7 or 8 guys here, and if I do think at some point Trey's gonna, whether it's find his legs, find his shot, find his groove, find his son, he's gonna find it. But I don't know if that's tonight. I don't know if it's Sunday. I don't know what it is. I know he'll find it, though. Of course, I said that about Kevin Huerter last year, and that didn't particularly go well. This is a bit of a different situation. But even at that, Mike runs a limited rotation. Ty Lue doesn't. Ty Lue got guys out there playing minutes. He's running closer to 9. He's running a lot closer to 9 than Mike is. And there are guys, Coffey's able to get them buckets. Like, they've got plenty of guys. They have no, James Harden is out there. I don't feel like James Harden, at least so far this year, has been ridiculous with the basketball. Like, I don't think we've had, 30 shot attempts from James Harden. I mean, maybe we have, and I didn't watch it, but I don't think we have. That's part of the reason I think the Clippers are at that 500 position that they're in. They're letting the team as a collective just kind of work. With no Kawhi Leonard. And I don't know, this might explain, this may very well exemplify how good of a coach Ty Lue is. Because James Harden told us, like, all offseason, oh, I'm the system. I'm the one. I'm the guy. I'm going to do this. Oh, I've done it before. I've been the lead guy. And he has. He's 100% right. He's done all of that. But I don't feel like he's tried to do that with this team. And because he hasn't, it's allowed Derrick Jones Jr., Norm Powell, Terrence, it's allowed different guys to kind of find a rhythm. It's allowed different guys to kind of do some things here. Our man Leezy in the chat says Norm Powell has averaged 25 points, 3 assists, 2.2 rebounds in the last 5 games. Well, all right. Don't get beat by Norm Powell tonight. Let's take a quick peek here at who the Clippers have played so far this season. I know they played the Spurs. They started with the Suns. Lost a close game to the Suns. Beat the Nuggets in a close one. They're the one team that beat the Golden State Warriors. Lost to the Trailblazers by 1. Lost to the Suns a second time by 6. Got roughed up by the Thunder. Beat the Spurs. And then, of course, beat the Philadelphia 76ers in Paul George's return to Los Angeles the other night. It's not that different than the Kings schedule, is it? Not schedule in terms of the opponents, but when you look at the games that they've lost by 1, lost by 6. They got blown out in that one. Lost by 3. That's the Kings. Now, I don't think the Clippers are as good as the Kings, but I think the Clippers are at a point in the season where they can get by on their toughness. I think they're at a point in the season where they can get by like with a lack of talent and just solid execution. I don't know that can carry them through the entire season. And I don't know, maybe it can carry them till Kawhi Leonard returns. But they've done some good things this year. They've done some things to where if you're a Clippers fan, if such thing, that, okay, it's not the worst. Take a peek here at what James Harden has done. 20 points, 9 assists, 28.4% from three-point percentage. Wow, 37% from the field. Yikes. No, he's getting them shots up still. It's not crazy. He's getting them shots up. This is ugly. Yeah, James just ain't that no more. Again, knock on the counter. James Harden ain't that no more. Kings, though, they got, obviously, the Clippers. We've talked about that. The Suns. They've got the Spurs after that. We'll be watching that game at Sky River Casino on Monday if you want to pull up on us. And then, of course, they've got the Suns here at the Golden One Center next Wednesday. Those 2 games against the Suns kind of bookmarked the toughest stretch so far that they've had this year. The similarities in all of these teams, obviously the Suns supremely talented. 7-1 team, stars galore, role players playing well. Well-coached team with Mike Budenholzer out there. Clippers and Spurs. Maybe not the biggest juggernauts in the league. Well-coached teams that give the Kings fits no matter what their records are. And we said yesterday, I said yesterday, I won't put it on anybody else. I said it yesterday. Yo, this Kings team is different. This team feels like they feel locked in. We go back and we look at De'Aaron's, we just like notice things, whether it's real or we're making it up. We look at De'Aaron in the shoot-around audio that we aired. And we have some from shoot-around today, I think from Kevin Huerter and Keon Ellis that we could play for you here in a few minutes. But we looked at that. It's like, it looks locked in. DeMar always looks locked in. Domas has been locked in since the gym opened. These guys didn't panic, waver, worry, after losing the first two. You could see that they were frustrated, and we didn't get that. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. They just said we've got to execute better. We've got to do some things better. They look locked in. They look locked in on the floor. We everybody keeps talking about the heat, the halftime. Oh, we had to go at each other a little bit. Everybody went nuts over that. Nobody knows what it means. But DeMar said it. Domas said it simultaneously on two different post-game interviews, and the fan base has gone nuts for that. Again, we have no clue what it means. We don't know who went at who. We don't know if they went at each other. We don't even know what went at means. We think we do, and we create scenarios in our head where someone said this, or, of course, De'Aaron comes out. He goes for 16 points. He's an assassin out there in the third quarter, and we all wind up on the same conclusion. Somebody pissed off De'Aaron. And I'm all for it. Give me 82 games of De'Aaron Fox being pissed off. I'm perfectly fine with that. We've seen De'Aaron angry before on the floor, and he's borderline unstoppable. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well, wherever you are. Appreciate you so much for hanging out, spending part of your game day here with us as the Sacramento Kings take on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight. Mike Brown, we were a little questionable about I'll take that back. We were a little questionable about Mike Brown's rotations. Mike Brown was a little questionable about his rotations to start the season. And I wonder if the Kevin Huerter injury, I keep saying that, the Kevin Huerter illness that took him out for a couple of games, I wonder if that and the need to play Keon Ellis, I wonder if that helped settle things down a little bit. Because we were coming off that situational rotation player line, and you remove Kevin from the lineup, suddenly, all right, we've got a void to fill. Keon has done it. We get the, with all due respect, ridiculous Doug McDermott game. Well, Doug McDermott starts and plays all of 15 minutes before Mike realizes, yeah, this isn't going to work. We get another game where Kevin Huerter is ill. And we get Keon Ellis in the lineup. In the starting lineup, I should say. Obviously, he played a ton in the game Doug McDermott started. Maybe Mike has found his sweet spot. They just really do need to get Trey Lyles going. Or, maybe more appropriately stated, Trey Lyles really needs to get Trey Lyles going. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. My brother TC. What's happening, baby?
Sir D-Lo, what's up with my brother? Actually, what's up with my two brothers, man? It's you and Jesse. I know Kenny out. What's up, man?
We good, baby. We good, man. What's up with you?
Oh, just vibing, tapping in with the homies. Hey, just I always gotta call in D-Lo. Hey,
Appreciate you.
We scary, bro. Hey, look, we scary, man. You know what I mean? I know tonight this is a big test for us against the Clippers, but we scary, man. I'm seeing it. I already told y'all I've seen it. I see it. I'm gonna keep calling in every day, man. Like, this team is going to be scary, bro.
I'm with it.
As soon as Lyles get his legs up around D'Lo, we're going to be fine. No trade needs to be made. I don't care. Unless we get like a Giannis, I'm cool, bro. Keep this team together. That's all I got.
Okay. I'm with it.
Who do you think TC would trade for Giannis?
Trey Lyles. I don't know, man. I don't know. But you know what's funny? I saw it was on Hoops Hype, and it was linked to the New York Post. There's already Giannis Knicks articles out there, and it's very unlikely the Knicks are going to go after Giannis. Like, I love this game, man. This game is so funny.
What do you mean?
Because we talk about, like, Giannis hasn't asked for a trade. But these nonstop, like these, whether it's conversations on television, like I saw on the Bottom Line the other day, should Giannis ask for a trade? Will the Milwaukee Bucks trade Giannis Antetokounmpo? You get these articles written with team sources, sources close to the New York Knicks say. What's Giannis supposed to do? Giannis just out here playing basketball for the Milwaukee Bucks, and there's all this noise about trades around him, trades that he hasn't asked for.
I wonder if behind the scenes, though, it's like, hey, don't say anything, but like Giannis could be,
Could be. Or I say what I said before. If the Bucks want to do something, just trade him. We act like that can't happen. If you really think you need to trade a player, freaking trade him.
You can't just not tell him, though.
Why?
Because that looks bad on you as an organization. It's
Yeah,
not
it does.
fair, but it does.
It does.
Your fans won't be happy about it.
No, it
Giannis
does.
can spin it away where it's all bad for you.
You kind of get like, and that's where, Kenny and I got into this argument about how this whole thing gets manipulated to where the team always takes the brunt of the criticism. Like, no matter how it's handled, like the team is going to get killed for it because it's Giannis. I'm with TC though, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I know, we'll get there's other members of the Bucks. I know James really loves Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis was the third man yesterday for the Bucks. He was the guy who was able to get buckets besides Giannis and Dame. He was the only one. I think he had 19. What's up, Jay? What up, baby? Oh man. Jay Pharoah here. I told y'all he was coming in to hang out with us, man. Jay Pharoah at the Punchline starting tonight. Jay, you on the live stream? We on the radio. Let me get your mic.
Oh, wow.
What's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on with you? Live streaming on the radio. What's happening with you? What's going on?
See, that's the chatty house over there on the side. We just hanging out. You a big sports guy?
I haven't been. I mean, I love sports, but I barely get a chance to watch it like I would like to. You know what I mean? I mean, more football than basketball, though. And I know the Rams they were suffering at first, but now they're kind of getting it together. I think we've won the last few games.
Yeah,
so.
they look all right.
We've been all right, man. We've been all right. Yeah. Well, we've been good, but most of the time, man, yeah, dog. There'd be so much I got to do. I'll be checking. Like,
you be moving.
I'll be moving, man.
Yeah, you moving, man. You one of the most sought after comedians out there. You still making the club, still doing all these tours, man. I gotta imagine it's just because you love this.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's making the world laugh is a duty and that God gives you, and if you get a chance to make somebody forget about whatever they're going through for at least, even if it's 5 minutes, you know what I mean? You've done your job, but luckily I get to do it for extensive periods of time, like an hour and some change.
No doubt.
So that's love. You know what I mean? So
what's harder, writing like a killer joke or perfecting that impression?
I mean, well, no impression is hard. So, I mean, I guess it's for me, I guess writing is sitting down and writing itself is an arduous task. But most of the time I find a lot of the freestyles that I do on stage and stuff, those will end up actually being my writing sessions because it's more free flowing when you're on stage doing it. When I'm sitting there trying to focus and concentrate, sometimes I'll think it's a killer joke and I get on stage, be like, they ain't laugh like I thought they were going to. You know what I mean? So it always, you know, you never know what's gonna happen up there.
Is that what helps you like evolve? Because I hear comedians talk about evolving the joke. Is it like hearing the reaction on?
Absolutely.
I moved this. I put this over here.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's it is just it's an input output system, bro. Like, you know, and it's a puzzle. Everything is a puzzle, and you're trying to place the perfect pieces to make that puzzle beautiful. And one piece that doesn't fit, you know what I mean, can mess up the whole puzzle.
Given that, like, how difficult was it? Was it difficult on SNL?
Because
you don't really get to try that stuff. You don't really get to try that stuff out.
I mean, you do get to try it out, though. I mean, we have you got 3 runs. You know what I mean? You got dress rehearsal, or you got practice. You'll run through, and then you got dress rehearsal, and then you got the live show. So you'll know by dress rehearsal if it's trash or not. You know what I'm saying? You could tell. You know what I mean? You get crickets. Guess what? You ain't gonna get on television that week. You feel me?
Yeah.
You could be at credits waving and stuff like. You know what I mean?
Did you ever have one that you thought would hit on SNL, and then you get out there during one of them runs, and it was like,
nah. Man, you know, I try to block out negativity.
Hey, that's the way to live.
I mean, I'm trying to block out negativity. Yeah, did this like last week? This week has not happened. I try to block out negativity, man. But you know, I mean, it's hit or miss. I mean, even when you get there Saturday, man, even during dress rehearsal, sometimes it can hit. And on live, it'd be a different crowd, so it doesn't hit as hard, and you'd be like, "Wow, I thought that was going to rock." I'll give you one example though. I was doing Barack dress rehearsal, and I improv the line, and it killed. Right. So what they did was they took the line and they put it on the cue cards, and then on live, I stuttered through the line, and I was like, and I was like, how can I stutter when I just wrote it? I just wrote it before, like I literally came up with it, and I couldn't deliver it, man. It's pressure. You feel me? It's a lot of pressure, but that's the charm of it, being able to rise to the occasion when you know, when those lights turn on, bro. You feel me? When that Krispy Kreme donut light come on, you got to be ready to drip.
No doubt.
That's real talk.
No doubt.
You know, no bull. No bull.
Has President Obama heard your impression?
Absolutely. That guy's pretty good. That's a pretty good guy. I mean, it sounds just like I do. You're gonna do my job because I'm trying to get my hair back. It's turned. It has definitely turned Cisco, and it is definitely in Spanish viejo. You know what I mean? So it's yeah, that's old in Spanish. Yeah, that's right. I'm on Duolingo. I know what I'm talking about. You feel me? Yeah, man. But you know, he loves it, dog. I've never really had a problem with folks not liking impressions that I do.
Oh, that's good. That was my next question.
Except for Kanye West, probably. And that's because he just has a problem with life.
Yeah.
It ain't got nothing to do with me. It's just that he don't want
Kanye's happy this week.
Is he?
Isn't he?
I don't know.
Well, he was happy Tuesday. That's my guess.
Was he? I didn't see any.
Yeah,
bro.
My guess, Kanye's. Yeah,
bro. You know what? I say the craziest thing that happened this week. I gave up smoking weed the day before the election, and I heard a voice that told me, "Nope, don't do it." I said, "I'm not doing it no more." I flushed it down the toilet. It was kind of like, you know, you seen Michael B. Jordan in Fruitvale Station when he took the weed, he just dumped it all in the river.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't have a river, I had a toilet, so I flushed it. And then I saw the results, and I said I shouldn't have listened to that voice. I shouldn't have. I should have kept that. I should have kept that stuff. But yeah, that's okay. I had some other stuff.
Did you go buy more weed?
Huh?
I said,
nah, I didn't. I'm not doing it no more. I'm done, bro. I'm done. I don't drink anymore.
Good for you.
You know what I mean? At one point I was watching. I'm not watching adult stuff no more. I'm done off that. It's like I'm breaking all these chains, bro.
You doing this all at once?
Yeah, this has been a progression. I mean, the first thing was the adult videos. You know what I mean? I was like, I ain't feel like I was watching it too much. I stopped doing that, and then it became the drink. The drinking was after that, and now it's the smoking. It's smoking weed. I don't do that no more. So I'm on a whole different kick, bro.
Man, good for you. What are you filling that void with?
Well, the gospel, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's really what I'm doing. I'm getting closer. My relationship to the Lord is getting super close, closer than it was when I was a kid, and I was really close back then. But now,
were you raised in the church?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Raised in a super strict apostolic household and church system. I don't know if you know about that. Listen, it's just like it's like a denomination, Baptist, whatever, but they just had a set of rules like Jehovah's Witnesses, which is crazy. But now it's now we don't have those rules anymore. You gotta read straight from the scroll, and that's not what people were doing before. You could talk about many different denominations that do that. I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not dissing. I don't want nobody to feel like ostracized or anything like that. But you got some folks that have idols that they pray to or whatever before they get to the guy. You don't have to do that. You know what I mean? You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah,
ha.
right.
I'm not saying anything else. I'm just being honest with you. You got to go straight to the source, and that power, man. I've felt it. I don't just believe in God because he's just this figment of whatever. I believe in God because I can feel God. That's why. It's not I have faith. That's what it is. So whatever.
Did that make your chosen profession difficult?
No, but this happened, bro. I've had fun. Like, I was turning up a couple years ago. Like COVID, woo! COVID, woo! You get out of here, man. I was having a lot of fun with a lot of beautiful ones. I'll say that. My house was hell. That was crazy. My house was hell. But I had to, all that energy, man. I had to get all of that out of there, bro. So
get that.
Yeah, now it's it's different now, bro. And I feel it. I feel different.
You feel more locked into your work?
Absolutely. I've never let my work get lax. I work, but when I'm waking up early in the morning to go on Pornhub before I start doing my thing, you don't want to do that. You need to wake up early in the morning and pray, get your day started and get aligned. You know what I mean? Get focused, get centered, and then take care of everything, and then ask for guidance during the day so you don't snap off on somebody. Keep those feelings and emotions zen. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I need the zen.
Hey, and I don't know what is coming, but I tell everybody this, and I said it 2.5 years ago. I said, for what's about to happen, everybody needs to learn how to code. Everybody needs to learn how to grow their own vegetables. Everybody needs to learn how to hunt. And everybody better have something registered just in case somebody hops over that damn fence and tries to come into your kingdom and take something from you, because you don't know what's happening. Chicken is $500 a piece right now.
About that.
I don't know why Popeyes should not be prices of Roof Chris. That doesn't make any sense to me. So you get me though.
No, absolutely.
You got to get ready, and I'm gonna have me 2 cane corsos too. They're gonna bite some meats out some butts if people want to come over here and try to encroach upon my goddamn kingdom. I'm ready, because I had that happen already. Porch monkeys. Ain't no porch monkey. That's the wrong thing. It's porch pirate. It's a porch pirate. That's what it is. Porch pirates. That's what it is.
That was such an unfortunate slip.
Yeah, man. Porch pirates, man. People be be stealing stuff. But no more. You feel me? So I'm gonna give me a dog. I'm gonna name him JoJo. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That just sound like a god dog, don't it?
Kinda.
JoJo.
Yeah, kind of.
Big mean. I'm talking about with all the spit, just dry spit on the corner.
Don't even come inside, just
you know what I mean? And breathe like, you ever heard dog? That's how dog. That's what you got to deal with. You really, if you get through that, I'll give you everything in my house.
You can have whatever's in that Amazon package.
You deserve it. You have earned it. You deserve it. Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
I'm being honest, man. Just being as honest and lucid as I can be. Damn, look at people. Woo! That's crazy.
You got a comedian you like to watch?
Absolutely.
Who's your favorite?
Listen, man, I love comedy in general. You feel me? Like, because stuff is always funny. I watch everybody, man. I think Nikki Glazer is super funny right now. Her stuff is, that Tom Brady roast, that joint was crazy. Of course,
that was wild.
Yeah, that was really wild. Eddie Murphy has always been somebody that I've watched. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, Bernie Mac, Robin Harris, all of those old school comedians. And besides that, it might just be something that comes on a reel that I'm just like, oh, that was really that was really funny. You know what I mean? I think Josh Johnson, you know what I mean, he's coming up, you know what I mean? He's really funny. And you know, the way that he's dropping material, he drops material like it's McDonald's, but it's good McDonald's. It's like McDonald's if they knew how to cook it. You know what I'm saying? Like he does it the right way. If that McFlurry McSheen was fixed, working, that's what he's doing. It's like the perfect McDonald's thing, man. But there's a lot of comedians out there that I find hilarious. And of course, Cat Williams is super funny to me. I've always loved Cat. Martin, I think Martin's hilarious.
Martin's touring.
Martin is touring. And I was on a road with him. What was it for the Lit as F tour when he did that?
Yeah.
And I remember, bro, I was overseas shooting this movie in Tbilisi, which is Georgia, the country of Georgia, Tbilisi. Okay, I was there. And there was a comedian who was on the road and got booed in Atlanta. And I was like, oh, snap. And I was supposed to be on the tour the next week. I was like, oh, they booing people? I said, I got to keep my foot on their necks. We were at the Oracle Center or the Chesapeake Arena. Which one is it? What the Golden State Warriors?
It used to be Oracle in Oakland.
It used to be Oracle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oakland.
When did it change? When did it change?
They moved to San Francisco a couple of years ago.
Center.
Yeah.
So before it was the Oracle.
It was Oracle.
It was Oracle. So
yeah.
I was at the Oracle.
Yeah, that's where he's at in next month.
Okay. So I was at the Oracle, and not only did I kill it, I got a standing ovation.
Okay.
Because I just kept my foot on their necks. I said, I am not catching an L, because if you catch an L and they record it, that's forever.
Yeah, it lives.
That's forever, ever, ever. And then everybody talking about it. So you can't catch it. And understand, the best comedians have been booed. You know what I'm saying? The best. Everybody. Bernie Mac has been booed. Eddie Murphy has been booed. Chris Rock has been booed. Dave Chappelle got booed. Everybody has been booed. If you have not been booed, I've been booed before. If you haven't been booed as a comedian, then you don't got any grit. You don't know. I think the comedians that don't go through that, they never break through that ceiling, because when you do bomb, you have something to prove. It's like a chip on your shoulder. So you like, I gotta be on point, and it just sharpens you that much more. You know what I'm saying?
You think Eddie could do it today if he wanted
Absolutely.
to? Really?
Absolutely. Now, I don't think he could say the same things that he said.
Well, yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you work nonstop.
Absolutely.
Like you work, you write, you all of that. Like Eddie's been like making movies. Eddie's been doing like a whole different world.
Yeah.
Like it can't be easy to go out there and just get current with jokes that hit.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, funny is funny. I was with him at the Mark Twain Prize Award ceremony where he received it, and you know, that material that he came up with, it was like he was playing. He was playing and it was funny. He was playing. And
I think he's
funny.
my favorite. I think he's my favorite of all time.
Absolutely. It's the callbacks, the family stories, the impressions, the accents, the pop culture, just topics that you would just talk. He's got everything, man. And if he comes back, that will be the fastest selling out tour ever. You think Dave Chappelle's joint sold out fast?
Yeah.
Chappelle be looking around like, hold on, son. I thought I was the one, baby. I thought I was the guy that was selling all the tickets. Eddie came and he just totally just destroyed my record. How you gonna sell out? How do you sell out the whole world in 2 minutes? It's impossible. He says there, smokes. Stuff's ridiculous. That's real talk, man.
What would Eddie say?
Here we go.
No, I had to get one. Let me get one. Thank you.
Listen, y'all should have expected me to sell out space, and should have expected me to sell out the world. I am who I am. Name one person in this world that hasn't seen Coming to America. I ain't talking about the second one, I'm talking about the first one. You know, then the second one never happened. I didn't make that movie. It didn't happen. It never happened. And this is Eddie Murphy. This is the regular talking Eddie Murphy that just chills. As you know, he's got the turned up version of himself. Where it turn up, I turn up, I be and doing all that. I don't do that stuff, man. That's just a character, you know. Richard Pryor, man. I wish I could say all the things that I want to say, but I can't because I don't want y'all to be unemployed. Shoot. You see, your hairline too nice to be unemployed. You feel me?
And if you can't get that shaped up, you gonna look rough.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate
I
you.
laugh at myself. I don't
Yeah,
give a
you
damn.
should. Yes, you should.
That's what it is, man. Oh, there we go.
should.
Wow, that is good. Yeah. I'm looking at the comments. You know you bombing if you look at the comments, and then you just people just be putting dots.
Man, you could you could get lost in them comments, man.
Hey.
That's a wild group, but that's our squad right there.
You know what? That's something else I had to learn to do. Real talk. Something else I had to learn to do was just not focus so much on what people negativity of the internet, what people were saying. I used to be obsessed with that because it's like you're a kid, you want everybody to like you, know, but everybody ain't gonna like you, and that's fine. You ain't got to like me. Shoot, I got my check. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to like. Notice that everybody's not gonna like you. But at the same time, if you can get enough people to like you and enough people to follow you, man, listen, you good, dog. You good. You feel me? Jesus had a lot of haters. That's all I'm saying. You feel me? He only had 12 followers at one time. You feel me?
Talk about it. Yeah.
Now you see how it's expanded to this beautiful culture of folks, and that's what it's all about, brother. It's all about putting some truth out there and having everybody follow it. That's what it's about.
Tonight and Saturday?
Yeah, tonight and Saturday.
There you go. Punchline Comedy Club. Jay Pharoah, appreciate you so much, man. I know you've been on the move all morning. You was hanging out with our friends over at Fox 40 this morning.
Yeah, I was. The first thing I wanted to say was, who voted for Trump? But I ain't do that.
Well,
who voted for Trump? All right, cool. Hey, listen, Latin man, listen. Hey, y'all better not say nothing tonight. About 57% of y'all, I'm still kind of pissed. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God, we go for Donald Trump. They was all. Yeah, he's going to bring Mega America great again. Yay, the MAGA head. Yay. Yes, I love him. I love him so much. Yay, I love it. That orange, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. So anyway.
Yep. I got a lot of questions about some of them results, man.
Yeah. Hey. You know what, man? Whatever, dog. It is what it is. It just baffles me when folks say things like, "Yo, Trump was president 4 years ago. Nobody died." Where the hell you been at? What you mean nobody died? You talking? Do you remember COVID?
I remember saying, well, I guess it's not the end of the world in 2016, and then 2020 rolls around and it's like, well, goddamn. God damn, March of 2020. I guess I was wrong.
Listen, the world is on fire, but if there's one thing that we can say, we are going to survive and get through it. That's it. We're strong, brother. We're strong, we're resilient. And at the end of the day, bro, this is America. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Land of the free and home of the Trump. Home of the Trump.
Word is that's the new slogan. They're going to change the words starting January 6th.
Land of the free, home of the Trump. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can't believe these people tried to shoot me. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating your cats, eating your dogs. They're turning the puppies into hush puppies.
Why does he always do these? It's the hands, man. It's the the air. He's like he got a hot meatball in his mouth. He can't cool it off. Hey man, you better spit that out before it burn your tongue off, bro. I know about hot. I know. Hey, no Diddy. I know about. I know about that though. I know about trying to blow. Listen, you can't even say.
Yeah, you struggling. Yeah,
you can't even say nothing no more.
Nope.
That's wild.
Yep.
Diddy over there ticked off because he can't get filet mignon on his birthday. Negro, you are in prison. Oh, you in jail. Okay, you ain't gone to the other one yet. But you in prison right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just enjoy your crackers and your cheese, my G.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy your crackers and your cheese. I don't know what to eat. I didn't know what to eat in jail. I ain't never been there before. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the heck they eat.
I'm guessing it's not crackers and cheese, but I don't know.
It ain't crackers. I know.
Maybe because it was his birthday, he got cracker, cheese, and wine.
That's
I don't know.
what it is. It was his birthday. He was allowed a glass of wine. You know what I mean? That's wild. The world is on fire. The world is on fire. That's why we all need to laugh. We all need to forget about things, even if it's for an hour. So tonight, You make sure you come out to my goddamn show. Make sure you come out to the Punchline tonight, man. Get some of this comedy, John, man, for real, dog. Because listen, there are crackers there, though. Oh, okay, cool. Somebody said bread, water, top ramen. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, I know they got ramen noodles. But the economy, speaking of ramen noodles, the economy going to get so bad. Economy is recovering, right? But things are so expensive. I would not be surprised if you walked into an Italian restaurant and for the spaghetti and meatballs, when it come out, it'd be some ramen noodles with some goddamn bacon bits. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if that happens. And then you got to buy
and it'll cost
your
you $65.
own sauce, and it will cost you $65. All right. Lord Jesus, we all got to start eating pot pies again. You remember pot pies? It was 25 cents a piece. They sell them at Walmart. You get in the back. Now they mad. They got a lot of fat in them. But god dang it, them joints is good. I was a fat kid. I was. I had a body shape of Nicki Minaj back in the day. It's all good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's over now. I ain't got that no more.
Okay.
I'm sure, and I'm glad too now. You know, I ain't trying to have nobody look at my clappers.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, people imagine be trying to clap your cheeks and all that different type of stuff. You see, hey, don't go to the parties.
Well, yeah, don't.
You ain't never been, right?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
You?
No, I've never been so happy to not be at a party in my life.
I never been.
I got invited 2 years ago. I said, "Did he party?" I said, "Oh no, I'm good. I heard about him. I know he do."
Man, that's been out there forever too.
Yeah, man, we know everybody known about it. Ain't nobody said that. You know what I'm saying? They said, bro, up here doing the whole comedy set. Oh, come on, man. I'm just chilling. I'm just talking trash, bro. I'm just talking trash, bro. Real talk, man. Yeah.
I appreciate you pulling up, man. Thank you.
Come on, man. Thank you for having me, man.
Absolutely. Every time.
Somebody said, just say no to baby oil. That's hilarious. Wow. Just say no.
Jay Pharoah, Punchline Comedy Club, tonight and Saturday. Go check them out. We'll come back more here. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Let's go.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I appreciate you.
Nah, thank you, man.
Iced out too, solid. All right, too.
I said John B in this motherfucker.
All right.
Don't listen to what people say.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow night. Oh man, that shit is funny. Yeah. Let's. We got Will at 45. Let's just come back, do something short. We'll do something short. I'll apologize and we'll be good. He said my hairline's too nice to be unemployed. That's funny. I felt bad. I do not like asking guys who do impressions to do impressions, so I was happy he did one. And the only one I wanted was the Eddie one because that's my favorite. But you got to let them get into that shit naturally and not just, hey, what would Chris Rock say? Like, they fucking hate that. And I respect that. Oh, man. Jose, I hear you, boy. I hear you. Yeah, that was funny. I wasn't expecting that. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Yeah, and Jay Pharoah, I interacting with the chat is pretty dope, man. I love that. Love that. Oh, man. Approaching the halfway point. Got Will Z coming up. Clean 2 o'clock hour. And Hammer will be with us. Yeah, Jay is terrific, man. Shout out to the Punchline Comedy Club for making sure their guys come through. I think Lance gonna pull up on us. I don't remember if it's this month or next month. I got the schedule, but I think Lance is gonna be with us at some point. Comedy is alive and well, man. As we yes, for sure. I got you. K Jones, appreciate you, man. Thank you, guys. Mary B, yep, no doubt. That's exactly what we need. John Paul's Hoop with Lance. Oh, that's good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, Lance ain't been on with us in a while. I was just thinking about that. I think we was at home the last time Lance was on with us. I don't think we've had Lance on since the Kings have been good. Dr. David, what you doing down there, man? U Sports is my guess. Oh, man. Thanks, TCG. Sky River Casino, where we will be live this Monday. Hope you can pull up on us Veterans Day. Hopefully you got the day off and you could come celebrate with us. Beginning at 10 a.m., first time ever, the Insiders are going to do their show live at Sky River Casino. We got some great cross-promotion going on there with Jiffy Lube. Big thanks to our man Matt and everybody over there at Jiffy Lube for working together with Sky River, helping make this broadcast happen. Again, it starts at 10 a.m. with the Insiders dealing with KC. We'll take the air, take the stage at 12 o'clock. And then we'll watch basketball together, man. We've got the Kings and the Spurs coming up on Monday. We might head over to the Humidor. Check that. Dump that. We are heading over to the Humidor for some whiskey and cigars after a good afternoon of drinks being poured, food being eaten. We're going to have a really good time together. Appreciate all of the people in the chatty house who got a laugh at a Jay Pharoah. Obviously, very, very funny individual. If you haven't seen Jay's work, and I think everybody has, outside of what he just did. If you haven't seen Jay Pharoah's work, go check it out on YouTube. He's one of the funniest dudes in the game. His impressions are second to none. I was telling the chatty house during the commercial break, I've been around comedians long enough. I've been in this game long enough to know when someone is kind of an expert in that field. You don't pull their string and go, hey, what would Chris Rock say? You don't really do that stuff. But when he hit the Dave Chappelle as it related to Eddie Murphy, I wanted to hear that Eddie impression so bad because I know all of his impressions are really, really good. But I'm a huge Eddie Murphy fan, and I wanted him hear him drop that one time. That was a good time. I hope everybody got a good laugh out of that. Will Z going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes, about 7 minutes or so, a little less than that. My man Will Z will be with us, and we will get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Clippers tonight. We were talking a little bit about Bobby Portis just before Jay joined us. Bobby Portis, because I think TC called. TC was talking about trades. Bobby Portis is a name that Kings fans like. Bobby Portis is a name that James Ham really likes. He comes up in different conversations. Everybody kind of looking at the way things are working for the Sacramento Kings, feeling like the addition of DeMar DeRozan is really working for the Sacramento Kings. And, Domas playing at an incredibly high level. De'Aaron finding his flow with everything. De'Aaron making sure everybody's involved. Malik being Malik. And I really do think, excuse me, despite the efficiency or the shooting percentages, I think we got a great version of Keegan Murray right now. I think Keegan Murray is doing a lot of different things that are amazing for Sacramento. I think he's doing a lot of things that are really helping out Sacramento. And the fact that he's still aggressive with his shot goes a long way. The fact that he's still taking regularly 17 shots, because that would be a thing that would bother me, is if Keegan was shooting 8 times per game, 9 times per game, 10 times per game. Keegan has the ability to score at a high level. And you can't score at a high level if you're not getting those shots up. And Keegan is doing that. And as the season gets going and you start to evaluate stuff and you start to look at the way that guys are playing, you start to look at certain fits. I know there's been a concern about the depth right now. There's been a concern about the way that second unit is playing. Obviously, you got Malik scoring at a very solid rate. You got Keon doing the different things that he does. Then it kind of falls off after that. And Trey Lyles hasn't found his groove, and Trey Lyles is really important to what Sacramento does. When he's hitting, he's really important to what Sacramento does. He's really important to the way that Sacramento plays. And it's kind of, what can you do to elevate to all right, this is a good squad. Okay, we saw this. what can we do to elevate to a 1 seed? What could we do to make sure the depth is there to get to a conference finals, something along those lines? And Bobby Portis's name is a name that has come up a lot. The Bucks got their second win of the season last night. They beat the Utah Jazz. Giannis and Dame combined for 65 points. We've seen them combine for a ton of points this year and not necessarily walk away with a victory. They walked away with that victory last night. And a big reason was Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis, he was the third man. He had 19 in that one. Now, the pause button is, they were playing Utah, dog. Milwaukee is a better team than Utah. Milwaukee is a significantly better team than the Utah Jazz. But you're looking for like little grains of excitement for the Milwaukee Bucks, or if you're a Milwaukee Bucks fan. And it's like, all right, you get that win. What can we do to build upon this? Because at some point, you've got to start building. Because if you don't, before you know it, Thanksgiving is going to be over and we're going to be into Christmas. We're into Christmas now. We're talking 10, 11, 12 games under 500. Like, then if you're Milwaukee, like, what do you do? I think that's a bit extreme. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they've got enough win streaks, I guess, in them to balance this out a little bit. How good is Milwaukee? I don't know. One thing I'm confident in saying, a handful of games into the season, 8-9 games into the season, they're not what I thought they were going to be. I thought some of the death of the Milwaukee Bucks stuff, I thought that was completely overblown. I was wrong. Let's go back to the start of the show, where sometimes you have to admit that you're wrong. I was wrong about the Golden State Warriors. They're a significantly better basketball team than I thought. I was wrong about the Milwaukee Bucks because it appears they're a significantly worse basketball team than I thought. And it's not just like the way that they're playing. Sometimes you can look at a team and you can see the way they're playing going, I don't think they're as bad as their record says they are. Or I don't think they're as good as their record says they are. The Bucks don't look good. And I don't know what fixes that. Like, I don't know that the return of Chris Middleton, whatever version of Chris Middleton is left, God bless him, I don't know what that does. So if the idea is we're going 60 plus with Dame on a nightly basis and we've got to rely on Bobby Portis approaching 20, my dog, I don't think that works. I think Bobby Portis is good. Bobby Portis does some good things, but we're going to do that? And that's how you succeed? I don't think that's it. My sincerest apologies. We went long with Jay. We're going to step out real quick. Again, big apologies to the radio audience. Stick around, though. Will Z joins us. We'll get our focus back on the Sacramento Kings. We'll get everything back moving correctly. We appreciate you for hanging out. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. William, what's up, buddy?
What's up? How you doing?
Hanging in there, man.
Good.
Hanging in there. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a rough few days, but doing a little better today.
Yeah, everything okay?
Yeah, just a lot of emotions.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's funny with
the whole end of the world thing. I got it.
Yeah. It's really funny with the Bobby Portis stuff. So I wrote an article during, it was like, I think between preseason and beginning of the season, on a potential trade of sending out like Devin Carter for Portis. I don't remember who the other salary was. Just as like a one last time, I'm going to consider Bobby Portis. Bucks Twitter has picked it up in the last day or two. They're all for it. They're like, yeah, sign us up for that.
Really? Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
I kind of want Devin Carter on this team now, though, that I've seen everything coming together.
Man, honestly, I forget.
Yeah, right?
I forget. Yeah, completely forget about Devin Carter.
Which is great that they have a lottery pick where little to no expectations for this year. Great situation.
Right. Yeah. It's a far cry from when your first round pick here had to save the franchise.
Yeah.
Save the franchise.
There we go. Just trying to get this stuff figured out.
My lights are crazy bright. I feel like those lights move. They are bright as hell. I swear this light in front of me moved. It's hella bright.
Someone coming in just to mess with you.
I don't know. I don't feel like that light was ever pointing directly at me, but right now it most definitely is. Somebody in here playing jokes. Playing jokes. Another minute or so, minute and a half.
All right. I have to figure out. I think I told you. I don't know if I told anyone else. The like Kings on this day thing. I'm not sure if they're actually using that in the arena, but if you see it on the screen before the game, can you try and get a picture for me?
Yeah, of course. If I'm ever there before the game, I definitely will.
True. You are a little busy until 7, so that's a good point.
Yeah, I get there. Like I told myself the first game, I was like, I'm not coming to any more weekday games. Like I can't do this. I'm going tonight. Like, because that was such a big lie. I was just frustrated. Just hopefully I can find a parking space a little bit quicker than I did last time.
Yeah. So Chatty House.
Yes, the answer to the question. Yes, absolutely. If anybody sees Will Z's on this day at the arena, please take a picture of it for Will. And we gotta plug the watch party.
Yeah. I'm so nervous no one's gonna show up.
Oh man, it's Kings fans, bro. That's not a thing. I'm like that with every live show we do. I'm like, this is gonna be the one that no one shows up to.
Yeah. I'm so bummed that I'm still working on Monday. So I won't be able to go to Sky River. I might try and pop in for the game though.
That's all right. There's another one not too far in the not too far future that I'll tell you about later.
Sweet.
Bike Dog Brewing.
They make good beer.
Moonbelly Bakery. Okay. All right. We're coming back, Will. Sky River Casino, where we'll be live this Monday at 32 Brew Street. 32 Brew Street doesn't even open at 10 o'clock, but they're opening for us. So you could get in there and watch the Insiders live. Of course, D'Lo and KC take the air at 12 o'clock. 6 hours of broadcasting live there at 32 Brew Street. We hope you can pull up on us. If you can, bring some canned food. We're kicking off our canned food drive for the Elk Grove Food Bank right there at Sky River Casino this Monday, this Veterans Day. We'll be out there for the Insiders at 10, D'Lo and KC at 12. And then, of course, we're going to watch the game together, the Kings and the Spurs, beginning at 5 o'clock. Our man Will Z of SI with us here. And, Will, you've got your own things going on this Sunday. We want to get Kings fans out, too.
Yeah, this Sunday at Bike Dog Brewing's East Sac location. It's a new spot for them. They have a projector. We'll be watching the game. I'll be doing stats live there. I'll bring my laptop so you get to see some of the behind-the-scenes work that goes into all the numbers that I tweet out before, during, and after games. Should be a good time. So come and hang out on some back-to-back days for some watch parties. It's great.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Bike Dog Brewing, the East Sac location. Kings and Sons beginning at 5 o'clock, 1210 66th Street there in East Sac. Great stuff from our man Will.
You
man.
are
Really
much better at this whole plug the what's going on thing than I am.
Been doing this a while, man. Been doing this a while. There are so many different elements to talk about the Sacramento Kings. First of all, what do you think of this Clippers matchup?
It's really intriguing. I didn't realize the Clippers were kind of built the way they are as a defensive team, but I like it as we talk about the Suns as a test for the Kings. I like this as kind of an initial test where the Clippers they're 4-4, so they're not like at the top of the standings like the Suns. The Kings haven't played a team like them. The Kings have played some pretty bad defenses. So this is by far the best defense that they'll go up against early in the season. So we'll kind of be able to see, was the Kings being good on offense partially because of who they were playing, or are they actually just good on offense? So that's kind of what I'm taking going into it, and what I'll be looking for.
What do you think about the Kings defensively? That's something we were talking about a little bit yesterday, and I think, and I forgot the number. I might be able to find it here real quick. I think they're 9th in the league in defensive efficiency.
I think 11th.
11th, okay.
Yeah, and I really like what they're doing on defense. You can just see the concepts that they're doing, and the numbers kind of back it up. But everyone talks about their deflections and steals, and like that's what clearly stands out. So if you look at those 9.1 steals, that's 5th most in the league, and they're forcing 15.8 turnovers, that's also 5th most. So those go hand in hand. And the points off turnovers, they're getting 21.1 points off of those turnovers. So that's how they're kind of generating their easy looks. But if you look at it a little more, it appears that they are really focusing on keeping opponents away from the rim as much as possible. So opponents are only shooting 21.5 restricted area field goals against them. That's the fewest in the league. And they're shooting 20.6 floater area field goals. That's 3rd most in the league. So just kind of pushing the opponent out just a little bit. It's kind of a fine line of what's floater area, what's restricted area. They're both still in the paint. So you see the points in the paint evens out. But obviously, it's a good strategy. You want someone the further away from the basket, the harder the shot is going to be. So you're turning a layup into a little floater, or a dunk into a push shot. Just the little things like that. I think we're seeing an uptick in the corner threes. They're giving up 11.1 corner threes per game. That's 4th most in the league. And I think that's because they're focusing so much on the passing lanes and clogging the paint. But I really like all of the different areas on defense. They make sense together, and I think they fit their personnel. And we're seeing a lot of players kind of thrive defensively that I don't think we thought would be the case going into this year.
Is there a particular player that stands out with what they're doing defensively?
Yeah, I think Fox is like the main one, which I know you guys went over the numbers yesterday. Like, it's just ridiculous what he's doing. And he definitely deserves to be in that elite two-way conversation. But I'm really impressed with DeRozan. I think I saw Fox being a plus defender this year. I didn't see DeRozan being as impactful on defense. I thought he would be average at best. But I think he's been a lot better than that. Kevin Huerter, I think, has been better. Just a lot of players playing a little bit better on defense, and then the trio of Keegan, Fox, and Keon kind of being plus defenders. Makes them a really well-rounded defense, just like we see them well-rounded on offense.
Yeah. I wish De'Aaron got more attention for what he was doing on the defensive end.
Yeah.
If
he keeps it up, like he has to, and if people don't give him the recognition, then that's a bad job on their part. But he is playing legit. I really struggle to find a guard that's playing better on both ends of the ball. Derek White has just been phenomenal this year, and he brings it on both sides too. But he doesn't create for himself, I think, like Fox does, and for others. But yeah, Fox needs the recognition, and hopefully people open their eyes to it. And I'll try and push it out as much with articles as I can.
Yeah, it's wild that like you can't you scream and scream about, well, the Sacramento Kings got that potent offense, but boy, if they want to be something, they got to be better defensively. Like, okay. Well, they did. Not only did they, but their best player is kind of figuratively leading the charge on the defensive end. Obviously, Keegan's playing really well on the defensive end too. You mentioned Keon Ellis. Like, I think there's a handful of guys that are playing great on the defensive end. And to talk about 3 players on the Sacramento Kings being, upper echelon defenders is something that's very new for many of us.
Yeah. Didn't even know that was a possibility, that you can have that type of roster construction.
And Keegan, at some point, you talk about getting attention. Keegan at some point is going to start being mentioned, down the line as one of the better two-way players in the entire league.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that may hurt Fox too is I think Keon will get a lot of the the credit for the defensive side of the ball in terms of him playing the same position as Fox. He's an easy topic to talk about for someone who doesn't watch the Kings maybe every game, is you just automatically go to, oh, the Kings are playing better on defense. Keon must be playing really well on that side of the ball. So Keegan will probably get more credit than Fox at the end of the year, but again, it's hard to know. But Keegan has just looked so good this year, and I haven't looked at his individual numbers lately, but him being able to go out and guard the best wing defender and feeling so comfortable with that is such a luxury to have, which even last year with him we kind of had, but not at this level.
Sincerest apologies to those listening on the radio. You're missing one of the more spectacular moments, I think, in show history, where Will's dog is sitting directly behind his shoulder in perfect view of the camera, and it's just spectacular. What is the pup's name?
Gracie.
That's just tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Leave it there.
Most dog-friendly show on the radio right here. Love it. Absolutely love it. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Will, something that you wrote about on Twitter recently, the Kings, and this is something I don't think any of us predicted heading into the season, the Kings are winning basketball games without hitting threes.
And it's so fun. Like, it's really great going into a game not having to rely on the three-point shooting, where it was so up and down last year, and I think by the end of the season we were all a little sick of it. But if you look at the numbers this year, in their wins from three-point, they're shooting 32.9%. In their losses, they're at 31.9%, so a 1% difference, pretty minimal. Their attempts are actually lower in wins than losses, 32.2 in wins, 37.7 in losses. So they aren't shooting as much from beyond the arc when they win, which is, I think, ironic because we all are saying, can you shoot more threes? But if you look at last year, the splits for attempts was the same pretty much against wins versus losses, 31.9 versus 39.5. So a wash there. But the percent in wins, 38.8. 33.8 in losses, so a 5% difference in losses. So we're just seeing them not have to make the three, and a lot of that has been they've turned into a mid-range shooting team, which is totally understandable with DeRozan. I think we all expected that to go up this year. I don't know if we expected it to go up as much as it has, but they lead the league with 15.1 mid-range field goals per game. For some reference, last year they were at 8.8, and DeMar DeRozan this year on his own is attempting 9.3, which would rank 11th in the team rankings. So he's shooting more mid-range field goals himself than 19 NBA teams, which is just wild. But he's making them at like a 52% clip, and that's become a go-to play for them, is like get in the post, let him work, little fade away, post up, whatever he wants to do in that spot. If a double team comes, they kick out of it. Like, it's worked really well for them, and I think takes away some of their shot-making variance. So between that, they are an excellent 2-point percentage team as well, just overall. I know they were, I think, second in the league to only the Cavs. And if you're anywhere around a stat with a team that's 9-0, that seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
So I just really like the way they're playing on offense. I think it's very sustainable. The free throw percentage will probably come down a little. They're still leading the league at 84.1. But if it reminds me so much of 2 years ago in the original Beam team. That's when they had the highest 2-point percentage in the league. They, I think, hit their free throws better 2 years ago than last year.
Yeah.
So we're seeing them kind of revert to what worked so well 2 years ago when they had the best offense in the league. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a great thing. And I think what you said, one of the things you said right there that stood out to me the most is a conversation that we've had over and over and over again, is you use the line that with this mid-range game, with these 2-point, it feels sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
If the Sacramento Kings, who I think have won 4 of the last 5 or 5 of the last 6, something like that. Like if they're shooting 60%, 55% from three, it's like, okay, that number is going to come down at some point. But with the way that they're like, DeMar is doing what DeMar does, De'Aaron is doing what he's been able to establish he's good at. Then you got Domas around the basket. All of a sudden, you're starting to rack up these 2-point field goals. And it's like, yeah, this is bad. This is absolutely sustainable.
And that's what I had a question for you was, is there an individual who's playing at an unsustainable kind of rate? Like, is anyone performing so well that you see that coming down?
Not in my opinion.
I couldn't think of anyone either.
I mean, DeMar has done this his whole freaking career. And I get, I mean, age is a funny thing. And I think maybe LeBron has kind of redefined how we look at age in the NBA. Like he's approaching 40. He scored 39 points the other day. He's going to turn 40 next month. And he scored 39 points the other night with a near triple-double. Kevin Durant is 36 years old. He's averaging 28 points per game. DeMar DeRozan is 36 years old. He has been doing this his entire career. He's at 25.6 points. There's nothing he's doing where I like, nah, he's going to come back down to earth. Like when Kevin Huerter was shooting like 58% from three.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, nah, he's not going to be able to. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do
20
that.
or 30 games.
I'm like, why not? Why can't he keep doing it? Well, he couldn't, and they were right, but still, like it wasn't sustainable. More than anything, Will, I think De'Aaron could get even better. Like I actually think De'Aaron offensively could get a lot better, and I think he will. And I think Malik could get better.
Yep. And Trey
like
too.
I don't think any of this stuff is falling off. And Kevin Huerter is literally in the perfect spot.
Yep.
We asked all offseason, can you be something between one and something between two? And that is exactly where he is. Year one, year two, he is best year of his career, worst year of his career. He's right in the middle of that right now.
He looks so good in this role where like he's getting a good amount of shots. Could probably be higher, but he just is doing everything that he's being asked, and I think he's doing everything well. I agree. Monk has had probably the weirdest start to the season.
Yeah.
I don't think not the worst. I think Trey's probably had the worst start to the season, but kind of two different things, worse and weird. So I'll be interested to see kind of how Monk, another 10 games or so, if things start to click. I think James is right on. He always says how Monk doesn't have a lob threat. I really want to see Orlando Robinson on this team and just see if he can be that like hyper athletic big that this team hasn't had since Metu. And Metu was really good in that role. Like he had his faults, but he was a very productive player. So Kings haven't been able to really fill that void since he left. So I think Robinson might be a key to unlocking Monk a bit. Or we just see good old Alex Len keep going out and doing his thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Old reliable Alex Len, who comes in for the guy who I think, I mean, DeMar has been phenomenal. No question about it. But Domas, to me, has been spectacular this season. And if you ask me to name the best player on the Sacramento Kings right now today, I think it's Domantas Sabonis. At least through the first, 8 games of this season. I think it's Domantas Sabonis. And you put some numbers up, Will, that he has been not just spectacular in 48-minute outings, but he's taken a page out of De'Aaron and DeMar's book, and he's been really good in the clutch.
Yeah, which is something I don't think he gets credit for because DeRozan and Fox are like the two clutch players, not only on the team, but in the NBA. They're in the upper echelon for that category and that attention. But if you look at Sabonis in clutch time, he's 7 of 8 from the field, 2 of 2 from 3. He's only taken 2 free throws. He's made 1 of 2. But 6 offensive rebounds, which we saw the importance of one of them on the tip-in and the putback. And just getting offensive rebounds in the clutch is such a great luxury to have, where every possession matters even more in those situations because of the close game and the time. 11 total rebounds, only 1 turnover. Like he's stepping up his game even more when the game is on the line, which is hard to do because he's already playing so well to begin with. I've had concerns in the past about him down the stretches of games because I think it's just hard to run an offense through a center in late game situations.
Mm-hmm.
Having Fox and DeRozan and even Monk out there opens up the court so much more, where you can get it down to Domas, or if he's comfortable taking those shots on the perimeter, it's just a little bit easier for him to operate compared to having to force it down to him and getting a double team, and there not being time to kind of operate the offense as they normally would.
He did you recognize he had a 1-of-1 game the other night?
I wasn't watching that game super close at the time. That was Hannah's birthday, so we went out to dinner and we're just kind of hanging out. So I did not. I'm bummed because I love looking for stats like that. I always try and beat, especially like the big NBA accounts. There's nothing better when I
Which you
beat them
almost
out.
always do.
Yeah. Hannah, don't apologize. She said she's sorry. Don't apologize.
Sorry, I had my birthday.
So silly.
We love you, Hannah. You're good.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so impressive. The efficiency for him, 63% from the field when he's taking multiple threes, 2 threes per game. Like if you go down the list of field goal percentage, no one else that's around his percentage is taking more than, I think, in the top 11 players for field goal percentage. Giannis was the only one that averaged more than 0 threes, so was taking threes, and that was 0.4. So his efficiency on the type of shots he's taking is so impressive. And again, he is taking less field goals than last year, but scoring more points. And that is what is going to make this Kings offense great with DeRozan, because there's not the field goals to go around.
You posted your Z for Nerds for the Kings Clippers tonight. You said floater area will be key in your breakdown. You got a couple of breakdowns. We talked about some of the stuff earlier. Clippers top ranked defense that the Kings have faced. Another interesting note: Kings 5th most steals, Clippers 2nd most turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
But
you wrote, I love that. Yeah, it's perfect. You wrote floater area will be key. How so?
Yeah, so I made that the swing stat, which is back again. I'm doing swing stat articles every game. So the floater area, the Kings take 18.9 field goal attempts there per game. That's 7th most. Clippers are at 21. That's 4th most, and they both shoot it really well. Kings are at 51%. That's the 2nd highest in the league, and Clippers are at 47.6%. That's 7th. So just an area where both teams kind of excel. And against a defense that's really strong, Clippers really, I was shocked to look at some of their defensive numbers. So you have to look for weaknesses in areas where you can kind of take advantage. They do well defending that spot. So for me, it's more of, can the Kings defend the spot, where the Kings, because they're focusing more on keeping opponents out of the restricted area, they're allowing the 20.6 shots in that floater area. So it's a spot where the Clippers really like to operate. Norman Powell's shooting 64% in the floater area, which is a great number for that spot. Zubac, Harden, they all kind of operate in that zone. So can the Kings take a strength of the Clippers and turn it into an advantage for themselves? And I am tracking, I thought about it early, I'm tracking the swing stat this year. So I missed the first few games, but so far I am 3-2 on the swing stat, matching the output of the game.
Okay.
And one of them was so close. It was points off turnovers against the Hawks, and the Kings lost it 18-20, and they won the game. So I was like, it's so close.
That last garbage time turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Let's mention again, Bike Dog Brewing, East Sacramento, 1210 66th Street. This Sunday, Will Z is going to be having a watch party out there for the Kings and the Suns. So you're watching Kings basketball anyways, go watch it with Will Z. Bike Dog Brewing, Will Z at SI. I know everyone is following you by now, but if you're not, make sure you're following our man on Twitter. A great second screen during the games. Will, I appreciate you as always, my friend.
Thanks, Damien. Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That's our man, Will Z, right there. He'll be out again, Bike Dog Brewing, this Sunday. Go check him out. Man, I don't think I realized. I knew they were good, but I don't think I realized that the Clippers had the 5th-ranked defense. Like, and that's what we talk about being well coached. Like, you think, well, Paul George isn't there, Kawhi Leonard's not there. Obviously, those are 2 top-tier defenders. One of the big things that comes with defense, I think, is a coach that instills it in their entire team. Kawhi is a great defender. Paul George is a great defender. You've got to surround them with guys who understand defense. Lawrence Frank, Ty Lue, they've done a terrific job at that. That's why they always were able to maintain when Kawhi was out or when Paul George was out. Now they've got to maintain with both of them out. Said at the beginning of the season, I've got this feeling Kawhi's not playing until December. And so far, everything about that tracks. I don't even know when the last time we got an update on Kawhi Leonard was.
I think the last update was just no update. He's still out. Like, he's just not close yet.
Yeah, it's basically he's out. Stop asking.
Yep.
And then again, it's not to criticize Kawhi. I wouldn't do that. I like Kawhi Leonard, but it's more to praise Ty Lue and his coaching staff for even. This is a team with James Harden on it. You've got them to buy into the defensive stuff. You've got them to play defense at a high level. They lack at skill positions. They do not have a sexy team, but they have a team that works.
You think they're a good basketball team right now?
I don't think they're a bad basketball team.
I was talking to the insiders this morning about it. I said they're competitive. I wouldn't even necessarily call them good. Like, they're a team that I think the Kings should beat.
I feel like the Kings. I feel like they're better than the Kings, or I feel like the Kings are better than them. They're a 500 basketball team right now. I think that's about what they might be, which, given the circumstances, I actually don't think that's bad. I don't know ultimately what they're going to compete for. I don't even know how long the rate at which they're playing can be sustained. But they have guys that are playing well. James Harden, I don't think, is doing anything stupid right now. Yeah, they could be all right. Like this, I want to see the Sacramento Kings win this game, but I think this is going to be a tough. This is going to be a little bit more of a fist fight, I think, than some people are willing to give it credit for. We'll come back. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll continue to talk basketball. We'll take a look around the league. We'll take a little bit of we'll take a little peek at Week 10 of the NFL season as well when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. And I'm going to try something. Give me a second. Flight. Oh, that looks like crap too. Shit. Turn it down a little bit. Oh, I guess that's a little better. I'm gonna go grab some juice, y'all. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna grab some juice and fill up my water. My bad. I'm not positive But I think Leezy is bringing in food every time he comes in. Did he bring those donuts in?
Yeah.
Leezy. That's funny. Oh, man.
Ramsey about 15, 20 minutes.
You're going to get him in trouble.
Oh, redacted. Sorry.
Man, it still looks like crap. Shoot. I could scare Leezy and just call him in here and say, Leezy, I got to go to the bathroom, man. Hold down the show. Oh, man. Yeah, really surprised. Yeah, Euphoria is still my favorite track. 7 Grammy nominations in a year. He didn't drop an album is wild. Well, didn't drop an album yet. Can guests come in when Leezy is? You can come in anytime you want to. We're here. Russ, I think KC's not. Excuse me. I apologize. KC isn't there tonight. It's just me. But if you see me, holla at me. I ain't doing nothing. You pulling up? Anybody else pulling up? Yeah, Leezy fell asleep. Yeah, it's because Leezy works hard. Sky River Casino, please make your plans to be with us this Monday, Veterans Day. That's right. You ain't going to miss us covering Sacramento Kings basketball. You ain't going to miss us covering the San Francisco 49ers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man. We will be here on Monday working for you. We will be live at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino, 10 a.m. with the Insiders, 12 p.m. with D'Lo and KC, 5 p.m. we'll watch the Sacramento Kings take on the San Antonio Spurs. If you do plan on coming, please bring some canned food, some non-perishable food with you. We're kicking off our holiday food drive for the Elk Grove Food Bank. So if you can make it, we'd love to see you out there. And if you can bring some canned food with you, that would be dope. If you are coming through and you have D'Lo and KC gear, wear it. We got to impress the important people. They're pulling up on us for the first time. They want to see what this live show is all about. So we got to show out for them. We got an announcement to make about our next live show in the first hour. Matt George is going to be with us as well as we get ready for King Spurs. So that's going to be Monday at Sky River Casino. Big thanks to Will Z for spending some time with us. Big thanks to Jay Pharoah, who was with us the last hour as well. He's going to be at the Punchline Comedy Club beginning tonight and running through tomorrow. If you're looking for something to do that doesn't involve the Sacramento Kings, go check out my man, Jay Pharoah. Very, very, very funny dude. A couple of things before we get back to basketball. A couple of NFL, a handful of NFL storylines to watch that venture outside of the San Francisco 49ers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. By the way, I think I saw something while Will was talking that Christian McCaffrey officially listed as questionable. So Kyle Shanahan didn't say that he's good to go today, but he is listed as questionable. All signs are pointing to Christian McCaffrey playing his first game this season for the San Francisco 49ers this Sunday. NFL-wise, last night was a good one. Both teams had to have it. The Baltimore Ravens went and got it. I love the play. I love the call by Zach Taylor at the end of that game to go for 2, try to get the victory. Lamar had been destroying you for the entire fourth quarter. You have a chance to win on the road on a Thursday night. You take it. They didn't get it. That's all right. I thought that was the right call. I'm not going to judge the call. In hindsight, I'm not going to judge the call based on the result. I'm going to judge the call in the moment, and I think Zach Taylor made the right call to go for 2 at the end of that game. It's not his fault. Whether the play is completed, whether the 2-point conversion is converted or not, no flag was thrown on either of those. It was still the right call. Still the right call. This sets up a fantastic game next week where it's the Ravens and the Steelers for first place. First place in the AFC North, man, and that is a fist fight between our AFC South. Yeah. North. What's your division? AFC East.
Yeah. Shout
I'm
out.
all over the place. Well, okay.
Well, come on.
Look, I'm rooting for you guys, but
That's fine. We need like the extras.
all right. You're
It's
right.
for the AFC South.
That's fair. That's fair. It's absolutely for the AFC South. They're one of the storylines this weekend, as a matter of fact. But that sets up a fantastic one next week with the Ravens and the Steelers. It's not just Christian McCaffrey who returns to the football field. It's Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb. Saw that this morning and was like, wow, does that matter at all? CeeDee's not even healthy. They're talking about CeeDee Lamb getting out there. He's going to return. Oh, he still feels some pain in his discomfort. What is he doing then? Your quarterback isn't even out there. You're going to go out there and catch passes for, what's his name, Cooper Rush?
Yep.
Come on, man. CeeDee out there risking getting hurt.
Jones just doesn't have a clue, man.
He doesn't.
I feel like he's running this team more than ever.
And CeeDee, well, of course he is. His coach only has a job for 8 more weeks. And CeeDee's still playing for a contract. Like, CeeDee hasn't signed yet, right? Or did he?
I think he did right before the season started.
What was CeeDee's numbers? Was he 35 million? Was he the one who matched Justin Jefferson? CeeDee 136.
34 million per
4 years, 34. Yeah. Oh, okay. He was below. All right. All right, CeeDee. CeeDee out there playing hurt for Cooper Rush and a terrible football team. Micah Parsons getting out there. Like, I don't even know what a turnaround for the Dallas Cowboys looks like.
It doesn't. They're done. That's just all it is. They're done.
They're 3-5.
Philly's playing good football right now.
The Commanders are playing good football. Like, you can't catch up in that division. Like, what are you doing?
Well, because you're going to lose games with Cooper Rush too. That's just unless some miracle they go undefeated while Dak is out. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. Given
They'd have to beat
games with Dak.
They'd have to beat Philadelphia. They'd have to beat Philadelphia, Houston, and Washington to do that.
Yeah, no thanks.
In New York. And I just saw Schefter tweet. I thought this was already a thing, but I guess Dak just went to injured reserve. I thought they put him on injured reserve days ago.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. All right, man. They got the Bengals after that, Panthers, Bucks. They still got 2 left with Philly and 2 left with the Commanders. That's brutal. That's brutal. They can't. They got nothing. They got nothing. But they're going to march Micah Parsons out there and CeeDee Lamb, who's already – if Micah Parsons is ready to play, that's cool. Let him play. Nothing wrong with that. CeeDee Lamb out there playing hurt, which is absolutely goofy. Chicago Bears need to get a victory. They need to take advantage of the Patriots and get back on track. Like, their season might be – I don't want to say their season is on the line, but maybe not too far off. And speaking of, it's a huge week for the Texans. My Texans. They need to elevate a little bit.
I'm not sure they're Super Bowl contenders.
I don't think.
Might be a year too early with them. Which is fair because CJ Stroud's in his second year and all that. Not that it's saying that he's bad, but it's just they got to develop and all that, the whole team. Doesn't help when Nico Collins has been out for a few weeks.
That's the killer.
He's back to practice this week.
Yeah, his practice window was open, but that doesn't ready him for the Lions.
Diggs towards ACL.
It's not that different than the Bucks, right? You lost your two top targets, and they got the Lions. That's the tough part. That's why I say they got to elevate a little bit. And it's just difficult. As Jesse laid out, it's difficult. Nico's not going to be back for this Lions game. Stephon isn't going to be back at all. And while I think the connection between CJ and Nico, that works, obviously losing Stephon Diggs is tough. I don't want to minimize that. But it's a tough game to elevate. You need a victory. And Jesse, you might be right. They might not be Super Bowl contenders. The AFC may come down to the Kansas City Chiefs, those teams in the AFC North, and the Buffalo Bills. That might be what we're talking about here. The Texans just might not be there. However, if the Texans are able to get a win at home, I think that's the elevation we're talking about. That's the step up that we're talking about. And I don't know if the Detroit's going to run the table or what they're going to do. They're obviously playing well, but I still believe in Houston. I don't think I believe in them as a Super Bowl contender, but I still believe in them to make some noise, get to the playoffs, finish strong. I expect them to be better. Those are the things I'm watching for
Detroit
in Week 10.
This is a take. They might steamroll through the NFC in the playoffs. I think they're looking for a dance partner right now.
Man, you are really high on them.
I think that, but also kind of low on everyone else.
Let's look at this real quick. Their one loss was to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was 20-16. Bucs won. They beat the Rams by 6. They beat the Cardinals by 7.
I'll say, too, that game against the Bucs, I remember watching it. They had multiple opportunities to go down the field and win it at the end. They just couldn't convert.
Beat the Seahawks by 13. Just super kicked the Cowboys. Beat Minnesota by 3. Embarrassed the Tennessee Titans. And beat the Packers by 10. They got what I think is a tough matchup against Houston coming up on Sunday. Jacksonville, Indianapolis, Chicago, Green Bay after that. And then they'll have Buffalo and San Francisco on the schedule as well. I don't know what Minnesota is going to look like in Week 18, but that's their closeout game. I can't get on board with that one.
Why not?
I can't get on board with a steamroll.
Like I said, it's a take. I could be wrong. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to share that, but it's just maybe the 49ers with CMC look a lot different. And I could see that happening, but right now I'm just going off of what I've seen in the NFC. It's like the Packers feel like they're just knocking on the door, but they can't get through yet. The Bucs did have something, then everyone's hurt. Like I just mentioned, the Niners. Philly, maybe Philly can be that team. Washington, I like them, but they're young.
Okay. I'm looking at the teams right now in the playoff picture, and I'm struggling to come up with one. The Commanders are interesting. I agree with you that the Commanders are young. Obviously, Jaden is young.
Just figure how not discrediting them, but how much longer can this run go for them?
No, I'm actually going to vomit that Philadelphia might be
It might be, honestly.
Well, that's gross, man. That's just gross. Ugh. We'll see if San Francisco can get it together. That's obviously I think that's their biggest challenger. We'll see how these teams close out. I mean, Atlanta is 6-3. How do they close out the season?
I'm not buying that. That's back to like
Minnesota's still 6-2. They are. I don't know. Just stating the facts. That's what I do. Broadcast journalist. Just stating the facts. It's not the most compelling Week 10, though, to be honest with you. There's a couple, and we reference them. But I don't think I'm not. Yeah, I might be more red zone than split screen, or it might just be split screen with the 49ers. And let's see, what time we got Steelers and Commanders. Oh, yeah, going to have to watch that one. Going to have to watch Steelers and Commanders. That's really all in the opening window. I mean, some people might be compelled by the Bills and the Bucs. Not too sure about that one, but the 49ers, or not the Bills and the Bucs, the Bills and the Colts, I'm sorry. The 49ers and Bucs, the Steelers and the Commanders are in the 10 o'clock window.
Steelers-Commanders feels like a Russell Wilson statement game.
I'm with that.
Played well the first couple of weeks since he's been back and all that, but it's like, all right, are you legit, or is it just kind of, what was that?
I know I'm a Cardinals fan this weekend. Cardinals and the Jets. Let's go, Kyler. Let's get it done, baby. Let's get it done. Oh, back to the NBA. Obviously, we're preparing for the Kings Clippers tonight. James Ham will be with us at the top of the hour. But the Kings got the Suns on Sunday. And of all of the teams that are off, even more so, because I don't think I guess the Suns and the Warriors are the two teams that surprised me the most. I don't think Cleveland being like 9-0, it's the O that's surprising. If Cleveland was 8-1, it's not stunning to me. Like Cleveland's Cleveland cooks. Like that's a good team. Boston 7-2, like that's easy work. The two teams with really good records that I'm surprised by are Phoenix and Golden State. Golden State, because I didn't think they'd be able to play this way. I thought the days of them playing as a cohesive unit on the defensive end were long over. I thought the days of them being collectively being a nonstop threat behind the arc was over, and it's not. And Buddy is a big reason why. Buddy has played really, really well for the Golden State Warriors. But the team I think I'm surprised the most with is Phoenix, which is a bit weird, I understand, because they're loaded with top-end talent in Brad, Book, and KD. But they were loaded with top-end talent last year. And it really kind of, it's like, what is different for them now that was last year?
Is it literally just a matter of having a point guard finally?
That could absolutely be a part of it. Remember, if memory serves, Brad wasn't healthy at the beginning of last year either. And we said this before anyone got hurt. We said this to start the season, and I still believe it's true. I think it's difficult to integrate guys like this onto a team and tell them to just go out there and win right away. I do think it takes time for stars the caliber of Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, and Kevin Durant to gel together. I said the same thing about Philadelphia, and I think when Joel Embiid comes back and Joel and Paul George are playing together, now they've lost Tyrese Maxey for a handful of weeks with a hamstring injury. Like, they feel like the Philadelphia 76ers feel like a worse version of the Harden, Kyrie, KD, Brooklyn Nets that never really got on the floor together. Those guys, it felt like, literally never got on the floor together. The Philadelphia 76ers, they just can't seem to get on the floor together. Obviously, Joe's going to return on, I think it's Monday versus the Knicks. And great, he's going to return with Paul George, which is cool, but Tyrese Maxey is out. So now you're waiting a few weeks for Tyrese Maxey to return. Well, what state are those other two in by the time Tyrese Maxey is back? It's exactly what happened with Brooklyn. And you can argue whether, in the end, Brooklyn was a failure. That version of the Brooklyn Nets was a failure. They were Kevin Durant shoe size away from going to the Eastern Conference Finals. I get that, but in the end, they didn't. This Phoenix Suns team is kind of gelling together. Jesse mentioned it. They got a point guard now, which they were trying to run Brad at the point guard last year. They were running him out of position. Yusuf Nurkic has been really good for them. Like, they have guys that seem to be bought in and all in on this squad, this collective. But I mentioned this to Will Z. KD, 36 years old, is averaging 28 points per game, 27.8 to be exact. I really do think we forget sometimes how great Kevin Durant is. And I don't know if it's the social media stuff, the interview stuff. I don't know if it's the sound bites. I don't know if it's the fact that he's changed teams. I don't know if it's the fact that he joined the Golden State Warriors once and people will forever be mad about that. I don't know what it is. But Kevin Durant remains one of the greatest basketball players we've ever seen. Kevin Durant is still playing today at 36 years old like one of the best basketball players in the entire league. Now he's doing it because I think last year when he was scoring a bunch of points, him and Book were both top 10 in scoring last year. like, well, they're on a bad basketball team, or maybe not a bad basketball team. They're on a basketball team that wasn't as good as we thought they would be. We always talk about the enemy of perception. What you perceived this team would be headed into the year. Everybody told us how good Phoenix was going to be. We sat here and said, hang on, I don't buy it. Then when they kind of leveled things out, got things going, wound up becoming the top, it was like, yeah, but they weren't as good as we thought. We thought they'd be where Oklahoma City was. We thought they'd be where Minnesota was. Now that's exactly where they are. And it makes ignoring what Kevin Durant is doing virtually impossible. 28, 7, and 3.
What does a ring do for him this year?
A ring?
His legacy, yes, a ring.
Well,
everyone's been discrediting him for years
Yeah.
now. Like the Warriors ones, honestly, if you look at it, they don't even count the way people talk about them.
Which is insane. He was the best player on that team. If he wins a ring with the Phoenix Suns with, like, he is the leading guy, he's the guy who plays the most minutes. He's the guy who scores the most points. To me, Kevin Durant is undeniable. He wins a ring this year. To Kevin Durant's haters, he's undeniable. I don't know how you make any sort of argument against Kevin Durant if he wins a ring with this Phoenix Suns team with the minutes and points that he's playing and the points that he's scoring.
Well, besides LeBron too, besides LeBron and Jordan, I guess I don't know how old he was at the time, but who else is taking their team at this age that far?
Man, at 36,
yeah, and been the guy.
There's probably not many. I mean, Steph was what, 32, 33?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there can't be many, man. That's crazy. I didn't even think of that. I don't know that there are any.
That'll completely flip his legacy, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. It completely,
It shouldn't.
No,
I think he's top 10 all time already and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I think if he were to get a ring this year and kind of be the guy, like people be talking like as if he's maybe top 5, top 7, whatever.
maybe it ends the Warriors conversation, like the diminishing of his rings with the Warriors, and now it's just acknowledged as the guy's won 3 championships in the league, and it's no longer, well, the guy won 2 rings with the Golden State Warriors, or the guy won 2 rings with Steph Curry. I don't know, the dialogue around KD I always find to be weird. He is so good, and still at this time in his career, so good. And I really think, as we were talking about LeBron turning 40 next month, scoring 39 the other night when JJ Redick was mad at everybody else, you got Kevin Durant doing what he's doing at the age of 36 years old, scoring 28 points per game. And then right here in Sacramento with the Golden One Center tonight, you're going to see DeMar DeRozan, 36 years old, averaging, what was it, like 25, 26 points per game. Maybe it's rarefied air. Maybe it's maybe age is being redefined in the NBA. I'm not really sure, but KD has dealt with a multitude of like serious injuries, and he's here doing what he's doing. LeBron James has managed to stay, for the most part, healthy, avoiding any catastrophic injuries for his 22-year career.
I don't know how, but it feels like he's picked it up a bit this season too.
That performance he put on the other night was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Like, to just know that it's him, that it's just him, and he's got to go out there and he's got to put up 39 points and he's got to do all that, and he's got to be the guy to get in Ja's face, and he's got to be the guy to push the envelope a little bit. That was an incredible performance from LeBron, regardless of how old he is. But I do think age has to be looked at differently. One of the jokes around Sacramento, or I shouldn't say around Sacramento, one of the jokes about Sacramento back in July was that they signed some old man who's he's going to be on the downturn at some point. It's probably going to be this year in Sacramento. Meanwhile, he's playing as well as he's ever played. He's got to be one of the most consistent players in the entire league, like over the span of a decade. My man Drew Down, who's changed his screen name to Drew Buddy, says, D'Lo, who is winning Sixth Man of the Year, and why is it Buddy Hield? Bruh, I'm not going to argue with you. Give credit where credit is due. Buddy's playing fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. He's averaging like 20-something points per game, 21 points per game.
I think it was like 21.5 on the Celtics game I saw. I think.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. My man Manny. Manny, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? You know what's funny is that when KD left Oklahoma City, because they had just played Golden State in that round, and he went to Golden State, one of the first guys I was like, oh, that's whack. Out of all places you go to the team that beat you. But over a period of time and watching this dude play and just having an appreciation for what he brings to the game, I've got nothing for love for the dude to do what he's doing for such a long time. And then beyond that, like usually guys that are that slender, like, and that tall, usually there's back issues that arise. And he really hasn't had like that type of medical issues. It was more of the Achilles or the other stuff that he hurt. But how can you be I understand there's always, you love this team or you love that team. But as just a basketball fan, how can you watch this dude play and not be in awe at times of how consistent he's been and how deadly he's been for so long and so clutch? And to watch cats, like, they hold on to stuff for like so many years, just so many years on players where that player will continuously show them wrong, but because they're just stuck with blinders on, it's no matter what, it goes back to something that happened 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Well, let's look at what he's done as a whole. Because at the end of the day, whenever this dude leaves and they start showing his highlights and everything he's done, he is by far, without a doubt, a top 10 player ever. And how many guys have been able to do what he's been able to do in his, like, just in his frame and everything? Like,
oh man,
101.
Man, the podcast host got cut. Oh, Jesse said, "Get to the point, Manny." No, I hear you, Manny. He is like, every time I watch the Suns and I look up and see KD, it's like, man, he is such a unique. He's such a unique player. His size, his agility, like his ability to shoot the way that he can. I think it's KD who has the joke, like he refuses to call himself a 7-footer, like he's 6'11". And I think the answer to your question, Manny, is why people act the way that they do. It's because they don't get enough sleep at night. What they need to do is they need to take advantage of the Black Friday savings that are going on over at Matthews Mattress. You can save up to $1,000 off of select Beautyrest Black adjustable mattress sets. Those are my favorites. Those are the ones I always focus on. I love the Beautyrest Black. It is insanely comfortable. They got a Beautyrest Harmony Queen mattress right now for just $498. That's nearly half off. They've got tons of perks for going in there and getting your mattress right now, because all of November is now Black Friday. Get 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. See store for details. You could buy a mattress today by 5 o'clock. You could be sleeping in it tonight by 9 o'clock or whenever you choose to go to bed, because if that mattress is in stock, they got free same-day delivery. Find the store nearest you, one of the 9 locations, by heading over to MatthewsMattress.com. Again, MatthewsMattress.com, and you can find one of the 9 locations near you. We'll come back. James Ham will join us. We'll talk Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm in my bag, Andrew. Don't hate on me. Don't hate on me, Johnny G. I'm in my bag. That's how I'm doing it from now on. That's facts. I need more 8:30 bedtime. And my stupid ass talking about, oh, I'm gonna stay at the game tonight. I'm talking shit. I'm probably not staying at the game. I might. Who knows? I know my man. I didn't know Kyle was going, so I know Kyle was going. I might hang out a little longer. Because some of these guys I can't even talk to. Like, I can't really talk to Matt because Matt's filming it. Sean's filming it. And James sits like all the way like inside. Like, I'm not walking down there. That's ridiculous. It's stupid. I'm gonna stand over here. I'll say I'm getting better, man. Everybody can get better. Shut up, Tyler. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, you guys are cold. That's a safe bet, though. That's as safe of a bet as you can make. That's as safe as a Tyrese Halliburton less.
By the way, Kenny's been courtside and all that so far, but he's not posted a picture. So as far as for our little over-under at 7, we're at 0 still. It's not when he goes down courtside. It's when he posts that little picture.
I believe. Okay, I got you. He has to post a picture of game action.
Yeah, we need proof.
Okay. All right. Most overrated in-ring performer of all time. Woo. Most overrated in-ring performer. I think I have my answer. I think Sean's the best. I think Bryan Danielson is up there. Well, it's gonna piss someone off. I'm stuck. I think it's Ric Flair.
Who are you gonna piss off with that?
Well, I was thinking about someone.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna go with that one.
Yeah, I don't think he is though. I think Brett's really.
Ric Flair is boring.
I think the most overrated in-ring performer of all time is Ric Flair.
I've never understood Ric Flair. I can go back and watch Redacted Hogan and I get it, or whoever else. I go back and watch Ric Flair and it's like this guy's boring.
Yeah, Goldberg isn't an in-ring performer. He's a gimmick. And if you ask me who the most overrated gimmick of all time, it's fucking Goldberg or the Warrior for sure. Goldberg's terrible. Yeah, I think it's Ric Flair.
We appreciate the participation, Jordan. Shout out.
Oh, Lazy out there. Getting content. Good stuff, Lazy. Good stuff, Lazy. I might have to give Lazy all of the passwords to these accounts because
Ben's little bro, I don't think you're wrong either, bro. I'm gonna take this away.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you just say the Macho Man was overrated?
I said I might agree, but I know it'd be a hot take. That's why I got it off the screen fast as I did.
Yeah, that's a lot of hate right there. I don't think the Macho Man, and certainly not the most overrated of all time.
He's fine. Graduation ass theme song.
Yeah, he did have a graduation theme song for sure. Who did you say was there? Titus? 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Titus, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on with y'all, man?
Ain't nothing, baby. What's going on with you?
Nothing much. I was going to speak on something, too, about I was at the Toronto game, and it's like I've been noticing, though, even from the preseason games, too, like Mike Brown, he don't like to use the timeouts. And then my second thing was this. It's like at that Toronto game, the crowd they wasn't really like getting into it. And then I seen that Mitchell was going on one because I had a little bet, right? And I had to get the crowd to start booing. Once he had about 8 points, he ended up scoring like 20.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get the crowd to boo that man. We had about 16,000 probably there. And it was like, I told my nephew, I said, watch this. Watch me get the crowd to start booing him. So we just start booing Mitchell every time. You know, I'm a Kings diehard.
So what you saying, Titus, that it wasn't loud enough in there?
Yeah, it's like, okay, look, you know, like Mike Brown let him go on some runs. He wouldn't call no timeouts. He had Sabonis on the bench, like it was in foul trouble. He had 0 fouls. I couldn't understand it. So I'm like, I seen Mitchell, you know, going off. So I'm like, man, look, I'm gonna have to start booing. I got to get them to start booing Mitchell. We got to do something to slow the run down. The crowd, you know.
I see you. Hey, you out there working, Titus? Titus out there working. I ain't mad at him.
Rookie of the year.
Hey, Titus out there working. Okay, so for those going to the Golden One Center tonight, be louder, boo louder, cheer louder, do all of that stuff. Oh man,
I think more fans should boo.
that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm not a booer. I'm not really I just kind of go vibe. Like I'm neither.
Booer. I'm not the other stuff or whatever where it's like, all right, relax, bro. Like this is a
So when you go, you're going to Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders Dolphins. Yeah,
in Miami.
Yeah,
You'll boo the Raiders.
I'll boo Desmond Ridder, whoever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's easy.
That's your job as a fan. I feel like you boo the
Like you will
opposing
actually
team.
be like, boo.
Yes, I'm gonna hate. Yes.
All right.
Like that's your job as a fan. I feel you got to make it a little bit within means hostile a bit. Boo. You need to boo the opposing team's best player all the time.
Would you do that at like SmackDown? Like Gunther walks out, would you boo?
I don't know. I didn't do like when we were at AEW.
Well, I don't think you knew who any of those
I'll go
people-
to the King Celtics games and I'll boo here.
I don't think you knew who any of those people
That's
at
facts.
AEW. You'll boo the Kings at the Golden One Center if they're playing the Celtics.
This is part of being a fan.
I'm not mad at it. I don't have any like feelings towards it. I just don't boo. I don't cheer.
But
Well,
yeah,
I
you-
do.
you-
I kind of cheer, but I don't know.
You go like as media. Like, you don't really go as
Well,
fans anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I do react though when the games get tight. Like I'll react. I don't cheer in the where I stand. I never sit.
We need to
But
lead
I'll
the no
react.
cheering in the press box, bro. We need to get that out of
That's
there.
so stupid.
It is.
It's so stupid.
Like come on. We're all here for a reason. We're not going to react.
Like, no, it's like what you can't do is you can't look over at the Clippers. You can't look over at Law Murray and be like, "You suck."
Exactly.
I told you. Yeah, you can't do that. But if it's like, De'Aaron Keegan just hits his 4-3, like, yeah, give a little fist pump, little clap, whatever.
No one's going to think you're playing for the other side or something at this point.
Yeah, throw me out. Go ahead, throw me out because I cheered that play on. Marcus says you never booed the Lakers when they came out. Nah, I'm not a booer. I don't know what to say. How many in the chat? Y'all boo? Like JT Lowe says, I only boo my coworkers. Well, I can get on board for that. I think people should like wait at the entrances when people come to work. If someone pisses you and you boo them as they walk in, or they're doing a bad job. If someone at your work is doing a bad job and they walk in or they walk by, boo. I think we need to normalize that. Booing coworkers.
Was that an episode in The Office where someone got booed? Or am I thinking of something else?
No, it's when they went to the play. They went to Andy's play.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And Michael booed the lead performer.
Yeah, and Daryl's like, yeah, that's Daryl's plumber. Or
and then
whatever, yeah.
Daryl starts booing Michael, and he goes, "Okay, I don't like it." Everything can be traced back to The Office.
Facts.
Everything. James Ham, a big Office guy. He'll be with us coming up here in just a couple of minutes as the Sacramento Kings will take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Tonight at the Golden One Center, the San Francisco 49ers will take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa Bay this weekend. Christian McCaffrey listed as questionable, but everyone believes and all signs are pointing to Christian McCaffrey making his season debut for the San Francisco 49ers this Sunday in Tampa Bay. We went over some of the Week 10 storylines and the fact that some of them aren't compelling. There's a good one coming up in Week 11, though, and it's the Ravens and the Steelers after the Ravens' victory last night in a thriller against the Cincinnati Bengals, 35-34. Lamar, by the way, is 10-1. That's a bizarre stat. Lamar Jackson is 10-1 against the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow was phenomenal yesterday, as was Lamar Jackson. 8 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions between those two quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, 197 yards and 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, leading them to victory, setting up the matchup next week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've talked about we're going to be at Sky River Casino on Monday. We mentioned not only are the Insiders live, not only is D'Lo and Casey live, not only are we collecting canned food for the Elk Grove Food Bank, we're watching Sacramento Kings basketball. They're taking on the San Antonio Spurs. It's the second night of a back-to-back for Sacramento, as they will have played in Phoenix the night before. So that's their next stretch of games. We've got a lot of basketball to talk about over the next couple of days, because obviously we've got the Clippers tonight, the Suns on Sunday, and then we'll prepare on Monday, because obviously we got to prepare like we're playing for the San Antonio Spurs. And the Spurs kind of lingering around 500. Victor Wembanyama didn't get off to that white-hot start that I kind of thought he was going to. The Los Angeles Clippers lingering around 500. Clearly, the Suns are the outlier. They are not. They are the top of the conference, one of the top teams in the league. There's only a handful of teams right now that are absolutely standing out, and Phoenix is one of them. Phoenix is one of the standout teams in the league at 7-1, along with Oklahoma City, along with the Golden State Warriors, the 9-0 Cleveland Cavaliers, the 7-2 Boston Celtics.
Who do you think can sustain their run, Warren? I guess you can answer both if you want, but the Warriors or the Suns? Both of them kind of surprised everyone, I think. Maybe they're both just this good, but
if you took away my ability to say both and said which one, man, I kind of feel like it's the Warriors. Are you buying the Warriors? Like what? Like I know 7-1 is kind of extreme, but like
I'm not ready to say they'll win 55 plus or anything like that. I think they can win anywhere from 45 to 48, I think is the number I was at before the season. But if they're continuing, like I could see them being a 50-win team. They're playing defense too.
That's what I'm hung up on, is like they're playing really well on the defensive end, which we've seen them do before. It just always got outshined by the fact Steph Curry is a god and he can, shoot like nobody's business. You had the Splash Brothers. You had their ability to be so electrifying on offense. Like, I think it drowned out a lot of the good defensive work that they did for so many years. Now, not that they were a defensive juggernaut every single year, but they were a good defensive team. It was just always drowned out a little bit. If I had to pick one, I think I pick Golden State. If I gave an honest answer, I think both teams are going to be really good throughout the season.
I think so too. I think, looking back, I think 2022, the Warriors were one of the top defensive teams then too. So maybe they have a formula and all that too.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. And then you got the lingering around 400 teams, or lingering around 500 teams in the Los Angeles Clippers, being one of those. Will Z laid it out for us earlier. This is the best defense that the Sacramento Kings will have faced so far this year. This is a top 5 defense in the league. This is a well-coached team. There's no Kawhi Leonard there. James Harden is not having a particularly great season, but he's not a disaster either. He's a 20-point per game guy. He's not the most efficient player in the league, and he can do a lot of other things out there on the floor. And maybe the good part for Ty Lue, maybe the good part for the Los Angeles Clippers, is it doesn't feel like he's trying to be James Harden in Houston, which is what I think a lot of people would happen when I know it's what a lot of people thought would happen, including myself, when Kawhi Leonard went out. But Ty Lue been able to keep all of that under control, and it's given us a team that, whether they're, as Jesse says, competitive or they're actually good, probably remains to be seen. Right now, they're an average team. By definition, they're a 500 basketball team. They're a win-loss 500 average basketball team. But they do a lot of things good. We had the stat earlier. I think it was Leasy that had it for us. Norm Powell putting up big numbers over the last 5 games. It's like an 8-game season. He's got 5 games where he's averaging like 25 and some change. What's Norman Powell average on the year anyways? Norm Powell's averaging 25 points on the season. That's crazy. 48% from 3. 53% from the field. Yeah, he's something to watch tonight. He's someone to watch tonight. He out there taking the scoring load with Kawhi Leonard out. And with James Harden being James Harden. On the road, On the road, he's averaging 28.5. Yo, Norm Powell, good. But so are the Sacramento Kings. And that ties in some of the conversations that we were having this week. Sacramento Kings are a good basketball team. Sacramento Kings can get things done. Sacramento Kings can go down in the fourth quarter against the Toronto Raptors team or can go into the fourth quarter down to a Toronto Raptors team that has already beat them once, that they're better than, and they can turn it up. Not only can they turn it up collectively as a team, they have a variety of individuals who can get hot and take things over. We've seen De'Aaron Fox do it in third quarters, in fourth quarters. We've seen DeMar DeRozan do it in fourth quarters. We've seen DeMar DeRozan and De'Aaron Fox do it in fourth quarters. We've seen Domantas Sabonis do it throughout the course of a 48-minute game. Like, there are guys for the Sacramento Kings team who can take over a game. We welcome in James Ham of the Insiders. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app and live at Sky River Casino in partnership with Jiffy Lube. Coming up this Monday, James Ham, your first ever live show at Sky River Casino, man. Really excited that you and Kyle are going to be out there. James, we can't hear you. It's terrible because James is in like 8K right now. Like he looks like he's on a high definition television. And for some reason,
hey, you look great, James.
Yeah, no, you look terrific. We just can't hear you. That's all. Nope, still can't. What's great though is James is talking right now, and he's giving tremendous insight on this Sacramento Kings game tonight.
My favorite part of this whole we can't hear a guest or whatever is when they talk into the mic. Like, still can't hear you, pal.
No, still can't hear you. What? And I hate this because James really does look incredible right now. Like, it's like the picture is vivid. It's like he hooked up a brand new camera. I bet he installed the internet himself, and he wired it to space. And he's we just can't hear him. So maybe just for the next hour, we just look at James because he looks so good in 8K.
Maybe it's the StreamYard settings, James. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there at this point.
No, James doesn't know, but that's fine. I'll just get back to talking about how many guys can take over for the Sacramento Kings because there's a handful of guys that could take over for the Sacramento Kings. And that's one of the things that has, in my mind, at least been able to separate them a little bit from teams of last year and the year before. I just see James shaking his head, and I don't know if that means, James says, I'm out of here. I quit. So James just quit. It'll be Kyle Madsen live at Sky River Casino this Monday. I'm sure James is going through a reset, trying to get things up and moving. And the way today is gone, it would absolutely be spectacular if we just couldn't get sound from James Ham. That would be terrific. Looking at some of the Kings numbers here, no Will Z, just basic stuff. We mentioned DeMar DeRozan, a minute ago in relation to the conversation we were having about Kevin Durant, 36-year-olds, older players in the league, sustaining their play for a longer time, playing at a high level. Kevin Durant, 39 minutes per game, 28 points per game. DeMar DeRozan, team leading 37.6 points per game. Team leading 25.6 points per game. The two oldest guys on their squad playing at a level like this. Plus with DeMar, he's got 4 rebounds. I'll round up, say 4 assists per game. I'll round up 2 steals per game. Technically 1.9. But
team is 6th in net rating too.
Wow, really?
Yes, in the league. The Warriors are 1. Like the Warriors, Cavs, Celtics are top 3, I believe. Then whoever's 4 and 5, and then you got the Kings at 6. The numbers are all there for them.
It's
like everything feels there. Like. It's just a matter of, I guess, just waiting for that breakthrough. I think
it's crazy looking at the roster breakdown for the Sacramento Kings. Look at the statistical roster breakdown. De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan, they each averaging 2 steals a game. Got 2 players doing this, and De'Aaron did it last year. Like Will Z will tell you this, like made a run to get to 2 steals a game. Like I remember Will telling us the story is like he was tracking it, and it didn't look like it was like he's not gonna catch him. Like he's not gonna not catch him. I don't think he was chasing SGA. I think he was trying to get to 2 steals per game. He's like, I don't think he can get there. And then he has, multiple games with like 5 steals. And then every game, it's like he has 3 steals per game, 4 steals per game, 3 steals per game. And then he settles into 2 steals per game and then gets another one. And he made a run for that in the second part of the season to get to 2. And he's just picking up exactly where he left off. De'Aaron Fox, right where he left off here at 2 steals per game. Right there with DeMar DeRozan. This team is doing some good things on the defensive end. And if nothing else, that's what I'll hang my hat on. All of these guys got some nice numbers. DeMar DeRozan at 25 points per game. Domantas Sabonis at 13 rebounds per game. Domantas Sabonis leading the team, in assists at 7.2. There's playmakers. There's rebounders. There's proverbial dogs. And there's only one Malik, and we got him. I know the season didn't start like I know it's not. They're not 7-1, but it's a good basketball team, and I think the next stretch of games, I hope, will prove that. I think Mike worked a little bit to, and maybe was aided by Kevin Huerter illness, worked a little bit to find his rotation. To find his way of keeping DeMar and De'Aaron and some of those starting 5 guys out of, the 41, 2, 3, 4 minute range, which we had seen in the Minnesota game. I think we saw it again in the Los Angeles Lakers game. He acknowledged both times, I can't do that all year. I haven't found the rotation yet.
It's early in the season, but what are we saying on Monday if they get the game today and then they get Phoenix on Sunday?
They get both?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Oh, we get both.
I don't think we've talked about that either.
Oh, oh my God. If they get both, yeah, we're going to be as obnoxious as Butcher Boy was the other day. I'll do a Butcher Boy impression live at Sky River Casino if they win both of these.
I think it'd be fitting, though. Are we talking, the question I'm asking, though, is like, are we talking about, all right, this is a different team now, this is it right here, or is it just kind of like, they've passed a couple tests. Now we'll see going forward.
No, I think
what are we saying on Monday?
If they get to Monday in that scenario, going into the San Antonio Spurs game, they're 7-3. Now you're, at the very least, you're in the vicinity of you're where the Boston Celtics are. Who knows what Oklahoma City looks like by then? Who knows what Golden State looks like then? And you would have handed another loss to Phoenix. Yeah, you could talk that talk. Yeah, you can absolutely talk that talk if the Sacramento Kings win both of these games. And that puts them at, what are we at, 5 of the last 6? So that would put them, they would have won 7 of 8 at that point.
Not a math major, but sounds right.
Yeah, there'd be reason to feel really good about where the Kings are. Really good. And I'm watching both of these games closely. I'm watching tonight closely.
Tonight is the one I want them to get the most.
Yeah, they're good, but they're going to be. I think this game might be a little tougher than you're giving it credit for.
It could be tough, but ultimately the only thing that matters is that you get the win. That's all I'm worried about.
I could
care less if it goes to overtime or whatever. For the Kings, it's wins and losses at this point with them.
I got you.
Yeah, the Clippers are good. The Clippers are a competitive team. They play you tough and all that, but you still need to come out of here with a win.
Well, in just as important, you need to come out of here with a win. You need to leave your home with a victory. You go to 3-1 at home. You've got your next home game, I think, is against Phoenix, right? Next Wednesday. That's another challenge. They'll take care of home court. Everybody talked about it. Malik talked about it. Mike talked about it. De'Aaron talked about it. Domas talked about it. Everybody talked about being better on their home floor. Start by being better tonight. You get this win tonight, you go to 3-1. That feels great. 3-1 at home feels good. 2-2 at home does not. Because it starts to feel like, well, that's what happened last year. And then you start pouring through the records later on in the season and go, God, man, if we had a home court advantage, hell, if Titus was right and the crowd isn't loud enough, get louder. Shoot, I was only at one game. It was the opener. It was loud. It was crazy loud in there.
I think games like today are important too because the Kings aren't at a point where they're good enough to be like, all right, they can win any game. Like you look
Right.
at Phoenix, it's like, we'll see what happens, but
Yeah.
you're not going to knock them if they lose. So you want to get a game like today. So if you do lose on Sunday or whatever, you're not at 500. You're 6-4 instead or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. And
kind of just putting yourself with the right foot forward, given you could take a step back and you got a really good Phoenix team coming in or whatever.
also just go blow for blow with all of these teams. That's what I said. Like, I do think tonight will be a bit of a – I'd be surprised if tonight was super high scoring. I'd be surprised if tonight was a blowout in either direction. Like, I think this is a fist fight between these two teams, a figurative fist fight. And the Clippers are a good defensive team. The Sacramento Kings, this is crazy. The Sacramento Kings are a good defensive team. Both teams have the ability to have a high impact on offense, but I think the Sacramento Kings have a greater ability to have a high impact on offense. I don't know that we talked about this with Will Z, but I know he wrote about it, or he put it in the Z stats thing, where the Clippers don't take a lot of corner threes, but when they do, they make them. That's on the scouting report. Like, they see that. They know that. They're watching for plays in those corners because, again, when those shots are there for the Clippers, they hit them. And to have multiple guys who could have some run on the defensive end is, I mean, we were looking for one over the last handful of years. Even the good even the Beam team 2 years ago, the playoff team, look, who's going to be the team's like defender? And we would talk like, oh, maybe it could be De'Aaron. Maybe it could be De'Aaron. Well, Keegan is emerging here. Keegan's emerging a little bit here. Now you've got three guys, and this isn't even counting DeMar. Now you got three guys who can be really good on the defensive end. And again, that doesn't even count DeMar. It's De'Aaron, it's Keegan, and it's Keon. And you have all those guys. We just talked about Norm Powell a few minutes ago. Norm Powell, 25 points per game. Shut him down. Turn that off. Don't let him cook. We're going to send a search team out for James Ham to see if we can find him. So we'll take this opportunity. We'll step out. We'll come back. As good old JR would say, it's our last commercial break of the afternoon. We'll come back. We'll have James Ham on here, and we'll close things out. Get ready for Kings basketball tonight at the Golden One Center on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I saw the time and was like, oh, might as well just break.
Yeah, no, that's what I call.
Y'all leave Michigan Wolverines alone. Well, Brian, I'm not going to argue that point. Not going to argue against that. Peek over at KSFM real quick. What do we got? 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're good. Man. Maybe James hurt himself. Right on, Leezy. Hey, great video, Lees. I didn't get it. Sorry, it's a little hard to text, but I saw. Leezy, do you have the social passwords yet? Because I think you should have those.
We really haven't seen James since he left.
Nope. No, James went the way of Kyle and Eddie. All right, Leezy, we'll get those for you. I'll I'll let Jonathan and Complex know. I want to get you set up with the passwords, at least for ESPN, maybe KSFM too. Well, R.I.P. to James. R.I.P. to this whole guest list.
What if we just go home right now?
Just leave. Just log off. I have no idea what would even air on ESPN right now. StreamYard keeps blocking my audio and video, James is saying. That's a good point. Raul, get Jay Pharoah back in here and see if he could do a James Ham impersonation. What's up, Jonathan? No, it's fine. I left that where? Oh, right there. Oh, okay. I did. Yes. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Thank you. God, I'm fucking useless, dude. I swear to God, I have made so many damn mistakes today. Let's see. I don't know what's going on with James. Mine works. Look. Y'all watch. 2 D-Los. Watch. Boom. Right there. 2 D-Los. No. Oh, man.
It's been a Friday, man.
Been a hell of a day. KC told me yesterday at 4 o'clock, did you forget I'm not here? Yes, I did, because you didn't tell me you weren't here. But we'll go with the whole I forgot. Oh, I meant to remind you. No, you meant to tell me. But that's cool. It's no problem. We had a packed day. It's all good. We had Kyle Madsen. I knew Jay Pharoah was pulling up. I was going to reach out to Will Z. We had Eddie Gonzalez and James Ham. We was good. It was good. Kyle hits me this morning. Got to go donate socks. Got to miss my hit. Damn, that's a tough look. Eddie texts KC, says, sorry, man, last minute. Got to cancel my hit. Can't make it. All right. Eddie's out. It's all right. I got James. James logs in at 3 o'clock, and no one can hear a damn thing he's saying.
Yeah, Y2K got James.
James said he's being blocked, that StreamYard is blocking his audio and video. That's all right, James. If you're watching, just go to the game. We got it. We got it, Hammer. All we're doing is talking Kings basketball anyways. Phone lines are open. If you want to take James Ham's place, you can. Hit us on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. But we were talking about how the Kings had multiple guys on the defensive end who can impact games. And we, for so long, looked for one. And we thought we had one. And then we saw Keegan emerging. It's like, we might have 2. De'Aaron gets a little bit stronger. Oh, there's a couple there. And then along comes Keon. By the way, DeMar DeRozan averaging 2 steals per game. Like, DeMar is good on the defensive end. They tried to tell us, as if we don't watch basketball. They tried to tell us on July 6th, this isn't going to fix their defensive problems. All right. It's not going to fix their defensive problems. Now, I don't know that what DeMar is doing is fixing their defensive problems. I think what Lamar is doing in conjunction with what De'Aaron Fox is doing and Keon Ellis and the way Keegan continues to emerge as a defender, that's what's helping the Sacramento Kings defense. That is what making the Sacramento Kings defense top. I think Will told us 11 in defensive efficiency.
We got Lizzie here to save the day.
What? It's 916-909-1320. Lizzie, are you not here anymore?
Oh, yeah, I'm hitting the road, D-Lo. I just pulled over. I heard Casey's not there.
Hey,
I'm heading to another shoot.
Can I give you hey, you know we love you. You don't have to bring food every time you come to work.
You already got the job, bro.
Hey, D-Lo, I was just talking to Abe about this last night on 98 Rock. We were just talking about food. Hey, when I bring in food, it's for everybody. But hey, I'll be getting some too now. Come on.
All right. I'm just saying, there's no rookie hazing going on here.
Yeah, we don't do that here, bro.
Yeah,
Like, you're part of the team.
Yeah, you don't have to bring in like donuts and pizza every time you come in. I mean, salute. If there's anything this building will do, it's freaking eat. But I'm just wanted you to know.
Oh, hey, I appreciate that. No Ricky hazing. I'm not. What's his name? Devin Carter. I ain't no Devin Carter. It's all good. Hey, D-Lo, I just wanted to call in because I heard Casey's out, obviously, and you guys are talking about the game, talking about some prize picks. Can I give my beam money? Can I do that real quick?
Okay. Yep. Let's do that. What do you got?
Beam money, maybe beam bucks. Who knows?
Okay.
I'm gonna take the over on DeRozan. He's been getting 20 like every game, so I'm gonna take his more. That's the right word. I'm gonna take James Harden with his assists. I don't know if he can score, but we know he can still pass.
Okay.
You got that. And I was going to take De'Aaron Fox hit the more on his points. I don't think anyone really on the Clippers can defend him, so he's going to be going off. So that's my safe three. My B money picks.
Okay, I'm with it. What was De'Aaron's points at?
I think he was like 24, 25 something last time I checked. It's been changing.
Okay.
I know it's a little high, but he's gonna get his. Who's gonna stop him on the Clippers? Norman Powell? No.
Well, they got a decent defense. I'd watch that one, Lazy, but I'm with you. I wouldn't mind a nice little night here from De'Aaron Fox. I still can't believe they had 20 rebounds plus assists for Domas. I jumped on that so damn quick. They got 35.5. Man, I might create another lineup. They got 35.5 points, rebounds, assists for KD. I might create a second lineup. Don't let me keep winning. I'm going to turn into a God blessing degenerate. I've won my last 4 lineups, man. This could get ugly, and I hit on my last one.
We're gonna be playing this video 2 months from now,
and I'm gonna be broke. Yep, I know it. In moderation. Big E on the line, 916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Big E, what's up, baby?
Hey, how you doing? Just real quick, wanted to say sorry for not being familiar with your Prize Picks game, D-Lo.
It's all good, dog. It's all good. Hey, I'm just starting to cook and share it with the world, man. That's all. I'm gonna start an 800 number here soon.
Okay, man, you keep making me in. Anyways, what has impressed me the most about young man Keegan Murray is not even his one-on-one defensive ability. I'm just glad that we got somebody to help Sabonis on the boards. I swear Sabonis has been the only one ever in like double digits every game, and he out-rebounded the man. I don't even remember someone doing that since we got Sabonis.
Yeah, he is. He will never, ever hear Keegan Murray had 0 rebounds or whatever Mike said at that practice or media scrum. Like when Mike said that publicly, it's like, yeah, that's never going to happen again. Not going to let that happen again. And he got better rebounding the ball last year. It felt like the team collectively was, I don't know if lazy is the right word, but collectively they weren't grabbing rebounds. I mean, we pointed at Harrison Barnes a lot. We directed a lot of our frustrations at HB when it came to rebounding the ball, but he wasn't the only one. I mean, we would see him with 0 or 1 far too regularly, but we'd see Keegan with 2, 1. Nah, Keegan can't be that. Absolutely can't be that. And now you hear the term that James and the rest of the guys who spend time with Mike at those media scrums, the crash zone. Those guys crash into the ball. Matter of fact, come to think about it, speaking of the guys who spend time with them out there, I remember I mentioned this earlier, and we actually never played it. Sean Cunningham has some video from shoot-around today from Kevin Huerter and Keon Ellis. We'll bring you Kevin Huerter first as we get ready for the Kings and the Clippers tonight. Here is Kevin Huerter following shoot-around today, courtesy of Sean Cunningham at Fox 40.
First guys to catch it, so still kind of getting my wind back. It was good to be out there the other night, though.
What was kind of the biggest
hurdle to overcome? Was it a lot getting back out on the court and getting back into the game shape, I guess?
Not really. It was just getting healthy. Kind of just being on the road, it's tough. You're just kind of caught in your hotel room a little bit. But mine was all just upper chest, coughing, respiratory. But again, I've heard a lot from a lot of different people. There's a lot of stuff going around right now. I'm kind of in some ways glad I got through it already.
Yeah. Was your production the other night, was it kind of better than expected at that, considering all that?
I'm not sure. I don't think I'd look into it too much. I was worried about my wind going into it, making sure that fatigue wasn't something that set in too early. So I was a little bit surprised at how good I did feel, and I think I'll feel better tonight.
After that second half of that Miami game, it feels like that offense is clicking. I know you weren't in the Miami game, but just what do you feel like the momentum's kind of building for you guys right now?
Yeah, I mean, the more games we get playing with each other, I think the better. I think there's been a greater sense of urgency starting the second half in that Miami game that we've talked about the last couple of days. That as best we can, we have to try to sustain for a full 48 minutes, and it's hard to do over a full 82 game season. But the more minutes we get playing with each other, I think we'll hopefully continue to do better.
You saw the Clippers in the preseason. Just what's different about that team with Paul George out there?
Honestly, their identity, they're playing super hard. They defensively, they're one of the better defensive teams in the league, and are really disruptive. They don't really have anybody on the team that they try to hide or that you can really kind of go out and pick on. And so they present a lot of challenges defensively that we're going to have to be, on our stuff here offensively tonight and match their intensity. And again, they're a team that's been playing super hard.
You was talking about that sense of urgency from that Miami game. It seemed like it kind of worked that way in the fourth quarter from this past game where, almost like a switch was flipped for you guys. What is it sometimes where you all of a sudden can just turn it on like that, especially on the defensive end?
Yeah, I mean, it starts on the defensive end for sure. I think a lot of times when we see that intensity pick up, it comes with ball pressure on the ball. And Fox did a great job in both that Miami game and in the last game in the fourth quarter, picking up and being a menace on the ball. And Domas getting the steal at half court, getting down on a dunk, getting us going. The rest of us guards kind of being in passing lanes and just picking up our intensity. But I think it starts with our ball pressure and Domas making that first catch tough.
Cool. Thanks, Kev. Appreciate it.
Kevin Herter right there, obviously talking a lot about returning from the illness that he had that kept him out a couple of games. He said a couple of things there interesting that I want to get to regarding the Los Angeles Clippers and the way that the team is playing defensively. Before we do that, let's check in with Keon Ellis following shoot-around today.
Oh, you said, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, coming off of that fourth quarter especially.
I think we're feeling good. I think we know what type of disruption we can cause in the defensive end. And I think you just try to carry that throughout the length of the whole game. Obviously, it is a little more tiring because you have to have more energy to do that. So, but just trying to do that throughout the game, so you kind of continue away early.
What is it about you guys sometimes when it almost seems like a switch is flipped for y'all to be able to just turn it on like that on the defensive end?
I think sometimes, you just realize you're not playing your best basketball, or if you're playing from behind, it's like, kind of got to get every win you can. So just try to, turn it up a notch, when you're feeling that. So I think, everyone kind of feels it at that time. So someone will just come in, like, hey, we know we can play better than this, and try to get the tempo going as a collective.
How do you approach the fourth quarter? It's like Wednesday, you play with the closing unit. Game before Malik closed. Just how do you approach that fourth quarter?
I think depending on the situation, what it is. If you're playing from behind, you have to turn it up. If it's a close game, kind of got to just stick with it, make the simple plays, and not try to make any home run plays. So I think it just depends on what type of situation you're walking into. But obviously sometimes we do turn it on in the fourth. So it kind of just depends on where we're at in the game.
The Clippers, just a little bit of a different team. I know you saw them in the preseason. Mm-hmm. Just what do they present without Paul George there and just James Harden really taking that game home?
I think they're still a high level team. You have a guy like James Harden who brings a lot of attention to our defense. So kind of have to be under his. He's a great passer. Obviously he's going to score the ball. So on the ball, your antennas are high, but he's also able to spread the ball, find his teammates, and so kind of got to limit him. Not let him get going, not let him get some easy ones. so that way we can kind of get off to a great start, set the tone for the night.
Norm Powell's kind of been a big guy who stepped up in the absence of Paul George since they've made them changes. What have you seen from him and just the collective group trying to fill in for Paul George?
I mean, he's a great player. I think when you have a guy like Kawhi out, someone has to step up, and I mean, obviously he can do that. So we know what type of threat he is and what he brings to them, especially on the offensive end. So just have to have a high alert on him wherever he's out on the floor, because we know he's a guy who's capable of getting it going, and if he gets it going, it can be a long night for you. So just try to limit him and his effectiveness of the game.
My pause right there. There's about another minute left. I don't know if there's anything earth-shattering from a media session following a shoot-around. One thing I really love about Keon, Keon talks like a 10-year vet. And I guess it's all of that experience he got speaking at the podium when the Kings were getting their ass kicked by double digits and they threw Keon Ellis out there. But he's such a that's a young man in this game. Like, he's such a pro, man. And I love that he gives, he actually gives you some insight. He gives you some thought. He gives some thought into what he's saying. And I always enjoy when we hear Keon Ellis. We might have James. We might. Let's try this again. James Ham.
What's going on, guys? Do you hear me?
Okay. We got you, James. We got you, man.
Okay.
Welcome.
I don't want to talk about it.
No. Well, we're happy we got you here for a couple of minutes. We'll bring you into some of the conversations that we've been having throughout the day. Obviously, this is a tough defensive matchup coming up for Sacramento, as Los Angeles is one of the better defensive teams in the league. You think Mike, or do you feel like Mike with Kevin Huerter? What happened? We lost James again. I even text James. I was like, James, don't worry about it. Just head to the.
This is low key like his worst nightmare.
It's cool. No, James is furious right now. There he is. No, it's good, James. It's fine. Everything is
fine.
Good.
Can you hear me or no?
I hear you just fine.
I think we're back to normal now.
And you look great. Well, great-ish.
All right, we're good. What's happening?
Hey, has Mike Brown settled into his rotations?
I think he has. I mean, barring injury, barring illness, I think, yeah, he's pretty much in. He knows what he wants to do, but he also knows that if players aren't playing up to like their potential, that he's got to go a different direction, which is, again, I think why we've seen Jordan McLaughlin play here and there because of injury or illness. We've seen Alex Len play more in the last game because, Trey Lyles was off to a rough start again. And you're just trying to figure it out. And they're waiting for everybody to fire on all cylinders. Until that happens, you're kind of stuck, hoping each night that you don't have to play your starters 39 minutes.
I feel like Orlando Robinson's name has come up a little bit recently, and I think we talked about him a day or so ago when we were together. Do you think he could have an impact on this roster, an impact on this team?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Again, he's a young player. He doesn't have a ton of experience, and he's missed so much time that it's going to be tough to ramp him up. I think he's going to be probably like a break-in case of emergency type player here over the next, month or two while they're trying to, again, roll through the season. Once you miss all this time, especially if you aren't like a seasoned veteran walking in the door who knows exactly what to do, it's really difficult to jump back in and just be part of a big time rotation. And maybe they're able to filter him in a little bit, but I just don't see it as like, I don't see him as an answer to any of the questions that are popping up right now. And, maybe he becomes that if Trey, continues to struggle. Or maybe he just sits there and he's training camp fodder until we get closer to, All-Star break, and he sort of reboots at the All-Star break. So it's just really, really tough.
Yeah. Is Trey, you mentioned the questions that the Kings have. Is Trey the biggest question out there right now?
Yeah, unfortunately. And, like he just got behind the 8 ball. I think he's the biggest question. He got behind the 8 ball, missing all of training camp and all of preseason with the groin pull, and you're hoping that he figures it out. And we've talked about this. They celebrated the win the other night, and the biggest part of the celebration was that if they won the game, Mike was going to give them the day off.
Right.
Well, that day off might have meant something for Trey Lyles to get out there and work his way back into the flow and figure everything out, and he just didn't get that. So it's it's tough when you miss all that time, and it's funny how Kevin Huerter pops back out on the floor and looks like Kevin Huerter, but Trey Lyles just doesn't look like Trey Lyles. And that's just a reality of the game. Again, Kevin had 7 months off, but he was working really hard all the way up until the point that he got cleared for full contact. And he was doing everything outside of bumping into people. And then when you were able to, sort of get him back on the court, he was able to adjust quickly and start flowing. Well, it's just not the case with Trey. Trey was, a groin injury is very specific. You're not allowed to do any cutting. You're not allowed to do any running with that injury. And so you're kind of like, hey, look, I can work upper body. I can shoot from a standing position, but everything else has got to kind of work itself out. And it's taken a little bit longer than I think certainly Trey would have liked to. You can just see the frustration with him in every single game because he wants to be good, and he's frustrated that everything's just not working out.
And it's probably tough too, to your point a minute ago, that Kevin is just kind of hit the floor and played well. I think the opening night was a bit of a tough night for him, but he's kind of settled in pretty nicely. Missed those 2 games, not feeling well, and then we just heard from him a minute ago, courtesy of your partner over at the Kings Beat, Sean Cunningham. They talked to Kevin Huerter earlier, and he said the thing I was worried most about the Toronto getting back out there was my wind, and the fact that he was able to step out there and played pretty well. Only had to play 23 minutes because of the way, or wound up only playing 23 minutes because of the way that the game went, but was effective in the 23 minutes that he played. That's probably even more frustrating for Trey because he sees Kevin doing it. He's like, oh, I can't get it to click like that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most frustrating things because, look, everybody recovers from injury differently. And even with Kevin, like I ran into him in the locker room in pregame on Wednesday night. And he's totally stuffed up. Like I said, how you doing? And he didn't fist bump me, but he bumped elbows. And he's like, yeah, I'm still sick. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. He's like, no. He's like, I'm fighting through it though. It's like it was all upper respiratory stuff that you could tell he's just struggling. And everybody gets a cold now and then, but what you don't want to do is sit for 7 months and then get a cold and have to sit again. So he's as frustrated as anybody. But hey, look, I think he's done a remarkable job of bouncing back. And I also feel like the Trey Lyles situation just keeps kind of exposing the one weakness of this roster, and it's there's no way around it. They just don't have that length and athleticism at the 4-5 that they really need. They don't have that backup that they need, and until he is that backup, it's pretty tough sledding. You got to kind of hodgepodge it together, and you got to play Keegan Murray so many minutes. Again, look at the off and on splits. We talked about this earlier in the week with Keegan Murray. Like, they're just a different team with him on the court. They're like as of 2 days before the last game, they were like a plus 14.5 with him on the court and a minus 25 with him off the court. And that means that his impact on the court is like a positive 39 for the Kings. And when one player means that much, that means you need to find more players like him, or you need the players that you have that are kind of like him to get back on the right page and the right path. And again, nobody intentionally goes out there and doesn't play well. And nobody's as frustrated as Trey Lyles about this.
Those numbers you just talked about, do you think that speaks more to what Keegan is doing on the defensive end or what the offense is doing with Keegan Murray out there?
I think just speaks volumes about the value of Keegan Murray and what you're going to have to pay Keegan Murray this offseason. And really the value of having a 6'8" guy who, can average 15, 16 points, maybe 18 points in a really good situation. But also we're starting to see him rack up the double doubles. So he's got 4 double doubles in 8 games. And I think last year we figured out he had 8 total. He's averaging 8.3 rebounds per game. this is exactly where he was in college, but it did not look like it would translate to be a full, like, you know, stats to stats, college level to pro level. But the Kings having almost out of necessity to play him at the 2, the 3, the 4, and then bulk him up, you can see now his value of playing the 4, and how well he's adapted his body. But the Kings don't have another versatile player like him, and that goes for almost every team in the league. Like he's turning into a Kawhi Leonard type player, and that's really exciting for the Kings. And
Yeah.
and I don't know if he's going to reach that height, but he's certainly going to give you everything he has on the offensive end and on the defensive end, and he just fits seamlessly into what they do on the offensive end, and he can grow. I've said this since he was drafted. He was in the 95th percentile or 98th percentile in post play of all college players during his final year at Iowa. This dude scored in the post all the time. He shot threes and he scored in the post. So they haven't even tapped into that, his ability to score around the basket, or his ability to just be featured as a post player. And I'm sure it's still hiding there. I'm sure he didn't just forget how to move in the post. And it's just the Kings don't use that as part of their offense outside of Domas.
Is he the biggest impact as to why the Kings look so much better defensively?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, because I don't know, because I'd also say, like, hidden within the fact that his fingers messed up and he hasn't shot the ball well, De'Aaron Fox has been incredible defensively.
Yep.
And I don't want to take that away from him at all. I think, like, just the numbers. I think Will Z put out the stats earlier, shooting like 36%. His opponents are shooting 36% from the field. I've been talking about it the whole time. He's 4th in the league in steals. He's 4th in the league in deflections. Like, what he's doing on a nightly basis is just really, really impressive. So I would love to tell you that it's Keegan or that it's De'Aaron, but also, Luke Laux has an idea here. And I think they're using Luke's idea to really, like, stymie the opposition. Are they good at defending the 3? No. But outside of that, they've been really good just about every aspect. They're getting a ton of deflections. They're supporting each other the right way all around the court. Like, teams can't do an inline drive against the Kings right now. They just can't, because too many players are stepping into the lane and sort of cutting off the route. And we talked about this before, but when you're playing defense on somebody in the Kings' new system, when you're playing defense on somebody and he goes to make a move towards the center of the court or goes to move baseline, whoever's closest to him as help defense is reaching out and swatting at the ball the whole time. And, teams will eventually adapt to that a little bit. And it's probably a little bit why the Kings are so bad at defending the 3 again. But overall, you can see sort of the idea behind it and how it's working. And it just takes time to build the rotations and everything else, the defensive rotations, and for everybody to get on the same page and sort of move together in unison.
Hammer, it feels like there are a lot of reasons that things are kind of clicking for the Sacramento Kings right now. You just laid out all of the defensive reasons in the play of, Keegan and De'Aaron primarily, but they're also doing something that we didn't see them do the first year, and they weren't able to do last year, and that's win without the 3. Like, they're able to win basketball games, or they're able to win basketball games without hitting the 3, but they're able to be in games like the first Raptors game. They hit like 10 threes. They lost by, I think it was 3 in that one. They couldn't hit a 3 to save their life, but they did everything else and were able to get baskets when they needed them.
Yeah, to be honest with you, the live by the 3, die by the 3 mantra that we've seen from this team for so long, it's really frustrating because, like, there shouldn't be 10 games a year where you just flat out lose because you can't shoot the 3. And that's not what we're seeing now. What we're seeing is a very, very well-balanced offense that can't hit the 3. And if they did hit the 3, they're going to score 140, 150, 160 in a game. Like, you can just see, like, it's bubbling up. They're waiting for this moment where everyone is firing on all cylinders and the shot's falling, right? It just hasn't quite got there yet. And I think that's a good sign. Eventually this team is going to get their legs underneath them. They have a lot of good shooters. You do see like the value of Kevin Huerter as a starter, just because he is one of the few guys who are hitting at a very high clip. And then look at the last game that they played. They took away the 3 ball from Sabonis, and Sabonis is shooting 50% from 3 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have to adjust and get up close to Sabonis and sort of push him out, like there is value in that. Like the idea of Sabonis shooting threes, when a team took that away, what did Sabonis do? He goes out and he has 13 assists.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's all part of like the same give and take. And if someone's willing to give up, sort of the passing lanes for Sabonis in order to slow down his 3-point shooting, the Kings are more than fine with that. It's not something you'll see tonight because Zubats is not going to go out and defend Sabonis around the perimeter. But you're seeing it against other teams where they are cognizant of the fact that he is such a good shooter and that you have to defend him a little bit more now. They're not going to do it all the time, but they are pressing up and trying to take away some of that. And that's where it starts to open everything else up for the Kings.
Zubac had 10 offensive rebounds against the Spurs earlier this week.
10
offensive rebounds. This is ridiculous. I think the Clippers are the Clippers are a little bit better than I'll speak for me. The Clippers are a little bit better right now than I anticipated them to be. They like Ty Lue finds a way to get those guys to play. Like I think the Kings are in a fist fight tonight.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but I really also, when you look at their team, they're so reliant on James Harden and why am I drawing a blank? Norm Powell. Yeah, they're so reliant on those two guys to score that if those guys aren't like really good, they're gonna have a tough time winning. I think defensively, they can give the Kings fits. The Derek Jones Jr. and Terrence Mann combo at the 3-4. Those guys aren't going to play the 3-4 at all. One of them will play the 3. One of them will defend DeMar DeRozan. The other one is going to chase De'Aaron Fox all over the court. So that's a problem for the Kings because those are the long wing defenders that the teams love to throw at the Kings, at De'Aaron Fox or at DeMar DeRozan and try to shut those two faucets off. But, they have 2 guys that can do it. So, like a Minnesota is choosing between where Jaden McDaniels, who he's going to defend, whether he's going to defend DeMar or he's going to defend Fox. Well, they have the luxury of having 2 of those guys. So I think that's going to be a difficult matchup on the defensive end for the Kings where like, how do you get through this? But on the offensive side of the ball, like the Clippers are very limited. And James Harden might be averaging 20.8 points per game, but the dude shooting 28% on threes. And he's doing that on like 8.6 attempts per game. He's just shooting them out of games. And you still have to, defend it, and you still have to respect him for his ability to do that. But if you can, shift a guy like Keegan Murray out onto Norman Powell, and he can shut him down, or Keon Ellis can take him out of his game. Like that team does not have a lot of options. They don't have another after Zubac's 17 points a game as their 3rd leading scorer. They don't have another guy averaging more than like 10 points per game.
Yeah.
And so they are very limited. And if you can get them in the right situation, you can probably take advantage of it.
What is the right situation? You think it's getting up and down and getting points on the board? Like at a obviously you score more points, you win. Getting up and down and like playing that pace that they all talk about, that Domas talks about, that Mike's talk about, pushing the limit of what those guys can do as an offensive team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, look, I think what you need to do here against this team is you have to run. You have to push the tempo. They do not like pushing the tempo. Kyle had the stats earlier in their wins. Their like shots per 100 is around 80. And in their losses, it's around 88. So if you push the tempo against them, they don't really have an answer. And this is not the same team to put up 175 points against the Kings 2 years ago, or we decided that we had the 176, 175, like double overtime barn burner. That team is not who this group is. And they've chosen to go with more athletic, more defensive minded players around their stars. But, then they don't have Kawhi Leonard. And that really hurts this team. They don't have Paul George. that's a huge thing. Even last year, they had Russell Westbrook here too. And like they just don't have those other scoring options. That doesn't mean they're going to lose. This is a very, very smart, well-coached team and who added Jeff Van Gundy to the bench like during the offseason. He's one of the great defensive minds, in the last 30 years in the league. So they've got all kinds of options here to slow the Kings down. It's just who wins sort of that battle, the force, whose battle of wills wins out. Do you allow them to muck up the game and slow it down to like a crawl, or do you get the ball out of the basket and go? Do you hit the outlet pass and start running up and down the court? And I think they'll be prepared for this team.
Home court is something Mike talked about. Domas, Malik, De'Aaron, everyone at some point during training camp mentioned to you, we've got to do a better job protecting home court. We were not good at home last year. There's that Phoenix game looming on Sunday. They got a couple of road games coming up Sunday, Monday. Then Phoenix is back here on Wednesday. It feels like, it's ridiculous. Oh, it's a big game. It's like game 9. But it does feel like if you're trying to establish home court as a thing, as home court being a thing, tonight's game is pretty important for that.
Yeah, this team has not been good at home. But it's just like straight up, they haven't been good at home for the last couple of years. And, when you're looking at a 48-win team and you win 25 games on the road, like that should have been a 53-win team.
Yeah.
Like this is the Kings fans have been showing up. It's a ruckus crowd. Although I will say I'm really surprised 2 of the first 3 games weren't sellouts for the Kings. They're sitting right around like 16,500, 16,600. I'm surprised that you can actually get tickets to a game late. And that to me, like Kings fans have always shown up. It could be a larger conversation about just where people's money is at right now and just the affordability of tickets. But at the same time, I would have expected this to be the toughest ticket in town right now. And it's not. But they need to win, 28, 29, 30 games at home this season. Yeah. And that means that you can't slip up even against a team like this. There's a big difference between walking into Sunday's game at 6-3 and walking in at 5-4. And, again, it's early in the season. But if you have the right trajectory here, I mean, this team can still get to 7-3 in their first 10 games. And that's something they should be striving for. They should be trying to obtain is, you got to win as many games as possible, especially on your home court.
And it seems like, one thing I really kind of hang my hat on when discussing this Kings team, because I'm really high on them and the way that they've been playing right now, is the fact that even in their losses, I don't think they've been particularly bad. We've talked about every game. It feels like there's been a run in it from the opponent. And in the first 2, it cost them. I will tell the story of the 21-0 LeBron James run. That might not have been exactly what happened, but that's how I'm going to tell the story moving forward. Even in the Raptors had a run. Like every game has kind of had this weird run in them. But overall, James, I think the Kings are playing really, really good basketball and are in a great position headed into tonight's game and headed into this stretch where they've got Phoenix, a 7-1 team right now, twice in a span of 4 or 5 days or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think they're playing well too. And I think we're only seeing like the tip of the iceberg. Like we're seeing the offense start to pick it up. The defense has been getting better and better. You talk about the 3 losses. I think the 3 losses are by like a total of 8 points, and one of them in overtime. One of them in overtime, and one of them took the most ridiculous 3.5-minute stretch that any team has had on Sacramento, and I don't know how long it's been. So yeah, I do feel like that everything is going the right way. But at the same time, like momentum's a funny thing. It comes and it goes. And you want to keep rolling the best you can as long as you can when things are going well and take full advantage of it. And I think the Kings are winning right now at probably like 80% of who they're going to be. And that to me is really, really promising.
James, let's take an opportunity to mention before we get out of here, that we're going to be live this Monday at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. The Insiders, for the first time ever, will do their show live on stage at 32 Brew Street. D'Lo and KC will follow at noon. and we'll hang around and we will watch Kings Spurs basketball. We'll hang around. We'll have some cigars and whiskey at the humidor, and the drinks and food will be served up and poured up all day long. Hope everybody can make it out. It's Veterans Day, but there's no way we're going to miss it. We've got basketball to cover. We've got 49ers Bucks to cover. And if you're pulling up and you have the ability to bring some canned food with you, some non-perishable donations, that will go a really long way as our holiday food drive has begun. And we're working with the Elk Grove Food Bank once again. So we're excited about this, James, and I'm excited for you and Kyle to have your first show there at 32 Brew Street.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'll make sure that I go to the bathroom before I go on this time.
Well, at least before your show. Go before your show, and then if you come and talk to us and you got to run to the bathroom, it doesn't really matter.
I'll just get up and leave.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It makes for a great moment that everybody remembers. 32 Brew Street this Monday at Sky River Casino. So come see us. We appreciate you so much for being with us today. I got to head over to 102.5. We got to kick off Flashback Friday. James has got to get to the Golden One Center. I'll meet James out there later. If you're coming to the game, would love to see everybody. If not, we will see you Monday here beginning at 10 a.m. at Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Whew. All right, guys, I got to run. I got like 2 minutes to switch over and get set up. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you Monday.